Hi, this is Commander Third Eye, and you're about to hear my new track, Feedback Loop, which is taken from my new album, Singularity Rising. It's due for release on Second City Records on the 4th of April. To follow my work, please go to soundcloud.com/Third Eye Trance and hit follow. Fly safe and keep it locked into Lave Radio. Hey, this is Commander Third Eye, and you're about to hear my new track called Rebellion, which is taken from my new album Singularity Rising, which is due to be released on Second City Records on the 4th of April 2015. If you want to follow my work further, go to soundcloud.com/Third Eye Trance and hit follow. Fly safe and keep it locked in to Lave Radio.
Greetings, Commanders! Second Tech Fozzer Forrester here, bringing you the greatest tunes throughout the galaxy. It doesn't matter if you're flying a space cow full of Imperial slaves or a hauler full of Listerian evil juice, we have the soundtrack to help you grind away those light years. Two Quiet Sons next with their track Side Reel, taken from their album Kelber Mission. Check them out on soundcloud.com/Two Quiet Sons.
Good morning, Lavecon. Okay, we are back. This is your Sunday good morning wake up. Now, thankfully, I've grown up a bit since 2014, where people may remember that I went round the complex at the time where we were running Lavecon, which wasn't the Sedgebrook, and woke everybody up. And I'm pretty sure that everybody hated me for doing that, so I'm being a lot nicer about it now. I think probably that's come about partially because, obviously you learn from your mistakes, but also because my partner doesn't like being woken up violently with me shouting. She'd rather have a cup of tea delivered on the sideboard and be left for a few minutes just to gradually let the radio percolate into her ears before she sits up, drinks the tea, cuddles the cat, and starts to think about her day. But anyway, we are up. It is a Sunday. Happy 4th of July. It is Independence Day for those of you who are so inclined. Obviously, for those of you who are not and you're based in the UK, it is a day of our defeat. And we are obviously still very sad and in mourning and desperately upset that these things happen. But 200 years, and I think America's done all right. Seems to have done pretty well without us. Anyhow, back to the convention, back to what we're up to. So there's a lot of things going on today. We've got a variety of different panels, different activities. We have an update on Buckyball, I believe. Karen, can I come to you? Your volume appears to be off. There we go.
So I fixed it.
Okay.
So yes, Alec Turner has posted an update on Buckyball, and I realise it's on the same device, but I'm sure I can do two things at once. Just while I'm getting the information up, a quick update on the raffle. We have raised over £2,500. So thank you so much to everybody. Who's bought raffle tickets, who's donated raffle prizes. We really, really appreciate it. So Alex, update, he's put a race scoreboard on the Lavecon Discord site. So if you are want to see it in person, you can totally go there, which may or may not be presented on a Sedgebrook breakfast plate, having eaten his breakfast. So in Horizon,
Karen, your volume's gone, so I'll take over for this. I've managed to find the document. Okay, so the listing here is in Horizons. We have Manti at I think 5 minutes and something. We have Elastal in 7 minutes and something, and we have Techie Mr. B at 7 minutes and something. In Elite Dangerous Odyssey, Elite Dangerous Oddity. There we are. That's a clear David Bowie reference and a Freudian slip. In Elite Dangerous Odyssey, we have Shay, 5 minutes something. We have Elaphus, I think that is. We've got a correction in the middle of it, so it's or Elasophus maybe. 8 minutes something. Elfina, 8 minutes something, and Sulu at 8 minutes something. And Alec is making us very, very jealous because he is at the Sedgebrook Hotel having breakfast in the restaurant. And clearly, obviously missing all the people who would normally be around him. I think by this point we'd be all up and about and probably heading back from the writers' workshop. Usually, certainly that's what I'd be doing. Okay, so those are those couple of updates. The other things that we've got to talk about today. There's a variety of different things going on. Now, obviously, we've got Lave Radio Live coming up today, which I'm sure the gang will be involved in. As Karen has already mentioned, we've got the raffle ongoing and we'll be drawing the raffle later on today. And, incredible, the amount of money that is already going to our two charities. That is working really, really well. There were one or two people that said that they couldn't get into the raffle link. We are dealing with that. Do just let us know. If you can't, let us know and we will try to help. It does appear to be one or two people just can't appear to get in. So what we'll do is we'll talk to you individually and try and sort your particular circumstances out. Merchandise still available. We have John's Spin Duel game still going. I'm sure we'll get an update on that, and we'll obviously be announcing prizes and other bits and pieces when we announce the raffle to do with these different competitions that we're running. Bapstar Arcade is running today, so yeah, do go across, go have a look. And I believe that Psykit is doing the Buckyball Challenge at 12, so there's certainly something there that you can take a look at. Coming up after this, we have Roll Your Own Novel, The Beginner's Guide to Self-Publishing with Kevin Elliott. So he's going to be talking through some of the processes and some of the things that you need to look for. I've got to say here, I went down this road many years ago and I made so many mistakes. So actually having somebody with some experience give a bit of an account of the things that they think you should do and you shouldn't do if you're planning on self-publishing your work is really, really helpful. So it will stop you from perhaps making the wrong mistake, choosing the wrong thing, maybe, sort of putting something in the wrong place and giving yourself a bit of a thing that you've then got to repair later on. So yeah, well worth listening to if you ever think that you're going to self-publish a novel or self-publish a book. At 12, we have a talk on mental health and you. Now, this is particularly important in the current circumstances. I think there are a variety of ways in which people can find themselves in a difficult situation with regards to their mental health, but it's certainly all the more poignant in our current situation of lockdown over an extended period of time. So I'm hoping that will attract quite a good audience. I believe Paige is running that. It's there for 30 minutes at 12, so please do pop across and have a chat to her. At 1 o'clock, we've got the Writing Audio Experiences panel. Now, I'm running this from my loft, so you can get a chance to have a look at some of the music studio and some of the processes that I go through when I'm writing music for audio. But I'm also joined by some excellent experts. We've got Kareem is coming in. He's an audio drama actor who many people may know, played Hans Walden in Lave Revolution. So well worth listening to him. And he's been a variety of things since. Chris Jarvis is going to join us. Emily Inkpen is coming back to join us as well. She's worked on her series, The Dex Legacy. And we're also joined by Fiona, who's coming in as a late substitute for Sarah Golding. Fiona Thrale. She runs Dashing Onions Audio, and she is, as I say, a late substitute for Sarah Golding, who unfortunately is unwell today. So get well, Sarah. And I'm sure Fiona will have plenty of exciting things to say when we get to the audio panel at 1. Now, for the Independence Day weekend, my publisher, I announced this yesterday, and if you didn't hear, my publisher has decided to discount their books. So if you fancy a science fiction novel, perhaps the reading from last night from my novel that's coming out in 2022 tickled your fancy, then the paperback of Fearless is available for £5 over at the Flame Tree Press website, www.flametreepress.com. Do go take a look. And there's also work by Jonathan Jans, by Ramsey Campbell, by a host of different horror writers and science fiction writers who have produced some incredible stuff over the years. So yeah, do take a look. They are excellent. There are some wonderful, wonderful writers over there that you can go and have a browse through and decide that you might want to explore. All right, so I think that's pretty much everything for the welcome back this morning. We are going to collate. We have been posting some of the pictures that we asked for at 3 o'clock yesterday. The in space Lavecon pictures. We are going to collate some of the others that have been posted into Zoom chat. Where if they haven't been posted up, we'll get them today and we'll post them up and make sure they're there. And we'll be looking forward to to all the other different things that that people are getting up to and the other different stories that they want to share. The hard drive handover will close the convention, and that'll come at the end. But I think I have an emergency update here from John Stabler. John.
Hello. Thank you, Alan. Good morning, everybody. I've got a bit of a Spindule update. It seems that everyone's struggling to finish the game, which is obviously problematic if the competition relies on a finishing time. So I'm going to just slightly change it a bit in the case that nobody finishes the game by 12 o'clock today. If you could just email me the name of the opponent that killed you. Okay, so, and whoever has got the furthest in the game, or if it's multiple people, we'll draw a name out of the hat or something to win the prize. If you can email me at info@spinjool, that's SPINJOOL.online. Don't tell other people how far you've got because they'll just copy the same name. So don't do that. So just let me know how far you've got, and we'll sort that out at 12 o'clock.
So yeah, obviously you were thinking that the players would be used to kind of 80s difficulty settings, John?
Well, it's a deck building game, and a lot of people think of it as deck building associated with roguelikes. It's like permadeath. I thought people would enjoy the challenge. Before anyone starts complaining, it is totally possible to win because I've done it on multiple occasions. It's been finished on Twitch.
Yeah, but you made it.
Well, all right, fine. But anyway, Twitch streamers have finished it. So I promise it is doable. But just on the off chance that nobody can finish it, we'll just reward the person who got the furthest.
Fair. Okay, good. All right. So I think that's all of the updates from us here. So you've got a short 15 minutes at the moment to get your second cup of tea if you haven't had your second cup of tea. Obviously, I know that Karen has, or to go and get more from the breakfast buffet at the Sedgebrook, which we know Alec is probably going to do. So you've got a short 15 minutes to do that, and then we'll be kicking off with Kevin's talk on self-publishing. So we'll be back here at 11. Okay, take care, folks, and we'll talk to you very soon.
Greetings, gamers. My name is Tideman, and you're about to hear one of my tracks, Destiny of the Brave. If you want to listen to more of my work, go to SoundCloud/Tideman. Have a nice day and enjoy the show here on Lave Radio. Greetings, Commanders. This is Tideman speaking. Next up is a track of mine called Vikings of the North Sea. If you enjoy it and want to hear more of my music, please visit soundcloud.com/Tideman. Enjoy the show and have a good one.
Hello, Commanders. My name is Jamie Treacher, and next up you'll be listening to my little rearrangement of the old Frontier Elite 2 main theme. If you'd like to listen to some more of my work, please visit soundcloud.com/Jamie-Treacher. That's JAMIE-TREACHER. Fly safe, and enjoy the show here on Lave Radio.
Okay, everyone, we're now going to hand over to Kevin Elliott for a discussion on Rolling Your Own Novel, a guide to self-publishing. Here we go. Thank you, Kevin. It's over to you.
People can download and even pay for. So I'm going to draw heavily on my own experience, specifically what happened after I'd finished my novel Lightmaker. So let's have a look at going down the self-publishing road. You've got many advantages as a self-publisher. You can be sure your novel will appear in print. You won't be forced into accepting edits you don't like or a cover you hate. When one of your books sells, you can earn up to 70% of its price. With traditional publishing, that figure's closer to 10%. But you must do your own quality checking. You've got to run your own marketing. And there's more bad news. There's millions of self-published novels out there. Your job is to stand out from the crowd, and that job comes in two tasks. One, produce an excellent novel, do great work. And two, publicize it. Tell people you've done great work. So I'm going to cover both of those tasks. There's one bit of good news. Many self-published novels are absolutely appalling. So attention to quality and good publicity will help you stand out. So let's go on to producing an excellent novel. So what do I mean by excellent? I'm not going to talk here about character development, your use of ideas or narrative distance or your themes or the way you handle conflict or tension. I'm sure you've all produced or can produce great work. By excellent, I mean well edited, free from spelling mistakes or continuity errors. That's things where when a character sits on a chair, then immediately sits on the same chair again. People say you can't proofread your own work, and they're right. You need to think about hiring outside editors to provide feedback. There's places like Reedsy or Jericho Writers, book doctors who can look at your work. So let's have a look at what happens there. I'd written my novel. I had an idea it wasn't perfect, but I bought an initial round of feedback called development feedback from an organisation called Jericho Writers. And it's one of the best investments I ever made. I was still learning the writing trade, and I still am. I always will be. But I realised I had a long way to go before producing anything publishable. Anyway, the development editor I got hold of read my book, and he said, well, there's some good moments, but is a bit lacking. And one thing I was lacking was a really clearly defined baddie, an antagonist. So it sort of left my book without a backbone. If you think of anything you've enjoyed, there's usually a nasty character in there. The editor also said my sentences are often single clause sentences. I chained lots of these together, which made the book rather monotonous. There were some scenes involving complex movement which weren't as clear as they might be, and he questioned some of the science underpinning my novel. So I worked on each point he made. Yes, I did make a spreadsheet. A lot of work. I went around for a second round of development editing, managed to get the same editor, and things were a lot better. He said this is, with a bit of a polish, this is going to be good enough to attract attention of an agent. I'd already decided to go down the self-publishing path, but one thing he said is your grammar and use of punctuation isn't perfect. So I bought in a line editing service, second thing there, and for each, so this is a different editor. For each sentence, they considered my word choice. Did the sentence make sense? Should I switch things around or trim it? My manuscript came back covered in red ink, but this step was worth it. Having your own work pulled apart is a great teacher. I could have stopped there, but I actually hired a proofreader to find errors the line editor had missed. This wasn't just a grammar check. One of my characters has a big bushy beard. Early on in the novel, he runs his hands through it. That's fine. Later on, he wears a spacesuit with a helmet. That's fine. What wasn't fine is him running through his hands through his beard once he was wearing the spacesuit. I'd missed this. So had the line editor. So how many rounds of external editing you pay for is up to you. I erred on the side of caution since this is my first novel. For my next novel, I'll do less. It's sort of part of the growing up process. So hopefully you've then got a polished manuscript. Plots checked. You've squelched as many errors as you can. If you're self-publishing, you need to format it into the right area. You get the what's called the gutter, the bits that in between the pages and so on. That means you don't have to spread the book out to read everything. The margins are right. The indentations are correct. Everything's consistent. The best package for that seems to be a thing called Vellum. That's Mac only. I use Jutoh, Jutoh. Pretty good, very cheap. So look for advice on formatting online. Look how traditionally published novels are laid out. Steal with pride. My next slide shows a list of all the corners you can cut while self-publishing. I've researched this list. I'm absolutely certain it's complete. Let's have a look. That's things you can ignore when you're self-publishing. Okay, so that's covered producing an excellent novel. Let's move on to publicising it. I said before, most self-published novels are dross, and that is good news. But it does mean you have to fire on all guns. You have to win on all fronts. Your package is no stronger than its weakest link. So I don't have time to talk about advertising here. But let's cover the foundations of the marketing campaign. The first one is to have your own platform, your area. You need your own website, and you need your own mailing list. The website helps you harvest email addresses, and later on you can email people with your mailing list. Go easy on the selling. Don't say buy my book now with every email. You should aim to build relationships with your readers. A friendship is more important than a sale. So I built my own website. Mine happens to be called Where's My Flipping Tea? It's at kevinelliott.space. I chose a memorable name, so if I talk to you, I can mention my website and you might remember. Or you might bring me some tea. It's a win either way. So we just can find you here. A bit of search engine optimization can help if you're into that. And if you're at a meat space convention, you can actually print out cards and have those sent out or given to people. I built my site with WordPress. There are other providers such as Squarespace and Wix. There's a small cost involved and you'll need to get your own domain name, but it's about £10 a month or so. So to update the site regularly, think about starting a blog. Do keep posting. I'm always looking out for interesting things to talk about, like Elon Musk's project. That's quite interesting, or philosophical ideas about my novels. Any ideas there, I put on my website, which needs updating, but that's always the case. So that's your website. How about your mailing list? To get a website, to get emails, you'll need to give them something. They might ask, why should I give you my email address? The answer is to give them something. Now, even though Lavecon has gone virtual, I still want to give you that gift. If you go to my blog, kevinelliott.space, and click the picture of the young girl, you'll reach a page like this. Now, I've used a mailing marketing provider called MailChimp to handle my emails. Don't try and do it automatic. Try and do it manually. Automate everything. If you click on my link, you'll get to this page. You can enter your email and optionally your first name. Click on the Get My Free Stories short story collection. You'll get an email in your box. If you click on that, you'll see this. You've almost finished. One more step. Click on the link in the email we sent. You'll be a subscriber. So you get another email. This confirmation. This seems a bit complex, but I'll explain why I'm doing it like this in a bit. Then you're added. You might be asked to click a reCAPTCHA box. As you're all human beings, I'm sure you'll be able to do that. And you'll be on my mailing list. You might see download your free short story collection here. This again is automated. I'm using a thing called Book Funnel to handle that. If you click on that link there, you'll get to this page. This is run by an organisation called Book Funnel. I'm paying about £20 a year. If you click on that, you'll get instructions on how to load that onto your Kindle or e-reader, your iPad, whatever. And you'll see if I just flick back, I've kept these sign-up pages simple, nice green background to make them distinctive and stand out. And I'm just aiming to get people to do one job. In this slide here is just one button. Yes, subscribe me to this list. And it's important that you write it from the viewer's perspective. So you're putting words in their mouth. Yes, subscribe me to this list. They're giving me an order. Okay, that helps improve your chances of success, your subscription rates. So let's say you download this book successfully onto your Kindle or whatever. You read through it, and yeah, not bad. Okay, see what else you can write. You'll get to this page right at the end, and there's an advert for my novel Light Maker, information about my newsletter. This is a bit redundant, but requests for information here and where else they can contact me. So Twitter, Facebook, that sort of thing. So the idea is just to get people to sign up to my mailing list. People could actually buy this on Amazon straight off for 77p, which I have had happen. So this would get them onto hopefully get them onto my mailing list as well. There are several of these email marketing providers. MailChimp is one, Aweber is another, MadMimi, Infusionsoft, MailerLite. There's not an awful lot between them. You tend to pay for what you get. At the current time, MailChimp is free. You've got less than 2,000 subscribers, so it's a good way to get started. What is a good deal now might not be a good deal in the future, so keep in touch with those. Start off with something simple. So let's move on to. So do automate your list. Don't try and do it manually. You'll if you get over 10 or 20 subscribers, you'll go potty. Do automate things. Start simple and work up. The more advanced email providers will let you segment your audience, so you can send one email to your most dedicated readers and another to the foot soldiers. Plan ahead, but avoid any idea of future proofing. Just get the complexity in when it's needed and not earlier. Begin with the basics. And you really want to make unsubscribing as easy as possible. You just want to speak to people who are interested in you and your ideas. You will pay a little bit of money for each subscriber. It's not much, but you don't want people there if they're not interested. Make it as easy as possible for people to unsubscribe. Most email providers put a link in the newsletter. You can put that at the top. One thing I will say, one absolute, or two actually, never buy in lists. They're full of dead links and people who are interested in what you write, and you might get your email address being flagged up as a spam merchant. Never ever sell or let anyone else access your lists. You could get fined for misusing personal data. You can also let people know you'll never pass their data on. You saw the sign-up process was seemed a bit complicated. This because I've used the option to double in. Basically, they sign up, they get an email saying, "Are you sure?" If they sign up to that, then they're in. That just gives you high-quality subscribers, and I think most of us are used to that sort of confirming their email. So once they've joined up, send them an email straight away, just welcome to the list, and say what it's about. Your email provider can do that automatically. You can send another one a few days later, just covering a few areas of your brand. So tell them about yourself, invite them to respond and set up a conversation. Answer their questions or comments, be a friend. You can let them know how your current work is going and any new writing resources you've found. You can ask for reviews, ask people to let you know of books they've read. And there's room for gently nudging readers into looking at your sales pages on Amazon or wherever once every 5 or 6 emails, but go easy. Other authors monitor their responses and build an advanced team that's people happy to read early versions of your releases and provide feedback. Now, this talk doesn't cover Facebook advertising, but I will mention that email lists can be uploaded to Facebook. This will produce a lookalike list. Facebook won't email those people, but it will build a list of people with similar profiles to the people you've already harvested. You won't know who these people are, but you can advertise to them, and this is quite a powerful technique. Sending out newsletters, you've got a list of topics here. If you email me after the talk, treaclecustard@gmail.com, I'll send you this list, but here's potential ideas you might have. So maybe what's the stories behind your characters? Why did you start writing? Why did you choose your gender, or did it choose you? That sort of thing. So ideas for newsletters here. You might want to send one out every 6 weeks or so. It's up to you. Just try and get some consistency in. And your email marketing provider should be able to give you rates. That's figures which show how many people are opening your emails, how many click the links to the newsletter, how many people are unsubscribing. Your open rates will largely depend on the subject line in your newsletter emails, the bit they see before they open anything. Including your name can help, as well as piquing someone's curiosity or giving them a benefit. Lists work well. So good subject lines might be something like 5 ways to make writing a habit, or it'll be gone by the 25th of December. Urgency always sells. Don't open this email, that's curiosity, or playing around with things like that. And if you've got a large enough mailing list and the right email provider, you can segment your emails, divide your list into 2 roughly equal halves, send each half a different header, see which works best. So testing works. And did I mention you shouldn't spam readers of buy now content? It's a gentle reminder, most people don't like spam. About social media, be careful. Social media can suck up all your free time. Try to avoid getting involved in arguments. You're better off writing your novel or its sequels. I use Twitter to hold any anecdotes I come up with. I can use this to show people I've got a decent sense of humour. Twitter can be useful in contacting other authors or influencers. Facebook you can use for advertising, and you can build an author profile on there. That's handy. Okay, building email lists of your books. Now, your published works have got a real role in helping you build your mailing list, getting more names on there. You can add a short invite to your mailing list at the start of your books. Don't include the actual link. Amazon can get funny about this, but refer to information at the back of your book. If you've seen any of Amazon's sales pages, you'll know you can look inside link just above the image of the book's front cover. This will show your book's first few pages, and many people will scan this before deciding whether or not to buy. This means you want to start the book's meat as soon as possible. Keep dedication pages, etc. to a minimum. That way your potential readers will see your glorious writing as soon as possible. Some people say you should try and put any table of contents, like chapter names, at the back of the book. But this does let prospective purchasers get to your words quickly. Amazon doesn't like this. It may, in the future, insist that the chapter names go at the start. So here's a look at the chapter names of Lightmaker. I did put the chapter names at the start, but I'm amazed at how many, even professionally published books out there, just have a list of numbers. Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. It's just not very exciting. So I concocted a list of chapter names, which I thought would entice people. I'm hoping they'll look at a chapter and want to read further and answer a question, oh, what do you mean by horse? Or why should they beware the breakfast? So your chapter titles have a role. So hang on. Yeah, bear with me. Says materials calling for reviews, acknowledgements, or copyright notices, the offer of a reader magnet in return for their email. Put those at the back. Reviews are more likely if they've just finished your novel. If you've more than one novel out there, you can list your books at the back as well. So generally, you'll want to link to the book selling page on whatever platform you chose. Amazon and Apple don't really talk to each other, so don't put Apple on Amazon or vice versa. And there's going on to book covers now. This is an essential part. It's what people will see of your book. So we're all guilty. We've all gone for one book rather than another, but thanks to the cover. Having a great cover is an essential part of being self-published. There's a lot to learn to writing, and there's a lot to learn in graphic design. Almost no one is going to be skilled in both areas. If you're a good writer, you'll probably need to hire a good artist for your book cover. I used Reedsy, R-E-E-D-S-Y, and I got lucky. You can use Reedsy to ask selected artists to bid for your project and pick one you want to work with. I do recommend you don't try and do it yourself. This sort of thing can happen. So don't do this. And don't do this either. You really shouldn't do this. No idea what's happening there. And please don't do this. Do get a professional involved. I did, and this happened, which I didn't think was too bad. I'm quite happy with this. If you get someone else, things can work out decently. So cover design is a vast field. I can only scratch the surface. Here's a few points. The cover should imply your genre. You should know what it is by looking at it. Have a look at the covers used in your genre. I personally think mine stands out, but it also says science fiction and fantasy. Ask your friend's opinion, but don't let them dictate. You can usually chat to the designer if you need a few tweaks after it's arrived. Sort this out at the start. What's the policy on revisions? And always check the text on the cover. My designer was brilliant, but he misspelt my name. Elliot actually has 2 T's. So there's things like the book cover designer as well.com, bookcoverdesigner.com. They'll present lots of competent covers. You buy one, I think it's about £99. You can make a few tweaks. Once you pay for it, they retire that cover. So you end up with an okay cover. That's something to do with money's a bit tight. Blurbs. Dear God, blurbs. My novel's 110,000 words long. The blurb is about 150 words, and the blurb was by far the hardest thing I've ever had to write in my life. Should lure people in, make them at least want to read the first chapter of your book. So they're complex, but there's a few points we can make here. I won't cover them all here, but do signal the genre, do keep them short, don't summarize the plot. Go for emotion, look at where there's peril, try and end it on a cliffhanger, and look at successful books in your genre. What are their blurbs? What's working? So after the blurb, you can shift into selling. So there's 2 sentences can help. You can talk about title, series, genre. So Dancer's Perils, the 3rd book in Peter Sly's paranormal detective thriller series. This would come after your blurb. And there's also a link to other novelists you like who think that they like X, they'll like Y. So say that here. These are all fictional, never mind. And then finally, ask for the sale. The call to action. Investigate Dancer's Peril to start this ghost-filled thriller ride. Keep everything simple. Show your descriptions to others, squelch any errors, and make sure formatting is correct before you do much advertising. Amazon can take a few days to publish your book and its description. Make sure your book site is up and running before you start the advertising off. Just a few more things to cover, nearly finished. Amazon is one of the largest search engines in the world, and people using it are typically in a buying mood. So you can help people searching Amazon find your book. There's keywords. So they're not critical, but they are important. When you publish your book, you'll be given a space for the title, subtitle, your name, and these keywords. These are, you should fill them with words your readers might choose. You can fill up those boxes. I've gone through my novel and thought, what might people look for? They might look for orphans or teenage girls or stuff about gravity. That's all there. They don't sweat too much over this. They don't have a vast effect, but they do a bit. Categories are more important. There's a lot to them, but there's a set of automatic tools which can put your book's cover in front of people. Amazon will only do this if they think your book will satisfy the readers. Amazon always about the relevance. They measure reader satisfaction through a list of charts. Here's an example of one. It starts with non-fiction, then it subdivides into crafts, hobbies and home, and then to crafts and hobbies, and then to glass and glassware. Now, there's the top level stuff. There's things like romance, mystery, science fiction, literature, biographies. The top level stuff is really hard to fill. If I look at science fiction and fantasy, the big publishers are there with their budgets. They normally come up very well in those charts. Amazon will publicize those. The rich get richer. So it's hard to do that. But Amazon also builds charts for the lower levels, like hard science fiction or exploration science fiction. And those ranks are easier to get to. So you're allowed to state 2 categories at the start. My advice is to go down those categories right to the bottom. Go as far down the sub levels as you can. Getting top in hard science fiction will help you, and it's easy to do that than to do it in science fiction. You can have 2 at the start. You can email Amazon later, and I'm told you can get more categories. Amazon also does some work in getting you in there. Try and put your books in as many categories as possible, but keep each category relevant. Don't try and fool people in thinking your Starship Troopers-esque novel is a romance. You can roll the shape the dice a little in your favour. Okay, so we covered that. Pricing, covered the prices there. Have a look around at other science fiction books and see how they're priced. Don't undervalue yourself. You've put a lot into your book and you're not inferior to any traditionally published novels. Got the basics there. So minimum 77 pence. Below 177 you get 35%. Above a tenner you get 35%. Between that there's a bit of a sweet spot. 70% there. That's insanely high compared to traditional publishers. You can, I'm told, put up a book free by getting it free on another site like Barnes & Noble or Apple and getting Amazon to price match. I've tried this, it worked for a time, then Amazon shunted my Reader Magnets price up again, so I'm not sure what's happening there. But ultimately, you need to choose whether you want to be visible or to maximize profits. I'm a newbie author with only one book and just a few stories, so I'm going for visibility. My prices are low. I'm looking to be seen rather than make money. I'm working on the sequel. Hopefully that will help me push things ahead. On Amazon, you've actually got an author page. It's a space for you to set up something about yourself. Home base for you. It links to all of your books. You can have a link to your blog, your Twitter feed, videos, biographies. Establish a brand. I've got my picture on there. You need to set one up for each Amazon domain, co.uk, com, whatever. You've also got a book page on Amazon itself. This is mine. Gives you I actually set up a physical book here, paperback at $12.95. This was a swine to set up. I got there in the end. My book cover designer knew what he was doing and provided me with a template. I got there in the end. You can set the physical books price separately. The minimum price will be higher, maybe £9 or £10. That's what it costs, or Amazon says it costs them to produce. You can have a profit on top of that. There's one advantage of selling a paperback in your book page. It makes your Kindle version look like a bargain. So just be certain of one thing. Change is inevitable. Keep reading up on the subject. There's a number of books out there on self-publishing, as well as blogs and articles on the web. There's a lot more in this area. Amazon, Facebook, BookBub adverts, Kindle Unlimited, whether to go exclusive at Amazon or mix it up with other providers. I'll cover these in later sessions, but I need to write those first. So I hope you've enjoyed this session and hopefully the one yesterday. I'll try and answer your questions, but if you have something complex, do feel free to email me treaclecustard@gmail.com, and I will stop sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kevin. That was brilliant. Right, let's clear you off the screen there and have a look and see what's come. Oh, crikey, what have I done? I've closed in all my windows. I can't see anything. It's all right. So thank you, Kevin. That was great. We are on a short little break then, and we'll be back at 12 for mental health. And in fact, wait a second. Kevin, is there any questions that you've had in? I saw somebody asking what a blurb was, but I think... I don't know if there's a better description than it's a sort of short piece of information describing your book, but I think you showed actually that it's a bit more than that.
I'm struggling to hear you at the moment, Grant. Oh,
hold on.
Your mix cutting in and out.
Ah, right, okay, hold on. I know exactly what that is. How's that? Is that better?
Yeah, it's much better. Yes.
Yep. Sorry, I forgot to ask if there was any questions that had been asked there, but the only question that we'd noticed and we tried to answer was about what a blurb was, and we were saying it's a sort of short description of a book, but I think that's possibly a bit... You've shown that it can be a little bit more than that.
It's usually found on the back of a published book. I conveniently have one here. It's that's the blurb. I don't know if you can, probably can't see that, but it's the stuff on the back of a published book. You're meant to be able to read it very quickly, and it'll suggest whether you should. It's meant to lure you in. So, yes, this is the book I want to read, and you buy it and read it. So it's an advert, basically.
Fantastic. I'm looking to see if there's any other questions from the chat before we let Kevin get on with his weekend. What's left of it, and enjoy the rest of Lavecon. Where can they buy your books? I think that would be is Amazon, but go on, Kevin. It's a good point for you to give them a nice sort of rundown on where they can get your book. I actually happen to have a copy, and I am working my way through it.
That's good. Bear with me. I should have had this link sorted out, but I will sort it out right now. And that's the link to my book there.
All
I would
right.
love it if you buy and read, and I'd love it if you could give me a review. Amazon's engine does like reviews.
There we go. I've just put
So,
that out there to the social medias and the live stream, so that if you want to have a check out the
excellent.
book, I have. I can't remember how quite. I had a lot of books on the go, and actually I've been really. I disconnected from reading for a number of years for various reasons, and lockdown has really given me a significant chance to get back into it. To the fact that last year I read 78 books, whereas that's more books than I've read in the last sort of 8 years, and I have absolutely really thoroughly enjoyed it. And so I've gone through, of course, the likes of Alan Wright releases a book, James Vigor's book. I've had a good read at that, and I am getting my way through it. And I always like to wait until I get to the end, because you people that write these books, you have a tendency to lure you down a nice narrative where you feel all cozy and you think everything's great, and then you twist it up and send everybody into either bittersweet endings or whatever it ends up. So I always like to. I will give you a review once I have completed it, but so far I am finding it really enjoyable.
Good.
So yeah, I can recommend that. Now there was a question: can Kevin give any hints on going from ebooks to audio? As in when it's worth to do that.
Yeah, I haven't gone down that path myself. I don't know much. You can pay to have a highly competent voice actor read your book. It can cost a fair bit, but it's also I'm told it's quite profitable. I'm not doing that at the moment. I'm looking at building up my advertising skills. But yeah, audiobooks are definitely future. I think with people commuting and everything, and a lot of people just like listening to audiobooks. Can't help you at the moment, but it's a massive field.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that the Kindle setup has done very well, is the ability on multiple devices like me. So if I'm walking, I can listen to the audiobook version, and then when I come home, it synchronizes my reading to where I left off in the audiobook, and vice versa. So yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Any other? We've just got a statement which says no questions, but thank you for all of your great advice. There we go. That's from Simon there. Oh, and I'll get your other links out as well so that people can get those. There we go. All right, thank you very much, Kevin. Right, we'll go back to the programme, and we should be back in just under half an hour with our next segment. Thank you again. Let's just flip it. Greetings, fellow commanders. I am Commander Ashbash Beard, and next up I'm going to present to you my song, Docking Go Quest. Basie's asking for a quest in a station that is having a party. So, if you want to listen to more of my music, you can visit my SoundCloud, which is soundcloud.com/ashbashbeard, and follow me and listen to my other stuff from there. So anyways, fly safe and enjoy yourselves on Lave Radio. just a quick reminder for everyone out there, if you have not picked up raffle tickets yet, you have got just over 15 minutes left to do so. raffle.laveradio.com, and you'll be able to get your tickets there. And we're closing that at 12, so be quick. This is an awesome prize list.
Hi, Commander Kumar the Far here, and you're listening to Lave Radio. Up next is a track that I wrote based on a true story. It's called Pirates Took My Spaceship. Now, if you want to listen to more stuff that I've written, you can find that at soundcloud.com/KUMARTHEFFAR-1. Oh crap, the bag!
It's Nicholas Felix on Lab Radio. You're listening to my track Until the Stars Turn Cold. Hope you like it. If you want more of my music, please visit www.nicholasfelix.com.
It's Friday night, so you know this one's for them eagles, sidewinders. Yeah, let's go. Pythons, cobras, outfitting in the city. Got cell banks and shield tanks, gonna blow you up, so get ready. I'm too
Okay, I'm going to have to interrupt that banging tunes by Commander Human, or Dan, if you know him. You can catch him on Twitch if you're I can't actually remember what his current Twitch handle is. I think it's Dan again, is it? Oh, someone put a message in chat if you are a watcher of Human streams and what he's currently going as. But for now, we're going to move on to our mental health and you presentation with the spectacular and the highly amazing Peach.
That was a beautiful intro. I don't think anyone will ever top that.
I do try. I put the efforts in sometimes. You know, for people that are worth it. Otherwise, it's just it's just like yeah, and it's Simon.
Oh, bullseye. All right, well, thank you very much. So, hello, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. I know I have when I've been able to pop in, especially the musical segments. I do enjoy a good musical, but I'm here today to talk about mental health. Because, well, let's put it plainly, for the last year and a half, most of us have been sat at home for the safety of ourselves and the safety of others, and it gets really bloody frustrating when everything you do is via a computer screen, because everyone has access to everyone very, very quickly, and it means your mental health can suffer. But I think first we'll take it back for a second and just explain what mental health is, because it sounds fairly simple, but everyone has mental health, whether it's good, bad, needs care, whether it's dire and, needs emergency care, whether you've never experienced a mental health issue before, or whether you have a library list like me. You have mental health, just the same as you have physical health. So.
Are you getting some strange noises or something?
I am, yes.
Oh, okay, well then, hold on. Make sure.
I didn't know if I was interrupting someone.
No, you should be absolutely fine. There shouldn't be anything coming through to you, sorry. That's my fault.
That is not a problem at all. No, I just didn't want to interrupt anyone. So, mental health, everyone has it. And that should make sense, because the brain is a physical thing, and it's all to do with the brain, with mental stuff. So, yes, that's the first thing to mention is, yes, everyone has mental health, whatever state it's in. But there is a lot of stigma and there is a lot of misunderstanding around mental health. So I'm sure at some point you will have heard, said, thought, somebody said it to you, things like, oh, boys don't cry because crying's a sign of weakness, or I'm so OCD, or, nobody will believe me if I tell them what a hard time I'm having, so I'll just say I'm fine, or it's just easier to say I'm fine, so I don't have to try and explain this, or maybe this isn't valid, maybe this isn't real, maybe I'm making it up, or I should just grin and bear it because that's what strong people do. The thing is, these sorts of thoughts come from a number of different places, but quite a few of them come from either sexism or ableism. The idea that crying is girly is bad because it's, attributed to being female, or the idea that your worth is based on your productivity and your perceived level of ability, which is ableism. So you have to kind of take those aside and look at those first to understand where everything else is coming from and why it's made mental health such a stigma to talk about. We need to try and work to break that down. I think by understanding the root that causes that stigma, we can actually start to break it down a bit further and start to understand and change how it's perceived. There is also a level of medical speak, so things like, oh, I'm so OCD. OCD is a very, very legitimate mental condition, which can be absolutely debilitating for some, to the point of physical harm. But when we use it in sentences like, oh, I always like to put my pens in color order, I'm so OCD, it trivializes how difficult and dangerous the condition actually can be. And everyone starts to believe it's just much, much simpler, which means people living with severe OCD get played down a lot. So that's the first thing. Everyone has mental health. We need to actually start considering it as serious we do physical health, because if you broke your foot and couldn't walk to work, you probably wouldn't feel guilty about it. But if you're having a ridiculously bad mental health day to the point where you can't find the strength to get out of bed, you're probably still going to feel guilty because you are expected to carry on. It's not right, and mental health really needs to be considered just as much as physical health. And it is not your fault if you are feeling like crap. It is not your fault if your mental health is bad. So we're going to talk a little bit later as well, some places you can go, some people you can reach out to, and just some resources that might help you learn a little bit more, and also to address those stigmas. So I've written all this on my Ko-fi, by the way, so I can keep my my train of thought going. I live with multiple mental health conditions. I live with a form of OCD, which is the obsessive type. Basically, it is a condition called intrusive thoughts. Quite often I will end up, when I'm in a low point, with like a little voice in the back of my head saying nasty things, but over and over. And it's not just the kind of oh, you look fat, and then it goes away type thing. It will go like that for days and days and days and stop sleep. And it gets very serious. So that's what I mean when trivializing a condition can make it very difficult for people with that condition to come forward and talk about it, because it gets downplayed. I also live with a suspected ADHD, which is why I need lots of notes. Otherwise, I tangent for days and just go off, and I'll end up talking about zoos or something like that instead. And I also live with diagnosed chronic depression, which I was diagnosed with when I was 17, which I was diagnosed with because I displayed anger, not because I displayed any kind of sadness or any kind of lethargy. It's because I was just very, very quick to anger. So depression looks different for lots of different types of people as well. The reason I bring up exactly what I live with is hopefully by us talking about it a little bit more and being honest, it opens up honest conversations for other people as well. So what we can do to talk about mental health properly, initially, it starts with you. You have to look inside yourself, look at how you are feeling, and taking time to understand that it might suck and it might be really difficult, but it is legitimate, and it is a legitimate issue. It is a health issue, even if it isn't physically tangible. You don't need to be able to point to the hurt to know that you do have it. And mental health and mental strife can be even more dangerous than a physical issue, because at least you know how to treat that immediately. Mental health can be a lot more insidious. So yes, talking really does help. It's the old, saying of a problem shared is a problem halved. And it does sound silly, but if you're carrying all this weight on yourself, if you can piece off a tiny part of it and give it to somebody else who maybe has the tools to deal with it, you're suddenly carrying less. And that person might be able to carry part for you and help you manage it and eventually give it back, but a lot lighter with a lot more information. So I often see people trying to reach out about mental health, not wanting to burden others. That comes under what we can do to talk about it properly. Ask. If you really need to talk to somebody, just ask if you can talk to them. Because if they say yes, they already know that they're having to put aside that mental energy, that they're having to put, a bit more care into how they're thinking, feeling, speaking to be able to support you. If they say no, then they're probably dealing with it themselves as well. So try and lessen the guilt you feel. Don't stop and not go forward with talking because of feeling guilt. Just ask whether it's okay. It's just asking, even if it's your best friend, just saying, hey, do you have enough energy for me to talk about some mental health stuff? And there you go. You've immediately gotten permission, and then they can help. So definitely understanding how you feel and how you feel about mental health will really help us to talk about it better as a society. But I would also say, look inside yourself as well. And this goes for me, because I've had to do this to try and understand and figure out if you have any discomfort with mental health, if you have any sort of internalized ideas that, you shouldn't talk about mental health because it's shameful, or because, you were raised that, don't cry because that's weak. Like, you got to look inside yourself and address these things. And if you don't find them to be true, you can change that. You can stand up and say, actually, no, that's not how I want to think anymore. I want to be more open with this. I want to understand myself better, because once you do that, it gives you so much more room to empathize and understand other people. And yes, I learned this next line from my friend Olivia, and I absolutely love it. But we are all born ignorant, and you can't be blamed for what you don't know. But it is on you if you are given the opportunity to learn and change, and instead you refuse and decide to stick to what you think. Because if you're being given more information, take that on board and try and incorporate it to what you already know. Because yes, you can't be blamed for what you don't know, but you can learn. I would also say that, and I don't know if anyone listening to this today is a manager or a boss or a CEO or somebody who is in charge of employees, I would call upon you to take this conversation seriously as well. Often in employment, in all the various jobs I've worked, if I needed a mental health day with the conditions I have, I never called in for one. I called in with vomiting or a severe migraine, because those were things that people understood and wouldn't question. But if I ever called up saying I need a mental health day, you would get people asking, well, is it actually that bad? Or could you just come in for 4 hours? Or, could you just buck up and deal with it? And no, you wouldn't be asked to walk on a broken leg. You should not be asked to try and function with severe mental distress. So if you are in charge of employees, look in yourself as well and see how you feel about mental health, check what your work guidelines are, and then try and actually let your employees know that mental health is a reason they can take sick days and that they can trust you with that. Because otherwise you're going to see a hell of a lot more migraines and vomiting cases than actually exist. And it's because people feel afraid to actually admit they need help because they don't think they'll be believed. That's essentially where I'm at with what we can do to talk about it properly, is just look in yourself and understand it, and understand it is as difficult as a physical injury, because it is a physical part. It just doesn't show externally. There is also a link between physical and mental health. So I also live with a condition called fibromyalgia, which causes pressure points all over the body to feel like bruises just randomly out of nowhere, causes random stabbing pains, causes joint and muscular pain. It causes issues with all my various organs and my skin. Everything gets a bit buggered by it. But when that flares up, my mental health goes down. And that's because the body and the brain are obviously one and the same. And so physical and mental health are linked. So if one is suffering, the other usually suffers. It's why you'll probably notice when you have, like a flu, or if you've had COVID or something like that, you've probably felt mentally like crap as well. And that's okay. It's legitimate. It's actually been realized because most people with a chronic condition or the disability will also be diagnosed with depression or anxiety or something along those lines, or with needing help with mental health. And if your mental health suffers, your physical health suffers more, because as Nick has just said in the chat, when your mental health suffers, you may not have the energy to eat, which then may cause you to lose weight. And if you're not needing to lose any, or if you're starting to lose it suddenly, that can be incredibly dangerous for you, or it can lead to binging and sudden weight gain, which is what I deal with, which I'm not really afraid to talk about anymore. But when we talk about these things and we understand that they can affect each other, we realize how important it is to look after our mental health. The same as you wouldn't let an open wound fester, you shouldn't just let mental health issues fester. So yes, I understand a lot of it is guilt as well, but hopefully if you've looked inside yourself and realized how you feel about it, you'll realize that that guilt is other people's problem, not yours. You're perceiving how other people may respond to you. That's their problem. How you deal with yourself is your problem. And hopefully when we all work together, we'll start to make it not so much of a problem. So there are lots of tools online, because that's the main part I want to talk about today, is what tools you can use online to help with your mental health. I will talk about a couple of triggering things here, just so everyone is aware. Things mostly like gambling. So if anyone, oh goodness, if anyone doesn't want to hear about those things, this is just a quick warning, they'll be coming up. But yes, many of us over the last year and a half have spent just loads of time at home, working from home, socializing at home on our computers, or texting, or having to call people, and not really going out and seeing anyone in person. And this can bring a lot of challenges, because although the internet is asynchronous, so we don't need to be like looking at each other face to face and like immediately responding, it often does feel like you need to, which causes issues in itself because you feel like you always have to be online. But there are a number of tools that you can use. There's also been a lot of people doing what's called doom scrolling, which is where there's so much horrible things going on in the world that you read and you scroll and you read and you scroll and you read, and then you click another one and you read and you scroll and you keep going to take in all this information for many, many, many reasons. It could be for, like mine, I always feel guilty if I don't know what's going on because maybe I could help. But you can't help if you have nothing left to give. You have to make sure that you have something in your cup to be able to pour. If you don't have anything left to give, you start taking from yourself, and eventually you'll have nothing left of you. So it's identifying patterns like that will really help online. If you are having serious issues with it, you can use various tools to limit actually how long you can access websites for if you feel it needs to be that severe. How, you know, if you need to only be allowed to look at Twitter 30 minutes a day, it can then lock it for you afterwards and say you don't have access to this any longer, you've used up your allotment. If you don't need anything so serious, there are things to do like muting. So on Twitter, and I believe on Facebook and possibly Instagram, you can mute specific terms. So if you didn't want to see the term ducks, you could block ducks, and you could block ducklings as well. And any post that contained the word duck or duckling wouldn't show up any longer. Or it might say, this post is hidden because you have muted a word in it. And then it's up to you whether you want to view it or not. So you can do that if there's something that you find really difficult to talk about at the minute, or something you're just sick of seeing. You can do things like that. You can also block individuals. This goes for in-game as well, but I have a specific list for other things you can do in-game. You can block individuals to stop them being able to access you and your profiles and posts. Pretty standard, that one. Reporting as well. If somebody is being just a complete idiot, you can report them if you want to take the time. Be aware that doing that generally means you have to trawl their posts to find the ones that you want to report. So it's not particularly fun. But if somebody is being harassing or is attacking you, you can report them. Push notifications are also something I don't tend to see people talking about when it comes to mental health, but the ability and the want to always be online and always be communicating, especially at the minute, can lead to a lot of burnout. And push notifications are one of the most insidious bloody things that you can get. So when you go onto a website, it usually comes up with a thing in the top saying, do you want to get notifications from this website? And sometimes you'll just click yes, or you'll get it on your phone as well. It's like, do you want me to tell you when you get a DM on Facebook? And you say yes. But then that means every single time a thing happens online that may interest you, you get things spammed, you get messages on your phone, you'll get ringing alerts, you'll get a message on your computer. If you have an iPad somewhere, that will start ringing and that won't leave you alone. And then your watch will, it gets too much. It gets too much. So if you have a look on your browser, you can turn those alerts off. You can turn them off on your phone. You can set them to a do not disturb during X hours and Y hours. So have them all off during the weekend, especially while you're asleep. Make sure it doesn't just start ringing while you're asleep. You don't need that. But you can turn off those kinds of things to help you get away from social media for longer. If it's an emergency, somebody will call you. They won't tweet you. So you can do things like that to help out. Games offer very similar things. Obviously, a lot of us here watching today have a couple of games in common. So I'm talking mostly about things that link to MMOs or games with large social aspects. But muting, again, is another thing you can do, stopping a player's voice or chat messages being delivered to you. Blocking, again, stopping them from accessing you in-game. You also have access to profanity filters in games, and that may work if you're playing a game around small people or people that shouldn't be dealing with naughty words. So you can turn that off for chat as well. So it'll just get starred out. Reporting is the same. Push notifications are the same, but especially for mobile games, and especially if you have a little bit of an issue with spending, just it's just a microtransaction here, it's just a little purchase there, oh, it's just this box of something here, it's just this loot box there. Push notifications will always be trying to get you to spend money, and every time they tell you to come back to the game, it will serve you an ad and it will try and get you to spend something. So turning those push notifications off for a game that you may just want to check out every now and then, turning those off can be really, really helpful, especially if you are trying to deal with something like gambling. You can also set payment blocks on a lot of different games, and on especially a lot of mobile games. It will be hidden in the settings. It will be a little tiny button, but you can turn off microtransactions and loot boxes most of the time. Or it will just basically say they're there, but you have a lock saying you cannot spend without a specific password. So if you are struggling with mental health, in that you may be having obsessive, sort of thoughts, you may be spending too much, or you may just be prone to just sort of spaffing money, then you may want to actually limit those to help you control those urges. With social media being asynchronous as well, again, so that's, you being able to post something and an hour later somebody can respond to it. It doesn't need to be immediate. Try and take that time to actually say what you mean. You don't need to respond to people immediately. You can take that time to write something and then put it down for a second and then read it back and go, oh God, no, actually I'm being an ass right now. I'll delete that. I'll start again. Because it is quite easy when we're all stressed and getting frustrated with how the current world situation is, to lash out in another direction. And lashing out online, it often feels, it can feel like a gotcha. You've told somebody off, hey, you've done a good thing, but then all you've done is put out some negativity that's not actually going to get a conversation going, not actually going to start a discussion or actually going to teach anyone anything. And you may just find out you are lashing out and sending out the wrong thing. So take the time to look back at what you're actually saying. Also remember the delete button is there. If you do say something stupid, you can just delete it. And remember, any feedback you make, any criticism you give, whether it's to a game or whether it's to another person, try and make sure your feedback is constructive and not destructive. If you're trying to tear something down, you are not helping. If you are trying to improve something, or you're trying to assist or give feedback, try and make sure it's in a way that actually makes people want to take it on. Again, I'm not going to go into this fully, but I do see this a lot, especially in the way that people respond to game developers and gaming accounts online. I wrote a whole Ko-fi post about that. You need to remember there's people on the ends of every account. And so try and make sure you're actually talking to people as though they are actually people. So the last thing I wanted to mention that I have written up is resources and charities. There's quite a few that I really like, and there's a lot for different groups. And then if anyone does have any questions I can fit in before the end, do feel free to let me know. But there's loads of resources online. So I think I wrote 5 or so down. The first one I think is brilliant is Safe in Our World, which is a mental health awareness website for gamers specifically, which is pretty cool. So it's full of like articles, stories, and lots of like easy to digest information. So it's not like huge blocks of text everywhere, but it includes lists of games that tackle the subject of mental health. So Stardew Valley has a storyline about alcoholism. Oh gosh, I'm trying to think of all the others. It's probably better I just send you to the website. Safe in Our World has a massive, massive list of games that deal with mental health. So if you're trying to find out about a specific sort of condition, you can probably find a game that talks about it in a more sort of inclusive way. The next website is one that I've done some fundraising for recently, which is Mind Out LGBTQ, which is an LGBTQIA plus mental health service. And you may think, well, why does the LGBT community require a specific mental health service? And that's because there's a lot of sort of conditions or thought patterns or issues that may arise within the LGBT community that don't arise elsewhere. And so having a specific service for LGBTQIA plus people is absolutely fantastic. They've got loads of things like posters, leaflets, resources. They have an LGBTQIA plus run live chat service. So you know you're going to be talking to somebody like you who has similar experience. They also have a leave this website quickly button, which I think is incredible. Not many places do. But if you are browsing the website for help and maybe your family aren't as accepting and you need to be able to hide it quickly, there is a button that you press and it closes the website and opens a second Google page to completely cover up what you were looking at. So it makes it a lot safer to read about these topics if you're in an unsafe environment. Mind as well is one that's more geared towards adults, but they also have a children and young adults section for 11 to 18 to open up conversations about mental health in maybe a more age-appropriate way, maybe with more age-appropriate language, but they are one of the UK's biggest mental health charities, so they help with a lot of funding and they have a lot more resources to do sort of in a more medical way than some of the others, which are a lot more emotive. So if you're wanting more sort of specific, to the point information, then Mind might be really good to go to. And another one for gamers is checkpointorg.com, not checkpoint.org, that's a different website, checkpointorg.com, which has more support for the gaming communities. And so it has a support section that has gaming conventions, it has mental health and gaming streams, and a list of global support resources so you can get help wherever you are in the world. It's completely global, all the list of resources that they have. So those are some of my favorites. They're all really good websites. They're all really easy to browse. And they are helpful because even if you don't live with ill mental health yourself, it can help a lot to be able to recognize it and assist others with it. So that's everything I have written down basically, and all my basic notes on that. But if anyone has questions, we've got a few minutes, I'll be happy to answer them. I would just drink first.
Thank you very much, Paige. There's been a lot of discussions and people giving you huge props and love for coming on, and I really appreciate it as well. And I think one of the things that, from my own personal experience of dealing with people who have got issues in mental health and various different factors, is that it does have an effect on your mental health, and you then get into a situation where you feel that there's a mental health top trumps going on, as who's overrides who's, and you made a very, very poignant point about how if your cup's not got enough in it to give, then it's time for you to start treating yourself and looking at yourself from a mental health point of view, so that you can fill that cup.
Again, make your microphone's on again.
That's all right. You didn't have to say, you should have typed it and then I could have fixed it, because nobody out there can hear it being bad. Only you. Paige has to listen to my horrendous crackling audio.
Don't you worry. I'm a professional, but yes, you've got to make sure your own cup is full. And because otherwise you end up just giving away parts of yourself that you can't afford to give away, and that doesn't help anybody.
So yes, if you're out there and you are struggling because you are a carer for someone with mental health issues, then bear in mind this advice is not just for the people you care for, it's for you as well. It's your mental health that you have to look after, because you can't look after someone else if you are suffering. It only leads to the ultimate crisis point that will come when you least expect it, and over the most mundane thing you can possibly imagine, as much as just someone and their alarm goes off a little bit earlier than anticipated. It can be such a small thing, so do look after yourself. Right, let's have a look and see. We've got loads of people just sharing their particular issues and talking about it, which is always good to be able to speak and say it without feeling that people are going to judge you. So you're welcome to share your thoughts here. Yeah.
So there's a comment I see here from Lord Shouty saying, where do you stand on organisation or on using organisations you don't like on Facebook as somewhere to vent anger? Don't do that. Don't do that. They're not somebody you're actually angry with. So why would you take your anger and direct it to somebody who did absolutely nothing to deserve it? And also, just don't shout at people on the internet. There's real people behind every single account. And I say that as somebody who, one of the reasons I left the games industry was over harassment. it has a real human cost. Even though you think you're just shouting into the ether or onto an organizational page, there is still somebody that has to run that page. Even if they deserve it, even if they deserve your anger, they don't deserve your vitriol. And there are ways that you can get in touch with the company that will actually get you help instead of just hurting a social media manager.
I'm just having a look and see if we've got any more questions anywhere, even from the rest of the Zoom call. If you want to unmute yourself and ask, then please do. I can see I got a message from Lennon telling me to kick my potato. Oh, someone was asking actually if you were basically qualified in other ways other than extensive experience. I don't know if you have any sort of particular qualifications you want to share.
So the only qualification I have is a mental health first aid certificate, which I got to go alongside my physical first aid certificates, because there's been times where I've had to deal with mental health crises, not for myself, but with other people. And so it pushed me to go and actually get qualified in being able to assist with recognizing danger patterns and essentially immediate care for essentially people trying to commit suicide.
Yeah, well, I've just seen, we do have a question from Nick, and it's, and I think this is kind of a question, and I think I can answer from another point of view as well, but what was your experience with the NHS mental health service? It's different everywhere, and it definitely is, but what was your particular experiences in accessing them and the quality of support?
Lacking. Definitely lacking. So I got my diagnosis very easily. Essentially, most of the conditions I've been diagnosed with, I have family history going back generations with. So when I first went to my doctor to talk about depression and mental health, it was very clear to see where it had come from. So that was an easy diagnosis, essentially. But trying to get access to therapy, trying to get access to any kind of support has been incredibly difficult, and essentially just ended up going private. It was not easy at all to get support, which is why I think looking into other support networks, other support websites, and advocacy services are probably the best thing you can do. Because one thing you will struggle to do with problems with mental health is be able to actually stand up and objectively say, I need this help and this is how difficult things are. Getting an external view, so an advocate, somebody to work with you, can really help wonders when you actually go to a doctor, somebody that can say, I have observed this, here are my notes, you know, from a professional capacity. And they will often come from charities as well, so you do not need to pay for said service, you'll need to be assessed for them. But yes, looking into getting assistance elsewhere, I think, is a good idea if you find that you've not been able to get help on the NHS.
Yeah, the advocacy projects that if you can get access and they operate in your area, can it's having someone who knows the system, knows how to get what you need from that system and the way to get it, and to make sure that you don't get brushed aside in red tape and jargon, because that can happen. And your social work service in your local area will have its own local budget, so that's a constraint you have to deal with. And I don't know, from my experience recently as well, certainly in this pandemic, the mental health services at your A&E departments are practically non-existent. And having had 2 late night treks to try and deal with drug overdoses, you find that there's no help there. And you're going through crisis points, and the points leading up to these particular issues, you cannot get the help at that point. And that's why it's so important to arm yourself with as many avenues so that you've got somewhere that you can go if you're lacking family or support from that point of view, or you just don't want to bother them, which I think is one of those things. It's a shame because people would rather be bothered than find you that you've hurt yourself. Yes. Then, you know, do get these things. I think there's breathing spaces, another one. I think there's an online counselling service that was recently launched as well during the pandemic to help people. And use them. Just don't wait until you really are climbing the walls and absolutely don't know what to do. Do it when you're feeling the rough and get the help in early, and it'll save an awful lot of hassle. But NHS is a last resort. It's there for those dire situations, and unfortunately, it's not the service that you need. And if you're not sure what's available in your area, just look for your local carer centre and talk to them. Those people will find your access for whatever you need and are brilliant. And that's from my experience. I don't know about you, Paige, but carer centres are the absolute most amazing people who are familiar with how things work in your local area and often can be the gateway to find the services that you never knew existed.
Exactly. You don't want to wait until breaking point to try and get that assistance, because you may end up not knowing where to turn and something may go wrong. It's when you notice, or when you first think, maybe I should get some help, but that's the point you need to get some help. That's not the point to think, well, I'll wait a week. No, the point that you think that is the point to act on it. Even if you think you're bothering someone, even if you're not sure if it's worth it, because it's better to have reached out and gone, oh, sorry to bother you, I'll come back later, than get to the point you need help and you can't get any.
So I'm just trying to see. I'm not sure if it's a genuine. Again, they made comments, and I'm not entirely certain that we have a genuine person. But there is a point that is what happens when this external help leads to harm for lifestyle and family. Yeah, there's always a cost. That's the point that Paige made earlier on. Is if you haven't got it to give, you can't give it. If it has a negative effect on your existence, it's either to the cost of what you need to do in order to keep somebody safe, well, and help them on the road to recovery, or to recover to a point that they can get to where life becomes bearable and enjoyable. Bearable's a horrible word. Enjoyable for people, because life is meant to be fun. It's meant to be enjoyable.
Yeah, so this person who's writing seems to have an idea that there's an ultimatum involved. There's no ultimatum. If somebody's mental health is forcing an ultimatum, then yes, trying to get some help on that situation is going to be needed. I can't comment when it comes to things like child protective services or any specific situations. I can only really talk about your mental health and mental health stuff that I have experienced. But if something is affecting other people, if mental health is affecting other people in your family, and it's your mental health that's causing that, you need to try and reach out to get some help for you, because that will only positively affect other people. There are also things like group counseling sessions or family therapy sessions. If somebody's mental health has also affected others in the family, you need to all talk about it. There are situations like that, but emergency situations, that does come down to emergency NHS, government, local council, that kind of thing.
There's a question in the chat saying, how can we exercise our mental health? Is there things we can do to improve?
Definitely. There's definitely ways to exercise your mental health. It really depends what state you're in and what you feel comfortable with. There is a lot of stuff like mindfulness, which doesn't work for everyone. Some people think it's silly, but some people do find a lot of help taking 5 minutes of meditation every single day. Some people find it helpful to just write down an affirmation every single day. So you just on a scrap of paper, just writing out, I really like how my shoes look today. It's just a nice thing to actually affirm to yourself. Just one thing every single day that you are happy or pleased about, something to look back on and reflect that is positive. You can also look at things like podcasts or mental health streams if you're wanting to sort of hear from others and learn and be able to reflect upon yourself. There's lots of ways to exercise it, but I think it's looking for something in yourself that you enjoy or that you think you would like to hear, and then trying to act on that a little bit every day. Instead of trying to look for, this is really going bad, what can I do to fix it? That's the point you need to reach out to others, because it's past the point where you can just buoy it up yourself.
And I think Ben had a quick. Ben, are you in chat anyway? You could ask it yourself, couldn't you?
I am and I can, but I didn't want to dive in either. I was just wondering if there's any ideas on if there's somebody that you're really worried about who has mental health issues and they won't even accept the fact that they need help. Is there anything you can do?
Yeah. At that point, it really depends on how serious it is. And there will be, I'll trigger warnings for mentions of suicide here. I'll mention that before I continue speaking. The thing to do is just ask them. and to ask them very, very plainly. If you are worried that somebody is going to need serious help, and I'm going to use the idea of suicide as an example, you need to be able to ask them that question. You have to go to them and say, I'm really concerned. Have you had thoughts of suicide? Do you have a plan? Do you have the tools to do so? Do you have whatever you would need to take, like, to go through with your plan? What is your level of mental health? If they still say they don't need any help at all, there's not a ton you can do. You can't lead the horse to water and force it to drink. You can't. But you could then, if you needed to, you know, if they had another close friend who they might open up to, you could say, hey, I'm worried about this person, but they won't open up to me. I didn't know if you could help. You know, again, if it's, you know, a family member, you could reach out to another family member who's closer. Unfortunately, there's no guarantee that you yourself are going to be able to help, but the most important thing you can do is to not sort of bat around the situation and not try to just sort of not try to poke at it. You need to just break down that wall, and you need to ask the question very seriously, because anyone that is going through that serious kind of mental strife is not going to respond to sort of fluffy little questions. They're going to need to get direct and to the point. And if they do answer yes to any of the questions, then that's the point to be like, okay, we need immediate assistance right now. Or, okay, you're planning on doing something to yourself and you say you have pain medication. I need that pain medication. You need to give that to me. I need to take that away from you. And then we need to get you some help. You need to remove the threat. Same as any other first aid situation where you immediately first assess and remove the threat to the person, you need to do the same.
Fantastic. Hopefully you can hear me okay now. Thank you very much. I think it's probably a good point to wrap it up, as you know, when you start to see that you just come round and round in circles, and how vast the mental health issues spread across everyday life. So thank you so much for coming and sharing your advice. We've put links to your blog and your post so that people can come and see this article, read it for themselves, and again find the links. And so remember, guys, the first thing is being able to talk about these things without fear of judgment is key. So a little bit of understanding goes a long way. And thank you, Paige, for helping people here who may well be feeling that, you know, this time has been tough on them, and they didn't really even think that possibly there was something they could just have a wee chat with somebody and it can help them find out that maybe they need a little bit more help than they thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for having me. The last thing I will just mention is something Osric reminded me of, is that I run a series called the Through Our Eyes streams, which is where I get panels of marginalized people together to talk about situations and things like this. I have the next one coming up this month on the 24th, which is a look into health. And that's health as a whole. It's going to feature some people you already know, but we will be discussing mental health with people who have lived experience with a variety of conditions. So we'll be speaking about that on the 24th.
Brilliant. Okay, we will go back and we will see you. I'll go back to the program. Is there anyone else in chat? Anything else before we wrap up? Is everyone good? I think everyone's good, Paige. I think you've been absolutely amazing. Thank you so much again. It's always great to see you as well.
Thank you.
Okay, right. Let's get back to the program. Here we go, and we will see what's up next. Next, we have the Writing Audio Experiences panel at 1 o'clock. So, time for a cup of tea if you've got a chance, or even, crikey, possibly even make a sandwich if you're quick. If you're skilled enough, which I'm not. So let's come back at 1. See you then.
Oh, Jeff, ain't no one gonna be hitting this, and I'm fast. That boost, gonna turn off that flight assist. Pulse hit you, hallelujah. Beams hit you, hallelujah. Rails hit you, hallelujah. 'Cause PvP gon' give it to ya. A PvP gon' give it to ya. A PvP gon' give it to ya. Friday night we're all in class, shooting you in the ass. Shooting you in the ass. Shooting you in the ass. Shooting cheer, gonna take a sip right to Hutton. All it up, leads to your camp shadows. If you show up, we're gonna blow you up in epic PvP battles. I'm too hot, heat sinks. I'll call the system cops now if you can. A good shot, all fixed. Yeah, I don't need to use gimbaled, man. Those slots, all chaps. Ain't no one gonna be hitting this, and I'm fast. That boost, gonna turn off that flight assist. Poles hit you, hallelujah. Beams hit you, hallelujah. Rails hit you, hallelujah. Cause PvP gon' give it to ya. A PvP gon' give it to ya. A PvP gon' give it to ya. Friday night and we're all A class, shooting you in the ass. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Well, before you guys explode outside Delgado on Friday night, it is fight night. I got a little something to say. Come on, sing along now. Uptown PvP. I said uptown PvP. 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 Hyper, jump on it. Get your ass out and flaunt it. Your Cobra is now wanted. Don't brag about it, just shoot. Hyper, jump on it. Get your ass out and flaunt it. Friday night, we're all in class. Shooting you in the ass. 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 Oh, 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 oh. Uptown PvP. I said uptown PvP. 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 You know what night it is? Uptown PvP. I said uptown PvP. It's Friday night. Uptown PvP. I said uptown PvP. Uptown PvP. I said uptown PvP. Yeah.
One of the oldest colonies of the sector, colonial big space cruisers circle and overrun reached the system designated L453 in 2412. The star system was at that time unique.
Lake was most famous for its vast rainforests and the Lavian tree growth. Much of the rainforest has now been cut down, and the famous shrub is now extinct.
Hello Commanders, my name is Devastat and next up is my track called Road to Village. If you'd like to listen to more of my work, please visit soundcloud.com/devastat. Fly safe and enjoy the show here on Lave Radio.
next track is Revolution, which comes from the Lave Revolution album, the official music for the Lave Revolution audio drama. This one's where you climb into your spaceship, take off and start fighting for Lave. If you'd like to listen to more, you can find my work on soundcloud.com/Alan-Stroud-1.
Hello, Lavecon. Right, you're joining me from a new location. You may realize that this is my attic. There is a rainstorm going on outside. I think it's eased off a little bit now, but it was a little bit loud earlier. Hopefully that won't come through. But you are now in, as I say, in the music studio in my house. And this is the setting from which we're going to talk about audio writing and audio writing experiences. So I'm joined on this panel by a selection of guests who have different experiences in relation to audio drama and in relation to audio texts. We want to kind of sort of go round this a little bit so that we get the experiences from several different sides, because I know that some of my guests have experience of being the performer, have experience of writing the script, have experience of being the director, doing the production, etc., etc. And I'm hoping that I can then bring a little bit of contribution by being the musician, or at least giving some ideas in relation to how you write music for audio drama, which you might see a little bit of that, hopefully a little bit later on up here in terms of what's there. So yeah, looking forward to that. And now on my screen, for some reason, we have Kevin eating.
I'm hoping that it's stayed with me, but yeah, I'm sure Grant has set that up perfectly. So yeah, the plan then is to go through all of those different things and to get a chance to discuss stuff. So joining me, I have wonderful audio partner and contributor who I have worked with for quite some considerable time, which is Christopher Jarvis. Hi, Chris.
Hello. I wondered if I should take a sip of coffee. I was listening to that intro, thinking, "Is that coming to me? Am I going to be hugely offended?"
Well, I was kind of
somebody else.
I was kind of thinking that you'd get it, you know.
No. I was thinking, I was half expecting to go to Kareem, honestly.
Like the ponderous cup of tea.
My bestest. Yeah. It would have been, you know, that would have been Kareem. So yes. Joining Chris is wonderful audio actor and star of Lave Revolution as Hans Walden a few years back, which he gave me the chills when he was performing that part for us. Kareem, hiya, Kareem.
Hello, everybody.
And also joining us is a new collaborator of mine, because she's decided that I can do some work for her. So I'm quite happy to do that. She's seen something in something I've done, which clearly it seems to work for her. Is author of the Dex Legacy series, which is audio, and also coming as novels, which is Emily Inkpen. Hi, Emily.
Hello. Yes, hello.
And our final guest, deputizing, but I am sure, based on what I have been told, she has even more knowledge and even more experience than the unfortunately unwell Sarah Golding, is Fiona. Fiona Thrale is here from Dashing Onions Audio, and she's going to be talking a little bit about her experiences as well. Hi, great to meet you, Fiona.
Hi, I'm so sorry that Sarah couldn't make it, but I'll try and understudy the best I can anyway.
I think you'll be absolutely fine. We are a gentle bunch, a gentle crowd. As long as you like spaceships, then everything works in here. So I'm sure it will be all right.
I'd just like to say personally that I'm very pleased to meet Fiona sort of like properly, if you like, here. Fiona, yours having been a name that I've seen several times on the, obviously with the audio drama, the podcast and the audio drama hub community. So it's lovely to actually kind of sit and talk to you properly.
It's lovely to meet you. Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here.
See, I'm getting trolled comments in relation to my intros, and I should probably just explain. I do try to do my intros to such a length that it allows people to prep themselves. It is also about the fact that they are awesome people and they have so many things that I can talk about them. But, I do try. Anyway, right, let us move on in terms of what's there. Thank you, Mr. Stabler, for your able commentary. So I've circulated some discussion points, and we're hopefully going to cover those, and we'll talk a little bit about each. But feel free to riff off of some of this. I mean, we obviously we're all experienced in terms of some of these production systems and how these things work. So if there's stuff that you think that the audience would find useful, then please do venture in and drop it into whatever we're saying. So discussion point 1, and these were circulated in advance, so everybody has had a little bit of a chance to have a think about them. What was your first and formative experience getting into audio drama? How did those experiences shape your thinking? Who wants to go first?
I mean, I can start, seeing as it's on topic for Lave Radio. Although I can go a little bit back before Lave Radio, but I'll start with Lave Radio. We obviously started the podcast, and we were. Sorry, someone was just complaining about how much Vaseline I have on my laptop lens. It's possible that I opened the camera lens with a pizzery finger. That might have been what happened. No, so we started Lave Radio, and we had the idea quite early on of doing some kind of spoof adverts based on the lore that we knew from Elite and Frontier, and also based on some of the stuff in the community. One of my personal favourites was the one about the jumpers, because I really miss the fact that David Braben, when he does his video pieces, doesn't wear jumpers anymore, because I think that's a sad loss to the community. No, but I mean, I'd been into audio drama for a while, and I'd had things where I was, I guess, sometimes recording audio dramas off the radio. So I'd been playing around with audio editing tools, kind of chopping those into usable formats on an MP3 player. And then we started the Lave Radio podcast, and we started putting together these spoof adverts. And we just, we recorded them and I edited them together with whatever software I had to hand. And I suddenly realized I'd been wanting for a long time to kind of work in audio drama. And I'd been kind of looking for how on earth you would get into that and what the opportunities were. And I suddenly realized when I was putting these spoof adverts together that I already had all the tools I needed. Like I didn't need to wait for anybody else to give me the opportunity to do it. Actually, if I just wanted to make an audio drama, I could just, start with it. And the bit that goes back before Lave Radio, I was previously involved in another online community for a game called The Movies, which was a machinima format. And I'd done a lot of kind of voice audio editing for that, because you had the ability to sort of record with actors and slot their voices in under the sort of game footage. But what I would say is, as wonderful as The Movies was, it wasn't an amazing visual format. So I personally found the machinima to be a great practice run for audio drama, because most of it, you have to carry most of it with the script. So that was that was where I came to it. And obviously then with Lave Radio, I just decided, well, I'm gonna make an audio drama. Let's do it. So we started Escape Velocity, and sort of it sort of all went from there, really.
Okay. Karim, you're next on my screen. Do you want to go?
Well, I mean, I've been an actor since like forever, doing a lot of stage, screen, a little bit of screen, and outdoor performance, doing medieval entertainment and stuff like that. Came about 2008, where I was getting sort of fairly frustrated with sort of the amateur drama scene and stuff like this. So I went to City Lit to study directing. And I did 2 years worth of directing courses there, during which time they also had an acting for radio course taught by David Goodison, who those of you who are particularly geeky may know. He was one of the voices of Davros, and a fantastic teacher and audio artist he is. Because I have this voice. People tell me I have a good voice. They tell me a lot I have a good voice. I was working in radio at the time, but in the IT side. And the radio station said, well, we need to use your voice on the radio. So I was doing all kinds of little sort of competition voices for them and stuff like this. So, well, I'm taking my acting career far more seriously. Let's look at this audio thing as well, because people like my voice. So I did that course, got myself a little demo reel out of it, and started looking at all kinds of sort of casting sites like Star Now and Casting Call Pro and all the other ones that happen around these places. And around that time, a couple of years later, there was this strange little game that started up, a little Kickstarter called Elite Dangerous, and some fellow with moppy hair decided to write a book about it as part of the licenses. And I said, Alan, you're quite close to me, given you were teaching at Wickham College at the time. If you need somebody to record the audiobook version of that, I'd love to be involved. And Shirley said, oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'll get back to you. And a few months later, both Chris and Alan got back to me and said, we'd like you to do the audio drama. And so Hans Walden was born.
Do you want to be the baddie? I think was the, probably the phrase in terms of what was there.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, I'd done a few sort of minor bits and pieces before that, but that I would consider that one of my big breaks, because it was a commercial audio drama, and I mean anybody who's read the book knows how fantastic it is, and getting to play Hans Walden is just so juicy. And that gave me a platform as an actor, showing I'd taken a lead role, for want of a better phrase. I'd done a reasonably good job. I'd got to know Chris as well, because we recorded it all at Chris's studio. And it was a great way to launch my career in possibly one of the best ways of doing it, in a studio with other actors, during which time, since then, of course, I've done a lot more solo work, etc. But yeah, that was my sort of formative experiences getting into audio drama.
Fiona, you're on my screen, so I'm gonna let Emily bring up the end of the discussion point. How did you get into things? What was your formative experience?
Yeah, I was quite lucky actually. I got into audio drama quite early when it was about 2006, 2007. And so there wasn't a lot, there weren't that many companies at the time making it in a podcast form. And I'd originally studied drama and writing as well. So I was sort of on that side of things. But I joined Pendant Audio, took a few roles with them, but they suggested, do you want to learn mixing? And I think had it been now, and I'd seen all of these incredible kind of, sound designers and engineers and people from that kind of side, I probably would have said, no, it's not really me because I'm not into physics or maths and all that kind of stuff. But because it felt possible and it felt doable back then, so I did. And so I would actually urge anyone who's more on the arts side that if you feel no, that wouldn't be for me, audio engineering, actually it can be if you put a lot of work in. I did a lot of MOOC courses on Coursera in sound design, sound engineering, also music production, because that also does come into it as well. And basically since then I've been performing audio drama and audiobooks, but also producing and writing. And again, I think very much like Chris said, it's that whole realization that as an actor, certainly you're waiting around kind of like, am I going to get this audition? You can just write the role and then actually bring a team together that you enjoy working with. It's fantastic.
If you have the writing talent that Fiona does, which is awesome, by the way. Some of us are a little more embarrassed in that space.
Emily, what was your formative experience? What got you into audio drama?
Well, I mean, I'm still pretty new in the audio drama space. I feel like the total noob here. But I've got I grew up listening to audio drama, so I was raised on the Hitchhiker's Guide original radio production, to the point that I know it pretty much word for word. So really imbibed it. And then every day listening to, like, my mum listened to The Archers religiously. And so I pretty much knew the audio drama format. And then Chris Gregory of the Alternative Stories and Fake Realities podcast got in touch early last year and said, hey, do you want to, I've read a couple of your short stories. Do you want to write something for the podcast, maybe? And I was like, well, yeah, sure. I mean, you don't say no to an invitation like that. It's a really interesting thing to even think of doing. And obviously I was writing my books at the time, so I had all of the characters and story down, and he said it would be good to do something to do with your book. So I went for prequels, and I wrote the script and I sent it over to him, and he liked it. And obviously the years that I spent listening and really listening, imbibing audio drama helped with that. And knowing the characters inside out already, it felt like a very natural progression for me. So, yeah.
So it's somewhat strange, really, in that my take on this is a little bit different. I think I was 5 or 6, and my uncle Rob, who unfortunately passed away, he had one of those wall stereos. Those kind of, the whole side of the house was just this massive speakers and blah. And he used to say about how, he'd put Top Gun on the telly and put these massive headphones on and just watch Top Gun and the jets taking off and And he, I was there one afternoon, and I think actually I lived there for about a year while my parents were switching houses. And so one afternoon he put a record player on and put on War of the Worlds. And it was a massive, massive changing experience for me, because I didn't know what to do with my eyes. I had the movie, in my head, but I didn't know what to do with my eyes. I didn't know whether to shut my eyes, whether I had to keep looking at my uncle and going, yeah, I'm really enjoying myself, or what I was supposed to do. So I didn't know what to do with myself, which I thought was, was interesting. And then, I didn't do anything with that. But then we went to university, Chris and I. And we went to university together, as many people who've listened to us drone on in the past will know. And I got a bit of prior to going to university, I'd been composing music and doing stuff for stage. So The keyboard that features here, that particular keyboard that is sat here at the moment, which is it's from 1994, so it still works and it's still being used. That keyboard was the keyboard that I did all my my stuff for my A-levels on, and then we were making films, and I got a bit of a reputation for being the person who could sort the sound out, because I don't know if Chris remembers, the first films we made on SVHS, everybody's audio was terrible. It was all really low. And so I would take it home and get my mini disc recorder and record it to mini disc and boost the volume and then bring it back to our terrible Acorn based editing studio, and for some reason I could fix the audio, and I seem to be rather good at syncing as well, getting it so that the lips match up. I seem to have lost that talent now, because as people will notice in some of the presentations for the audio readings yesterday, for the author readings rather yesterday, my lip syncing wasn't so good. But anyway, that aside, so and since that point I've been collecting a sound library, and then later on Chris decided to do some audio drama, and he asked me for some music, and and I started to put some stuff together, and it's kind of nice in a way not to be the writer of the story in some respects. I mean, I loved writing Lave Revolution, but the audio version feels like it isn't mine, and that's not a criticism of Chris at all. That's actually delightful, because it feels like it isn't mine. It feels like somebody has come in and created something that's 10 times better than what I put in a book. So yeah, I think it's quite nice to just be in the music niche, as it were, in that regard. So these obviously everybody's coming at this from very, very diverse angles. How do you all approach your work with audio and audiobooks? Which aspect would you say you're involved in most, or which is the richest aspect for you? That doesn't necessarily mean the most lucrative, although it's up to you if you decide to take the question that way. But which is the part of the process that you value? Who'd like to go first? I think Chris went first last time, so should we go in reverse? Emily, what do you think?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm going to follow on from your point there, that collaboration. I think that some writers of novels are actually quite precious about how their novels are interpreted when it comes to audio drama. And I myself, I get really excited by it. So my scripts, Chris Gregory has said, are actually very pared down, because I'm like, well, I've done my bit, I've done the words, you go have some fun, and the actors can do their thing, and they're the experts. And I get really excited by how it's interpreted and built on. And yeah, okay, it might not be what I imagined explicitly, but it can be better. And sometimes I'm like, well, I could put all of these directions in and try to explain exactly how I imagined it and exactly how I visualized it. But that's taking away from all of this expertise, which is now at my disposal, basically, to make this thing even greater, and to, make everyone feel part of the process, which is what it's all about. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, I did some theatre work back when I was, early on, and sort of the process of that and the interpretation side of things when you're the performer and not necessarily the writer. Yeah, I mean, I'm not precious, basically, and I love it. I love what other people bring to it. So,
Fiona?
Yeah, actually really similar to Emily. Mine's very divided, because part of it, I do audiobooks, which are more pared down than the elite audiobooks. So they are just literally just the narration without music, without effects or cue effects, that kind of thing. And so quite a lot of the time I'm stuck in a booth, kind of talking to the wall all by myself for hours. And in a way, it's quite nice. You can work that around life, and it works really well. But I do really love collaborating with the audio drama world, and there is something very special about it. There was something, we did a live show quite recently up in Birmingham, and it was quite incredible. I don't know, it just crystallized it all for me, that we went into the venue, And every single person who was involved in it, the first thing they did was, "Oh, hi, can I help? What can I do?" And there was someone sort of like screwing in, microphones, someone else doing this. And everyone, there's this whole kind of culture, really, that everyone pitches in, everyone helps out, everyone wants the show to be the best thing it can be. And that really does that seems to be the thing in the whole community, that you put something forward and there seem to be no end of people wanting to help, give their expertise and come together, and it's just really lovely feel. Yeah.
Kareem?
Well, I mean, I'm primarily an actor these days. I have directed occasionally, and I hope to direct again. But my son's been growing up, so that's taken an awful lot of my time. And the acting has, and of course, the last 2 years have not been great for getting together with other people, at least in a physical space. But my experiences of acting and with part of this is yes, the community in the audio drama community in general is an incredibly warm and supportive community on the whole. There are always outliers in any group of people, and it's one of those things whereby, from an actor's perspective, one of the things I gain out of it is the sheer diversity of roles I can play and the number of roles I can play in a year. I don't do audiobooks; they're long form, and they take they're the marathon running equivalent of audio. But doing, I can be playing a pixie one day, or a dragon the next, or Hans Walden another day, etc. As a stage actor, because of my physicality, I would never get to do all those kind of different things. But as a voice actor, I can do whatever people want me to do, and I find that marvelously creatively satisfying, and just great fun, to be honest, as well. So there you go.
Chris? Can he?
There we go. Yeah, I mean, there's two different sides to it. I mean, in terms of what I do personally, obviously the biggest part of the job is post-production. I mean, whether that's an audio drama, because you're having to pull different audio elements together and kind of make them all work in what either sounds like a very natural, or in a sense, similar to kind of filmmaking construction way. But whereas like with the audiobooks, I mean, during the kind of pandemic stuff, I've very much gone on to reading audiobooks myself and then editing them. But to give people an idea of, the difference in time that's involved in the two jobs, reading the book is pretty much a real-time process. It's a little bit longer because you make mistakes, you take breaks, the pace isn't quite the same. But it's generally real time. Whereas, when you're doing when I'm doing post-production on an audiobook, it's anywhere between 6 to 8 minutes per hour for kind of, finished output. So it's, most of the job is sitting at my computer, chopping up bits of audio and doing that sort of thing. I think the part that I really value, though, and I think this was a thing for me early on, because I sort of always have the ability, when I'm writing scripts, I can hear exactly in my head as I'm writing it how I want it to sound. And I think when I first came to Escape Velocity, I had a tendency to try and force the actors to say certain lines in ways as I'd imagined them. And actually, one of the things that I really enjoy about doing audio drama is what an actor brings to your lines. I mean, once you've written the script and given it over to somebody, you actually, and I should say this only really applies to sort of, good actors. But I mean, once you give a good performer, your script and the character, and they take it on, you actually get a lot more back from it if you let them bring their own take to the character and the way they sound and that sort of thing. So, I mean, that's the thing that I really value and miss during this kind of lockdown process. And I also particularly love, I really do like getting multiple characters in to record their dialogue together, because if you can get people doing scenes together rather than, piecemeal, which is what a lot of, online audio drama collaboration does tend to be, it's so great to really feel those characters kind of riffing together. And also particularly, I mean, I'm sure Kareem will back this up, but when you're in the studio with an actor, let's be honest. From those that perform slightly lesser than others, it's wonderful to be in a recording situation with an actor who is a lot better than you, because it raises your game hugely. I mean, I remember we did the Chaos Reborn audio drama, and we had Andy Seacombe in the studio, and Andy Seacombe was just brilliant. And it was such a pleasure to be able to kind of, record some lines with him. And the other guy, Steve, that we had in, was just, really chuffed to be recording with an actor of, Andy's caliber. And yeah, that's just, you can feel it when the kind of level of talent in the studio goes up and everybody gets better. And it's just, yeah, it's a wonderful thing to give over your words and hear other people kind of bring it to life. But yeah, that's the short part of the process.
So let's move on to discussion point 3, and I think actually Kareem's probably going to be the best person to start on this one, specifically because of the approach as an actor, kind of picking up from what Chris has said. You're obviously going to be seeing quite a lot of script, quite a lot of things that people are bringing across to you. So are there any, if you were talking to somebody who wanted to make a start in this, thought they could write some audio, maybe thought they could write a story, maybe it would be best in audio. Are there any particular pieces of advice or rules or guides or things that you would say, try to make sure you do this rather than do that?
Okay. From an actor's perspective, when drawing the characters, don't just rely on the script. Please, if you can, give us a sort of dramatis personae, a little thumbnail paragraph of the character. I mean, yes, we can read the whole script and we can get what we can out of the script, but life would be a lot easier if we had a bit more of a backstory itself for you. I mean, in the theatre, we workshop scenes till they're blue in the face, and we have the time to do that. If we're doing audio drama, we don't have that kind of time. Times are short, money's short, etc., etc. So we're typically sort of reading the script and going. We may do a prep read first to make notes, etc., etc. But if you can give us a thumbnail sketch of the character, their history to this point, why they are the way they are, and a rough idea of the way you see the character being with an example, not expecting an exact duplicate, because that way it gives the actors room to put their own spin on it. That helps immensely. And at the bare minimum, 3 keywords that you would use to describe a character. That's if I just get a script and nothing else. I mean, maybe if it's 5 lines and a big thing, and the writer doesn't have that much time to describe this character in detail, give me 3 keywords to tee off of for that character, and that will give me a grounding from which I can then launch my performance. Because in any production, yes, you have the lead characters, etc., but the superstructure of the piece is also all the supporting characters as well. So they have to have a life and a truth to them to be delivered as well. And if you can give us those bare minimums, it gives us something to launch from. And yeah, that's best from my perspective.
Fiona, what would you say would be the kind of advice that you would give to somebody who is perhaps approaching this medium?
I would say that the audience, bear in mind that your audience, your listeners, are really working hard while they're listening, because hearing things and only having that audio cue is quite hard. It's abstract. So the thing that I would say is, when you're writing a scene, if you have a scene and it's got 6 characters in it and only 3 of them are talking for 2 minutes, the other 3 are just going to vanish. So you're better off either writing scenes with small amounts of characters at a time, or having interjections coming in quite regularly, saying each other's names a little bit more often than you would in normal life. Again, just to help your audience to kind of lift. Otherwise, it can be quite hard work, I think. That'd be my advice.
Chris, I think that Fiona stole your line there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, not at all. No, I thought it was incredibly amusing. So the invisible characters line, Chris, I think Fiona stole your line.
No, it's absolutely fine. I was actually thinking, it reminded me when she was saying about characters kind of using each other's names more often than they would. It reminds me of a comment my friend always used to make about the X-Files, that for 2 people who work together every single day, they use each other's names an awful lot. But Yeah, no, I mean, no, I totally agree. You've got to, if in audio drama, if you don't hear it, it doesn't happen. And if a person doesn't speak, they're not there, unless they're kind of, the patient in the bed kind of, character. Not now. And so I'm having one of these BBC interview moments of a child appearing in the background. So the thing I'd say, I mean, and this is the advice I'm always going to give to anyone starting writing audio drama: don't rely on sound effects. Don't rely on sound effects to tell your story. Don't rely on sound effects to give across information. A lot of the time, people don't know what they're hearing without context. And actually, this is a really valuable thing, because it means that when you're making sound effects and things, you can substitute all kinds of other daily objects and things like that. Like, the famous thing of, a person walking in snow. If you get yourself an iceberg lettuce and sit and punch it, you'll get kind of snowy footprints. But I mean, that's the point, is people quite often, when people hear a sound, they're associating it with what they already know to be happening.
Yeah.
Oh, come on then. Come and see here. So that's the thing I say. I mean, I got, as a sound designer, particularly when I'm working on other people's scripts, I had one the other day, which was great. It came up in the script, and it was a sound effect of global temperatures rising over a number of years. And I thought, I like to think I'm pretty good at what I do, but that one, I just thought, I'm gonna skip it.
No, you get one of those whistles that goes up, right, with the slider,
Swanee whistle.
I thought of as well.
That's absolutely thing. No, but I mean, seriously, I mean, you've got to. I mean, essentially, I would almost go so far as to say you've got to make sure your script works without sound effects. Like, if the story works without sound effects, it's going to sound great with sound effects. Now, there are some exceptions. There are some sound effects that add lovely things to it. I mean, escape velocity wouldn't be escape velocity without someone going to hyperspace every 3 minutes. And I think the other thing as well is, not to, just not don't rely on. I think it's very easy to try and rely on technique and technical tricks to tell stories, but at the end of the day, it's in the characters and in the dialogue, and that's where 99% of the story lives.
The challenge is accepted, by the way. In a minute, I'll see what I can find, and we'll go for global temperatures rising. Emily, what advice would you give in terms of writing for audio and sort of thinking about starting out in terms of doing this?
Well, one of the things that I did for my first audio drama, because it was preceding books, and this world is incredibly important to me, and because I was doing it all in COVID, so I've never been in a studio with the actors, but having done theatre work and stuff, I know that kind of environment, and I know how important context is. And to follow on from Kareem, what Kareem said, is that what I did was I made a small video of me talking about the characters for each of the actors. So just 5 minutes, like 3 to 5 minutes of me just saying, this is who they are. But there was something about the chat and just getting out my view on them and getting some context across, like, this is where they've been, this is where they're going, this is who they are in relation to the other characters and how their personality plays off the other characters in time. That I did, and apparently they found it very useful. And we've also been doing, before going into production, Zoom calls with the entire cast. So for half an hour, just sitting down and discussing the script and giving the actors enough time to sort of ask some questions about it. And just giving, because I was really concerned that the actors wouldn't feel supported in portraying the characters, and these characters are really important to me, so I wanted them to do a good job. It was in self-interest, really. So I really wanted them to get it, and so that was a really good thing to do. Just that. And the other thing that I think is that you should be able to stick your characters in a cardboard box and have them still be interesting, and people still want to know what happens next between them. And I guess this plays into the don't rely on sound effects and things. And even in my novel writing, character comes first all the time. And maybe that's why it translates to audio drama so well, because I'm not just going on and on and on and doing a tourist guide of my world that I've built. it's all about the characters.
Character
So-
and plot. I mean, I suppose the key thing to describe that is the need for the story to always move forward in every scene. So something has to happen in every scene. Something has to be driven forward in every scene because it's such an intimate medium. It's here, and it's in here. It's a unique medium for you to be potentially so in the emotional state of the show. Okay, people listen everywhere. People listen in cars. People listen with going for a walk, etc. as well. But if you think about the ideal listening scenario as well, someone can be listening in a good scenario and just being completely absorbed. So
yeah, I think, I mean, there's a Mark P. Wolf talks about this in a different context. He wrote the book on world building and theories of subcreation, I think is the subtitle. But there's one specific set of phrases that he talks about, which is low narrative resolution and high narrative resolution. And the low narrative resolution is basically you giving people a character summary, giving them a sketch, giving them an idea of, well, I think this person's a bit like this, or the 3 words about them, or something else, so to use all the context that everybody's kind of said. And then the high resolution is when you want to do show not tell, or another dramatized context. So in an audio sense, it's all tell in a way, isn't it? But you know what I mean in terms of it being show. It is the idea of it being rich, and the idea of it being explored in real time, and the actions actually happening within the text, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I think that probably gives a nice way of kind of mapping this into into other boring literary theory. There we are. That kind of works. All right.
One other quick point.
Yeah.
Because we are working in audio, and because you are working potentially with actors from around the world, and especially if you're working in genre fiction, pronunciation guides.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. I had to do that. I had to do lists.
Yeah.
Even in audio as well.
Yeah. Even to the games company that actually owns the copyright of your book, or at least owns the original brand. You have to make sure that they understand that it's Lave, not Larvae. And even the guy that wrote the original game, no, it's not Larvae, David Braben, it's Lave.
For 35 years, it was Larve to me, not Larvae.
It's Lave. You were all wrong. I was right. Okay,
DSO, for goodness sake, it's DSO.
Yeah.
So it's a good point as well about putting them in an audio file, because sometimes if you say, oh, this name rhymes with bath, and then of course half your cast are doing it from different ways. So yes.
Yeah.
That moves us nicely on to discussion point 4, which is that we are working in this incredibly imaginative medium. We are having the opportunity to create this amazing picture in the mind of the reader, which is obviously going to be slightly subjective and slightly different for every reader. But let's peek behind the curtain slightly. What's the strangest, most different behind the scenes experience compared to what's actually the presented experience within audio that you've ever had when you were working on an audio piece? Who'd like to start on that?
Dare I tell you what, I'll start, and I'll probably lower the tone for everybody. Recording Foley, is always kind of fun. I did one where I had obviously, I had a kind of sex/kissing scene in a thing, and obviously you don't necessarily get your actors to kiss on set for you. Not usually, not unless I really like the look. I had this brilliant idea. I was like, I know where there's loads of kissing, porn. And for a long time, I was trying to get kind of intimacy sound effects from porn clips. And actually, they don't work as well as sound effects as you might think they do. So I'll be honest, most of the time when you hear kissing in any of my audio work, it's me and my hand. Because I can make that sound the way I need it. Honestly, with lockdown, a lot of my dating life has been me and my hand. So, I don't see why the kissing should be any different. The other fun ones I've done is a lot of the time, if you hear like really visceral gore, in my stuff. That's me with what was left of Sunday's roast chicken and a tin of chopped tomatoes.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, one of the elite books got very messy at one point. Someone got sliced in half with a meat cutter, so I needed it to be.
Wasn't me. Wasn't me.
It wasn't you.
I didn't
no,
write
wasn't you.
that. I didn't write that.
And the other weird one, and I'm sure Kareem will appreciate this as an actor. Sometimes in audio, your actors struggle to reproduce the physicality of a line. And what I mean specifically by this, there was a scene in Escape Velocity where May, played by Amy Timms, was meant to be being kind of dragged away, and we couldn't quite get the right physicality in her voice. So I said to her, I said, look, do you mind if we do something? I'm gonna put my arm around your waist if that's all right. You know, we chased it all out, it was all fine. And what she basically did, I said, you try and record the scene. I'm going to try and drag you away from the microphone. Don't let me drag you away from the microphone. You've got to do the scene. So we did that. So there was this moment of me kind of pulling on this actor, trying to get them out of the booth while they were sort of yelling the lines. And, you know, it worked. It's not, you don't normally get into physical stuff when you're doing audio drama, but every now and again, it helps.
Fiona, what kind of behind the scenes experiences that sort of pierce the imaginative bubble can you think of that you've been a part of?
Yeah, a bit like Chris, I think doing Foley has been fun. I had some teeth that came alive and popped out of someone's mouth. So that involved a lot of peas in pods and some marbles. That was fun. But actually, to put something in on behalf of Sarah, because when she was doing Anyone for Coffee, she recorded that on location. And she was doing that sort of field recording. And I think they actually did beat up a bush in it and sort of ripping someone's garden apart basically while they were celebrating. And I know as well that there were a couple of scenes where they were sort of lying down talking to each other, and if you do actually lie, again a bit like Chris was saying, it changes the physicality of the voice and it actually sounds like you're lying down. So I think there was a lot of sort of microphone dangling and that kind of stuff there. So but sadly I missed that, but I think they had a whale of a time.
Emily, any particular experiences that you wanted to share?
Well, as I say, all of mine has been done in isolation, but I have my actors, I know that they I've done some battle scenes and they've sprinted up and down the stairs 10 times before recording their lines and, you know, done some push-ups or something to, you know, make them a little bit out of breath, which is fun to hear about. I think that I really want to get in the studio. It would be amazing to be there and to be live and be able to just sort of experience that. I would say, one of the experiences, which is probably quite universal, is just hearing back multiple actors reading your lines and calling into question your own writing in a way that is incredibly it's not like anything else, and hearing the same line done 25 times by different people and you're thinking, God, did I write that? Like it certainly throws into sharp relief the need for things like pronunciation guides and, you know, just more information about the character and things like that. So yeah, that's basically the extent of my experience, being all very distant. Yeah.
Kareem, is there any illusions that you would like to ruin for us?
Well, I've actually discussed this on another interview, but I'll go through this one. I think I did a show last year. I'm a regular appearer on the SCP archives. Some of you may or may not be aware the SCP is a sort of horror anthology wiki where people write all kinds of stories are based around this organization that tries to manage them and save the universe, etc., 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 etc. One of them, SCP-3001, Red Reality, I play the protagonist, who is a chap who's been trapped in a sort of nether universe by some kind of science experiment going wrong, and is slowly over a period of years or time being faded out. Into his molecular integrity is dissipating. Now, when I got to recording this was 2 years ago, actually. Sorry, my apologies. This whole last year has been so easy to remember. But it was just as I was starting to extend my house. So my recording space at the back of the house, where there wasn't much noise, was being translated to my son's bedroom. And I had to go into his old bedroom temporarily, which was at the front of the house with a really rattly window and almost no sound treatment and whatsoever. This, I hadn't found a local studio to use at that point. So as you can imagine, with this being a bus route, I had to record this kind of thing late at night with noise and cars going past and all this kind of stuff all the time. So I basically, this is a whole 1 hour show, 90% of which is my voice.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So that's at least 3.5, 4 hours of recording, because you have to do 3 versions and this and that and the other. Late at night, with cars going past on a fairly regular basis, I was so exhausted because I was getting finished like 3:30 in the morning trying to get this thing done, that I think, shall we say, the performance that came out in the end was fairly true to what was actually happening in the script, because there was not much of my brain left. It's the 3:30, having sworn 1,700 times, what are you doing driving past at 2 in the morning?
Can imagine the outtakes must have been amazing. Somebody sitting there, with you swearing and swearing and swearing at cars. That was probably absolutely hilarious in and of itself.
Yes, so there was that one. And if you want another one, occasionally we get to work live with other people. And I got asked to do a show last autumn. And I was recording with a producer and director in LA. And I didn't know much about this role other than it was quite a significant one, an audio movie. They're sort of breaking into the whole audio movie space, called Unsinkable. And the publicity only came out just as I started recording with the guys, and they let me know, it's fine, you'll be working with John Malkovich. Oh.
Right.
And Thomas Brody Sangster and Brian Cox, the actor, and list a whole slew of actors. And it's like me trying to keep my shit together whilst doing this. Thankfully, I wasn't recording with them on the mic at the same time, just with the director and the producer. But it's like, okay, I really have to step my game up here. But that was like a brown trouser moment in uncertain terms. I'm still waiting for that to come out, by the way. Hopefully it'll come out soon. It's on IMDb if you want to look up the cast, etc. But yeah, that was...
So this then, having gone through some of the shattering of illusions, let's go to the best of the best. So if you can all have a think, are there moments, are there particular scripts, particular productions, or just even scenes, a specific circumstance in a particular piece that you would recommend as being the most innovative and influential thing that has been produced in audio? Are there any particular productions you'd suggest that people check out, or other particular people's work that you would suggest would be amazing to take a listen to? Oh, complete Zoom silence. Oh.
I can do loads, but I don't want to start. Maybe Emily this time. Oh no, she did it on last time, didn't she?
Fiona, do you want to start?
Yeah, I can start. That was cool. I would say it's someone who doesn't necessarily get as much attention as I think they deserve. And it's Jack Kincaid does Edict Zero FIS, which I think, in terms of how epic you can take a tale, it is really quite extraordinary. The detail of the world building and so on. It's a big sci-fi with lots of intrigue and bombs and exciting stuff going on. So I think in terms of size and scale and just magnificence, really, I think he's brilliant, and he does it alone.
Wow.
Yeah. And for music, I was thinking Cane and Fields. I don't know if you know that, by Oliver Morris. The music in that is really like an extra character, and at points it kind of takes over the dialogue, and it can even become slightly disorientating, but it's a very kind of visceral emotional experience, and I would recommend it's kind of horror, paranormal kind of thing. It's very good indeed. The final one, if it's okay to mention a third, is one called Borderland that I heard by Sarah Woods, which is a BBC production. And it's basically a kind of a dystopian Greater Britain has happened, and it's somebody trying to escape as a refugee to Ireland across the sea. But it's all done from the viewpoint of the refugee, and so everything is happening to you as a listener, and so again it's incredibly immersive and incredibly sort of quite scary and powerful. So yeah, I think it's quite cool.
Kareem?
If I can say one I'm in, because if you like psychedelia, I would point people at What's the Frequency by I've forgotten the producer's name. Anyway, look up What's the Frequency podcast, as in the audio drama, not What's the Frequency with Mark Murren. That's a psychedelic noir horror comedy where I play a noir detective with a spunky sidekick, and it has all kinds of funky sound effects and really sort of mind-bending stuff, and that's a real sort of advanced level audio drama to listen to. Other ones I think are really worth listening to. I mean, if you haven't heard Wooden Overcoats, do so. Wooden Overcoats is simply top level, A grade, A+. No one can beat it, really, even sitcom about two competitive funeral directors on a small Channel island. And it is brilliantly written, fantastically acted, and hilariously funny in parts, and terribly poignant and heart-wrenching and gut-punching at various points as well. Some of the best writing. David K. Barnes, if you ever want to study his work as a writer, he's brilliant, as well as the producer's doing a great job as well. David is now working as a script editor for Big Finish as well, so some of the Big Finish shows he's involved in. I could carry on for hours, but I'll leave it at that for the moment.
I second that. Wooden Overcoats is amazing.
Well, do you want to carry on there, Chris, and give us your recommendations?
Yeah, can do. I suppose a few different things for a few different reasons. I mean, I'll start with one that's a little bit self-congratulatory, and we'll get that out of the way. I really liked what I did with the ending of Series 3 of Escape Velocity, because I've always used, because Escape Velocity was my learning area, I've always used Escape Velocity to try things in audio that I weren't sure if they'd work, because it didn't matter if it didn't work. It was just me releasing a podcast. And there was a thing that if you watch shows by like TV shows by like the CW, there's this thing that they tend to do like at the end of an episode, almost sort of epilogue, where they have like a piece of pop music and it kind of cuts to characters not actually saying anything, but it's like a montage. And I really wanted to do that, but obviously in the audio format, you've got to have dialogue. So I wrote this ending to Series 3 that had this idea of this piece of music that was interspersed with little short scenes of the characters. And I was just personally really pleased, with the way that attempting to move what was largely a visual storytelling device into audio, really worked. So we'll get the self-congratulatory bit out of the way. That was just something I was really pleased with. In terms of in terms of format, I mean, people don't talk about it as much now, but it's easy to forget how influential it was. But Welcome to Night Vale, I think, remains a really clever format. The idea of telling a story about this weird kind of paranormal, paranoid town entirely through the format of like a local radio host, and the sort of letters that get written, and reportage on what's going on outside the studio. I just think, whether you like the story or not, it was such a clever conceit to come to audio drama that way, to take something that was already established as an audio format, i.e. a DJ talking to their audience, and then using that to kind of subtly start to communicate that not all is right with the world. I think that had a big impact on me in terms of the way that you can do storytelling without necessarily having, a sort of script full of characters per se. I'll probably leave it there.
Emily?
The other one I was going to mention. Just because I love the writing and just because it's amazing, the latest series of John Finnemore's Souvenir program Normally, John Finnemore's Souvenir Program is a sketch comedy show, and
Yeah.
it's one of the funniest sketch comedy shows ever written. This year, I suspect probably because they haven't been able to have live audiences, they've changed the format. So now each episode starts off it focuses around a particular character in a family, and it's done in that Memento way where you start in the present and then the next scene kind of explains what just happened, and then the next scene, and it goes backwards and backwards and backwards in time. And then the next episode of the series will be somebody else in the family or someone that's related to them in some way. And it's just wonderful. I mean, I wouldn't even go so far as to describe it as laugh out loud funny. It's not like belly laugh funny, but it's so clever and so endearing and so and such a wonderful way to explore these families from different viewpoints. And there's this amazing conceit that runs through it around. It starts off with this band playing a gig, and they're talking about they're going to do this song. And it's supposed to be A Nightingale Sang in Berkeley Square, but the drummer's got this idea that the song has a chorus that goes, and the dog goes bow wow, and they're all looking at him like, that's not how. And he's like, no, it is. I remember it from my childhood. And over the course of the series, you realise where this thing's come from, and it's just that's definitely worth listening to.
Emily, what would you say were the innovative and influential things that you've experienced in audio?
Well, I mean, obviously I was sort of raised on Hitchhiker's Guide. I've talked about that. I would say that anyone sort of wanting to get an introduction to audio who hasn't really looked at it before, I would say subscribing to the Alternative Stories and Fake Realities podcast is really good, because it's like a smorgasbord of different forms of audio drama telling, and they have spoken word, poetry, straight sci-fi. I mean, every season they've got 2 sci-fi pieces, but they also have loads of other stuff. They've got environmental pieces. They feature authors who are not that well known through to authors who are really, really established. And it's just a great way to sort of get an overview of different styles. In terms of like innovation and things, like I will say there's one moment, I'm gonna like shout about my own thing here too. But there's a moment in my own one called The Bomb where there's a moment of silence. And there's something about silence in audio drama that can be incredibly powerful. And because it's audio and everything's reliant on audio, the temptation is to put noise and dialogue all the way through and not shut up and just have constant noise. But then that means that the occasional moment of silence is very powerful. And I've had listeners sort of say to me, that moment of silence when no one's saying anything and you just get this idea that something catastrophic is happening. And yeah, that can be incredibly powerful. So yeah, it worked.
Okay, fantastic. So if I was a new audio writer or a writer who was looking to get into this, a very quick piece of advice that you'd give somebody that was looking to either to write something, to become a producer, to become a director, they want to make an audio drama. What's the quick piece of advice that you've learned along the way that you would suggest to them?
Do it.
Do it would be the advice. Okay, yeah.
Start, basically, yeah.
Start.
And
Yeah.
keep going.
Yeah, sounds good. Any other advances on that?
Check out quite a lot. There's a lot of stuff out there. There's things like the Audio Drama Writers Independent Toolkit you can listen to. There are various podcasts on all aspects of it. So go and have a look at those and get loads of advice.
Join the Audio Drama Hub on Facebook.
Yeah.
Literally anybody who's everybody pretty much in audio drama around the world is a member of that group. We have 4,500 members and counting at the moment.
It is interesting that the community is kind of evolving, almost in front of our eyes, isn't it? Really, in the last few years, it's quite interesting to see that, that people in the, who are working on audio drama are kind of, they end up on panels like this and go, oh, I know you, and stuff like that.
The thing that's blown me away is how much is being created now. I mean, when I first started, we'd have like one new show every now and then. With that, I think Cambridge Geek, John is tracking every new audio drama that comes out. I think we're now to 7 new shows a week.
Wow.
It's ridiculous. You know, you just can't keep up anymore. And they're
No.
all kinds, literally anything you could possibly, your heart could possibly desire is now being produced because people have had the idea and they want to get it out.
Yeah.
That low barrier to entry is a fantastic benefit. Curse as well, but then people learn. You know, I've seen producers start off with stuff that's a bit ropey, and after 4 or 5 shows, their stuff is brilliant. You know, that's the thing. You can see these people produce and evolve over in front of your ears, well, within your ears, in front of your eyes. Anyway.
And I think as well, with the sort of diversity thing, I think if you're listening to this and you're thinking, well, I'm not the kind of person that does that, you are exactly the kind of person who should be doing it, because we need stories out there from everywhere, and this is the perfect place to do it, you know.
Especially non-English voices or me being an Arab, I'm sort of an outlier, especially in the UK audio drama scene. The US market has a lot more people of color and stuff like this, but it's still a very, very pale environment. If you know, if you're a person of color or a person with a different background, right? We knew stories from other people's things. One thing I've liked a lot from Disney's latest set of films that have come out, they're all stories from other areas, from Asia or other things. It's lovely hearing new stories, fresh takes on entirely different worlds.
Okay. Any other advice anybody would suggest?
I would say close your eyes and listen to the world and to everything. I mean, even watching a movie, just try closing your eyes while you're watching the movie and seeing how much of that translates. And, you know, just, try closing your eyes and try listening and see what happens and see how you do things maybe differently, or see how you'd use that sound or how you describe that sound, or
Brilliant. Okay, I'm gonna let you have the last word on that there, Emily. I think that's probably the most poignant thing that that we could probably close on. The only thing I am going to say, and I've decamped myself into this loft to make sure that that we had an opportunity to do this. You know, the one thing I do want to just finish on is to give people a bit of a chance to see how a kind of, you know, if somebody's doing an audio piece, somebody's doing an audio drama, they're writing it, they're directing it, they're producing it, they give stuff, and how I approach it when I'm looking at doing the music. So Chris well knows that what he's done in the past is he just gives me a bit of a brief. So let's take the one that we had earlier. All right. So you'll notice here in the last hour I've not turned round. Okay, so I haven't gone and prepped anything. But Chris did say, what was it? Global temperatures rising, wasn't it?
It was, it was sound effect of global temperatures rising gradually over a number of years.
Okay, give me 1 minute. I think I've got something for you here.
Is it a Swanee whistle?
No. I think we'll go for. Here we go. We want to go out of rhythm suite. No, it's rhythm suites. Or was it rhythm suites? No, I think it's in this one. Here we are. Yeah, this will do. Right.
I am so here for this.
Complex pads, risers. Here we are. Risers. 15-second riser. All effects. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so let's bring that one up. Okay, so this is from Gravity. Now, I haven't been working with soft synths a lot. Most people, well, if anybody knows, I'm a bit behind the times. Most of my stuff is hard synth. So what you can see over here in front of you is my Roland JV. There's a Roland XV underneath it. So those are my hard synthesizers, and that's all rigged up to my sound effects drive. So there's, you know, I can basically sample from any of that. But then over on this side, over behind me, is my soft synths computer, which is set up like another track, another channel, you know. So Gravity is one of my soft synths synthesizers. Let's just have a listen, see if I haven't tried anything, but this is a 15-second riser, all effects. So we'll try a few examples. Not bad.
Yeah, brilliant. Perfect. Starts at 25 degrees Celsius, ends at 31 degrees Celsius. Perfect. Absolutely. Yeah, genius.
How's that one?
I like that one better.
Yeah, I think so.
Got more depth, you know, like you get more jeopardy from the rising temperatures.
If it goes more discordant as you go up the range.
That one's pretty nasty. Now that one's a bit light. See if we can boost a bit of volume here and try.
And then just what you need is someone over the top just going, whew, it's a bit warm. Is it hotter than it was yesterday? I think it's hotter than it was yesterday.
Awesome rain or something else. But, you know, typically when we're looking at doing music, what we're trying to do, I mean, you know, I say we, I mean me, what you know, essentially what I'm trying to do is just trying to capture something of what people are looking for in the mood. So very similar to the character idea. If I get a bit of a brief, if I get, you know, a bit of an idea of, well, what kind of feeling sensation are you looking for? So before this weekend, Grant said to me, can we do a Lavecon theme tune? So I kind of had to think about that, and I had to think about what are we trying to get in the mood? And the start of the piece that I came up with was actually quite minor key and quite down. And I was thinking, oh man, come on, you're going to run a convention. Everybody's happy to see people. You can't have it, you know. So then it went to strong chords, you know, in terms of what's there. But, you know, I mean, immediate go-tos are when Emily said to me she liked Vangelis. So immediately... I can do that all day, you know. That's easy, you know. We can drop down to something a little bit subtler, which works.
Getting very Hitchhikers now.
Yeah, as soon as you get the modulation wheel in, then that one works much better.
Ooh. I can feel the total perspective vortex from here.
But that was just the pitch bend, you know. You got to hold it. You can't let it go down while the echo's going away. In terms of,
I love how you say this is easy. You're supposed to be saying this is incredibly complicated. And,
you see, and the other thing, and I think I'll finish with this. I am, or actually no, there's one more. We'll show you. I'll do another quick soft synth. This is amazing. I still haven't figured out how to use this yet. Let's just see if we can set this one up. See if it'll load quickly. Come on.
I love this. I could watch an hour of this.
Right. So I've got something called action strings, right? So I love orchestral, kind of driving orchestral music. I think driving orchestral music really does stuff in, you know. And then I found this, you know, I kind of put these things together and, you know, and basically, you know, ended up writing loads of orchestral music where I'm tapping on the keys really fast to try and get that kind of, you know, driving violins and what have you. And then I find this, which does this. Hang on, let's get it. This is action strings, which basically got a whole set of patterns that I can just change. So we can go from and that rhythmic pattern I can alter, so I can completely change. So if we want to go for something different,
oh yeah,
yeah, okay, yeah.
When's the album coming out, Alan?
As a cellist, I'm just feeling the RSI.
and the thing with that's all live, live captured. So the you know, the studio that produced that particular soft synth, it's all, you know, real capture, and then they just give it to you, and you basically you can sit there and play around with it, and you play the tempo, you can play the pattern. So if we pick another one, you know, just change it again, and I can mix those in real time. Yeah, I know, right? You know, I can mix those in real time, so I can actually mix them together. If I play two-handed, I've got one that will control which riff is happening, and the other
Yeah,
one will
yeah.
play the riff. So you can
So
mix
you can
them.
play the orchestra basically.
Yeah,
Like
it-
when you're doing this, do you listen to the audio drama while you're doing the sound?
It depends. I mean, some people, it depends how we're working. I mean, quite a lot of the time it's people just give me a brief and I just write something, and it's quite general, because then if they're the director, then they can fit how they think it works. Because half the time when I'm working with Chris will work out what he needs, and he will have a vision as to where he needs it. He will basically set up what he wants and just gives me a bit of a guide. So I just go and put something together, and then he can then edit it. He can then work it into what he wants it to be, rather than me trying to absolutely nail exactly what he's after.
And and just to add to that, because it's a cyclic process, because what we've tried to do in the past is I've edited a scene without music, and then Alan's gone away and scored music that fits. But actually, when you then take your musicless scene and put music to it, it changes the pace of the scene. So you'd end up going back and forth with, and I know this is what they do in a lot of movie scoring. They do this stuff and then they record it, and then they're like, we've made an edit. John Williams, can you give us another 2 beats in the middle of that bar, kind of thing? And it's it's much better, I think, to what I really like about what Alan does with his writing is that he'll give me a piece of music that has different sections in it. So I think, like, particularly early on in Escape Velocity, when we didn't have much of a library, but like Alan could give me like a 3.5 piece of music, but because it has different sections to the piece, I can kind of sometimes I can take like a 2-bar section, and that 2-bar section can underscore an entire scene just because it's the right vibe.
And then you went back, Chris. You found a piece of music. Do you remember? You went back and you found a piece that you hadn't used, and it was this.
Yeah.
I'd done a piece using Letter from Pat from which is a patch on the Roland.
Yeah.
And I'd just done it in between 2 pieces, and because you hadn't used it, I'll just turn it up a bit. Because you hadn't used it, you went back and thought, I can use that for that.
Yeah.
It was, and that's just it's a kind of plinky plonk guitar with a little bit of strings behind it, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's got a lovely echo to it.
You're reminding me of an ex of mine went to a Fatboy Slim concert, and there was one point in the gig he just pressed one button on a keyboard, and then he just sat on the edge of the stage and just lit up. And the song just played itself.
You well know I hate performing, right? In terms of music, I am the worst music performer. I mean, we know from the original Lavecon, I utterly hate it.
Lavecon, when we did that.
Oh God, I hate it.
That was amazing.
I hate it. But there's, if I can press a button, then I'm fine. I'm entirely good. And I am a frustrated guitarist, which I can't play the guitar at all. So as soon as I got this, as soon as I could do that right on this setup, then I was done, right? I didn't need anything else, because suddenly I can pretend that I'm as good as I always wanted to be on the guitar.
I have a similar problem. I mean, that first Lavecon, the idea would be that Alan would play somebody's music and I'd kind of improvise on the guitar over the top. And I'm also a frustrated guitarist because I'm not nearly as good as I think I am. And as soon as we went from daytime lights to show lights in the dark, I couldn't see the guitar neck.
Yeah.
I can't play if I can't see the notes. Not that good.
But there were a couple of questions. I can see that Grant's labelled up a question in relation to the software. So the ones that I'm demonstrating here were Complete 13, spelled with a K, from Native Instruments, and the specific plugin with that we did, the riser, which with temperatures rising, that was Gravity. So that's by Heaviosity, which they all work with something called Contact, which is the kind of player device that everything works on. But I would stress those are quite new and quite sort of expensive synthesizers. This kit that's up here, most of the kit I've got here is old. The Roland JV that I use for pretty much most of my stuff came out in like 1994. I was working with Sarah before she was married, and one of the other people who was composing for some of the shows that we were doing, he was using one of those at that time. You know, this is while I was back in school. My Technics keyboard, 1993, 1994. The XV that I've got here is sort of in the early 2000s. The mixing software I use is really old and really rubbish. Loads of other people use Ableton or Logic or something. I use Magic's Music Maker from 2015. It's not even the latest one. I don't like it, so I use the old one because I'm used to it. You know, all of these things. This is the nice thing about when you're a music writer, is that actually it's not about the newest equipment, the newest stuff. It's about what sounds good to what you're trying to do. And I am reverb obsessed. You know, I love reverb. I have to get told turn down the reverb most of the time. So that perhaps gives you a bit of an idea.
Okay. Oh, even in audio drama, reverb fixes everything.
Yeah. I mean, it fixes it in music. It's great. When you can click on something and and add that, it's fantastic. Okay. I don't think there are any other questions in the chat. I'm just having a quick look because obviously I'm trying to run 3 machines up here at the same time to try and manage anything. But I do want to say we have overrun a little bit, but we've not run into the next thing that's due up, which is Lave Radio Live. But I want to thank my guests. Hopefully people have found this informative. I've certainly learned a load, from what we've been talking about in terms of what's here. And it's going to take me probably the next hour to disassemble all the equipment that I brought upstairs to make sure you could see my face, because usually I'm just sat here composing in the dark. But yeah, no, thank you so much. I think it's been absolutely tremendous, and thank you so much for sharing your experiences in terms of what we've been doing. So yeah, hopefully people have enjoyed it, and thank you all.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
you.
Great fun. And I'm available for requests. I can do funerals. I can do weddings. Any particular family occasions. I'm sure I could improvise some music for a christening if it was necessary.
Global
reverb heavy funeral. Love it.
Yeah. Church organ. Yeah. I'll find something. It'll be fine.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Grant, over to you. I think we've got about 15 minutes before we're due back for Lave Radio Live. Is that right?
It does look like that might be the case. So yes, let's flip back to the program for a second while we get them set up. And yeah, don't touch that dial. We'll be back in a while. So I'm going to get catchphrases. I'm going to work on them. How are you guys for writing catchphrases? We need something suitably cheesy. Anyway, let's turn this bit off and let you get on. Thank you so much.
911, how can I connect your call? Okay, patching you through to our bomb disposal experts now. Please hold. If you can.
Hello?
Hello, love. You've called your mother for ages. How are you doing?
No. Oh, God, I missed out. Hold on. Sorry, I've got wrong.
It's so nice to hear from you.
Sorry, Mum, I've got to go.
How was your holiday?
I'll give you a ring in about.
Your grandmother. Your grandmother's got some lovely sausages for you. Don't forget to ring your grandmother.
Okay, Mum. Right, look, I've got to go. I've got to make a wee phone call. I've just missed out.
Did you watch EastEnders this week? Did you see what happened to Sharon?
Is that our Johnny on the phone?
Yeah, that's Johnny.
That's
Johnny.
Johnny.
For ages.
Ask him what he did with the remote for the TV. I kind of.
Tell you what,
Johnny.
Yeah.
What did you do with the remote?
Well, send him round. I'm just down the road, actually. You know the wee portal cabins. The new building site.
Oh yeah. Do you mean the one? Do you mean the one where they collapsed and that man got crushed?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
I know that one.
I heard there was a lot of bombs around there.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
It's a remote control. It's a new one.
Dad's got the telly on. There's a bomb in that building site.
No.
You want to be careful, love. You never know who's put bombs in now, do
My
you?
program starts at 10:30 and it's 10:20.
Look, I'm going to have to sort this out for your father.
My glasses.
Look. Oh my God! What's that smell?
Fuck it.
I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go outside. I'll catch you later. Love. See ya.
Greetings, Commandos. My name is Ashbash Beard, and what you're going to hear next is an ambient track that I've made called Frameship Drive. It is about an inexperienced commando who is exploring uncharted and potentially dangerous parts of the galaxy. If you'd like to listen to more of my work, I have a SoundCloud, which is again Ashbash Beard. So fly safe and enjoy the show here on Lav Radio.
The Lave Radio Project was our last best hope for news. A self-contained podcast 2 hours long, located in neutral territory. A place of nonsense and innuendo for forum dads, community members and developers. A shining beacon in space, all alone on a Tuesday night. It was the dawn of the third chapter of Elite. The year's space legs came upon us all. This is the story of the last of the Lavian stations. The year is 3307. The name of the place? Lave Radio.
Greetings, Commanders, and welcome to episode 348 of Lave Radio, live from virtual Lavecon. This is the show that likes to talk about the universe of Leet and the fantastic community that surrounds it. I'm your host, Commander Phoenix to Fire, otherwise known as Colin Ford, Chief Archivist of Lave Station, and joining me in the Orange Sidewinder Bar for this episode, we have our staff liaison, Commander Psychit.
Hello.
Hello. Joining us from his remote-connected, hyper-intelligent car, we have our Inhuman Resources Director, Commander Shan.
Hello, everyone, and welcome from Gretna Green. Weddings performed on request.
And I finally bring in our Head of Health and Safety, Commander Edelweiss, otherwise known as Ben Moss-Woodward.
And now everyone can see how little time I actually spend in front of the microphone. This isn't going to be fun.
No. So if you wish, you can join us live at Lavecon. We are, I don't think we're hanging out in game. We're all too busy hanging out at the Lavecon Zoom chat. So if you'd like to join us there, it's the tiny URL, Lavecon 2021. If you wish to join us. If you can't get to us there, you can see what we're up to at the Twitch chat channel, which you can access through laveradio.com/live. Click on the live chat, or you can go to YouTube or on Facebook, and we're here, and our ugly faces are on the screen. So we will just quickly go around everybody, see how they've been for quite a while. We'll start with Shan. How have you been, apart from obviously getting remarried?
I've been pretty well, actually. As people may have seen, I've been taking a break from things, just sort of reconnecting with people. Just what we found was life and COVID and everything just stretched the friendships and the connections. And so we took some time out just to kind of build those back up again. Ready. So, yeah, I'm currently on holiday for 2 weeks. So we drove up from the Cotswolds today to Gretna Green, and then we're pootling our way across to Newcastle, and then around about. So it's kind of a whistle-stop tour of Britain, really. So yeah, been doing well. Oh, actually, Mrs. Shan wants to say hello. So if you can prepare yourselves for the elusive Mrs. Shan.
Hi. Hello, Mrs. Shan.
Hello, Mrs. Shan. We all thought you were made up.
And congratulations on the 20 children.
Okay, Psychit. How have you been? What have you been up to?
I've been on holiday. It's been great. I've had a week off, and we went to a little chalet in the middle of nowhere with a hot tub and Prosecco, and just completely unwound, and it was beautiful. But now I'm back, and I played a little bit of games and stuff, and just been chilling, and it's been really, really nice for a week. But back raring to go. Let's do this.
Excellent. And of course, Ben, how have you been this week?
Yeah, I'm delighted I've been able to make it, actually, because I've been up north, and then a spot of real life happened, and I wasn't sure whether real life would allow me to escape down to the recording studio, as it were. But it did. I'm here, and that's all good.
I now have, I have coffee. I have my computer back again, and then I have work again tomorrow.
Yes. Well, just quickly, for myself, yeah, real life hits quite hard this week. Unfortunately, those that were fans of the Xeno Bunny, he's been taken ill again, and unfortunately, he's just coming back from the vet this afternoon. So, yes.
So the Xenobuddy, does it evolve like a Pokemon?
No, it just gets old.
I was
and iller.
expecting the worst there, Colin, to be honest, after unfortunately.
What it hatched.
Well, yeah, on Thursday night we had a call from the vet saying he's not going to make it through the night, but he did. So
he's a tough Xeno Bunny.
He does seem to be. He does
So
seem to be.
what's the plan as when it departs, Colin? Are you going to eat it, use it to bury it, or
Shan! Behave yourself.
The bunny will be cremated, and and they will send you a little urn, Shan, just for you. Right. Well, obviously, there's no in-game activity because basically we are here. So I guess that brings us round to the development news, and what a blooming week it has been. First of all, we had on Wednesday the development update. Development update 1, which unfortunately, let's just say, I don't think it went down too well. Psychit, what was your first impression of it?
My first impression was not great. I'm not going to lie. However, it was, I kind of sat in the Burp It Discord for a little bit and saw all of their reactions to it. And I like to consider myself to be a relatively positive person, but I must admit, I was incredibly grateful that I wasn't streaming this week because I didn't want to have to try and assuage other people's concerns kind of thing with it, because I was a little disappointed, I'm not gonna lie. But then having seen the stuff that people in the Burp It Discord were saying kind of leveled my mentality with it a little bit, as in like they can't give us stuff that is coming. I was maybe expecting too much. And I think that's kind of half on me, half on Frontier, that expectations they sometimes like heighten expectations a little bit too much, that make us expect a lot and expect the earth, and then maybe we need to wind our expectations back a little bit. And I'm happy that it was a forum post, because I feel like a developer a live stream would have been completely overtaken by a string of abuse in chat, and having everything laid out fully just there gives people the opportunity to reread, go back through, interpret it as it is. There's no somebody smiling and nodding at a camera because one person says something in chat and that person in chat thinking that it's the absolutely everything, and that means that this is definitely happening. No one can construe that from a written piece of work. Would I have preferred something maybe a little bit more substantial? Yeah, but if they were making it as concise as possible, then I'm happy that we at least got something, and maybe I'm a little bit more glass half full than I was when I first read it.
Excellent. Okay, Sean.
I'm just sort of wondering when I saw it whether they have failed to read the room, because as Sai just said, a forum post does allow you to go through and check it and read it and digest it, which is great. However, they said they were doing a live stream, so and the where they are at the moment is they absolutely have to hit everything they say they're going to do in the way they said they'll do it, and changing a plan halfway through causes the sort of reaction that we've seen to it. So if they'd done a live stream and then at the same time as the live stream posted it up, I think that would have probably been a better way of handling that situation. I'm just bashing my head on thinking, did they fail to read the room, read the mood of the community, and then we actually, instead of quenching fires, it boosts
Yeah.
them.
Well, I've got an opinion on that. I'll come back to that in a minute. Ben.
So, like Psychit, I agree that I actually think it makes more sense as a forum post. Harkening back to Paige's chat earlier, it saves the developers from a lot of immediate vitriol that is not positive, is not constructive, is stuff they all know. Why expose the poor guys who you've pulled out on stream, which is probably going to be somebody like Kay or something, Kay or Dav or something like that. And it's not really, they don't deserve to take the community's shit for every mistake that's happened. So having it as a post protected the poor developer they had lined up for that. I agree with Shan, though, that I also think they failed to read the room because we're looking for hope. And this forum post does not really give hope, I feel.
No.
And I know that's not what Shan meant by reading the room, but still not reading the community that well either.
It is part of what I meant, Ben.
Okay. I also personally feel very let down that Frontier pulled out of coming to Lavecon at the last minute. I know we had a couple. I know Dav and Dom showed up, and they've been around, but we've not had any CMs even just show up and say hi. And I wonder if that's because they're worried as to the reaction they'd get from us if they came along.
Oh well,
or I wonder why that is, because it's the first Lavecon that Frontier hasn't shown up in an official capacity, and that feels a right shame.
Although, yeah, I'll agree with you there. That I'm a little bit disappointed that we haven't had an official Frontier presence this year. That could be because basically they wouldn't be able to bring anything new to the table, because one thing that they've been discussing has been the same points over and over again, which is something that I wanted to say, was that most of this development news was basically what we were going to get in Update 5. And there was one paragraph where we were looking for that hope, to which the exact thing was actually, because everything's been thrown out of whack, we're having to reevaluate where we are.
Yeah.
And if that's all they've got to say in the matter, then we ain't going to get anything more. And on top of that, that the questions that would be asked would be all the same kind of we're not happy. Why didn't you do it this way? Why didn't you do it that way? And if you expose the developers to that kind of onslaught, then I'm afraid to say, then we've already seen the treatment of Kay over on her personal streams and things like that. You don't want to expose your development people to that kind of abuse. So back to Shan, I guess.
Okay, well, what I was going to add regarding this is, if you think back to the last Slave Radio I was on, I said about them needing to have someone to step up and take responsibility and lead it. And I completely agree that, the developers have been working their socks off. I mean, the patch notes, they have been working so hard. The community managers, I do feel sorry for, because they have been on the thick end of a lot of the backlash. And to be fair, I don't think that backlash was justified towards them. I think what was needed was someone to step up and saying, I take responsibility, it's my mess to sort out, and whatever. And what you're seeing is they are hiding, strong word, I don't know, but they're hiding behind a wall of secrecy. And until that's addressed in a clear long-term roadmap form, I'm afraid this will just continue, and it will just keep snowballing, because the more silence there is, the more speculation there is. And so I can understand them saying, well, actually, we won't send anyone to Lavecon officially. We won't do anything to do that because we don't want them exposed to that. However, you send the right couple of people to Lavecon who's got a thick enough skin to take it, and they can talk and they can have a drink and they can chat and be the reasonable people we are. I think that goes a long way into diffusing the situation. So it's almost counterproductive.
Psychic.
It's the CM's job to do that. It is the CM's position to be the front-facing person to the community. They are the people who will say, this is what's going on, this is what's going on, this is what the situation is. You want, and again, you constantly say that you want Braben to step forward and own this. This is the position that the CMs are in, is to tell the community what is going on. They are community managers for that very reason. That is their job.
That works to a point, Si, but if you look at how it works in industry and in the real world, you get your spokesperson to stand up and they read a government statement and blah blah blah. That's usually fine. You get your press secretary or you get your minister to stand up and say this is what's going on, this is what's going to happen. But there comes a point where, if you like, the pay grade needed to convey a message goes up. And I think, normally on a day-to-day, normal situations, it is the CM's job. You're completely correct for that. However, this has been going on for nearly 2 months now. So I would argue it's gone above the CM's pay grade, if you like, or in government terms.
I would disagree entirely.
Well, it is a matter of opinion. I'm just saying that's how it works.
Because we've had Braben's done what he can to make his posts on the forums. He's made a post on the forum set explaining, look, this isn't what we expected. This is what's running here and there. It is the job of the community managers to manage community expectations at this point. I don't think we're anywhere near a point that Braben has to step forwards and go, oh, it's completely my fault that Odyssey isn't working. It is the community manager's job to say, this is what we're currently working on. And that's what they're doing.
I won't go down this particular rabbit hole, but I would suggest the fact it's been going on and actually even escalating for more than 8 weeks. I think the CMs is doing as good a job as they are being allowed to say by people higher up. Because you can see it in the frustration. If you look at what Art's been saying, when he came on the show, it was, we're going to release the roadmap, is going to set out what's going to go on. I'm going to be up front. I'm not going to, I'm going to do this, this, and this, and this. Things have changed, so he's had to change his tactics. They can only communicate what they have been told to communicate.
Right.
And that's why I feel sorry for them, because there's obviously a gap.
Sorry, Sean, you kept on dropping out. I didn't know whether you'd finished or not.
If they want to say no, it's right. It's all right. All I can say is look how it happens in the real world. But let's move on.
So I think we've got a couple of things that has been brought up by members of the community, actually, which I was thinking about as well. Is we did have Davendom last night, and the Twitch stream and the Zoom meeting were all incredibly positive places, and not there wasn't a hint of negativity that I saw in the live radio stream or in the Twitch. I would assume the Hutton stream was the same, though I don't know about that. Maybe Norm or Grant know more there. But also, traditionally, Lavecon always has been very positive for the guys. So Raven's saying Lavecon of all places is an enthusiast space. I'd like to believe our smaller group would present a more balanced conversation and be able to quiet one or two more vocal commanders in our ranks rather than the outright abuse Frontier would get in one of their normal streams. And I saw a great thing from, I've lost it now, over on I saw a great thing from somebody anyway over on Twitch saying very similar, but I've lost that because Twitch decided to unpause my polls, which is not very helpful. So yeah, that's basically, I think they've said more or less what I was going to say. I think Grant's agreeing with me there as well.
I mean, what did you think about the way that they highlighted the current 5 top issues that they were wanting to look at? I mean, did you find that helpful, or was it more along the lines of, oh, that's just more salt for the mill?
I find it helpful. I think it should be a permanent top feature, though. Yeah, and I know that their web team is reworking their site to provide better accessibility to things, but it's nice seeing that. I assume we're going to go into the individual things later, so I'll not dive into any of them yet.
Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously, yeah. The longer roadmap. I mean, do you think that this? I mean, the exact phrases that they've put here is that our aim was to focus on initial set of updates and then turn our attention back to consoles. That's exactly that. They haven't deviated from that at all. I think what everybody was hoping for something was something definite that Odyssey was going to be committed to after the console release, because let's be honest, Frontier do have a reputation of saying, right, that's it out the door, we're going to leave it. See PowerPlay, CQC, Multicrew, prime examples. And this is going to be one of the most difficult questions I'm going to ask. We've seen a lot of other content creators throw the towel in and say, right, okay, that's it. I'm going to focus on other things now. Do you think this damage has been almost terminal to Elite Dangerous as a brand?
No, I don't think it's terminal. I think there are people that they are never going to please. There are absolutely people that they will never please because it's not the carbon copy of the game that they absolutely wanted. And I think we've discussed this a lot, that I feel like there are people, and to be honest, there's a lot of really great space games out there. So go and play a lot of really great space games. We've never been in a better time for space-related content. So bloody go out there and enjoy all of that content. Elite's still going to be there. I honestly, my personal opinion is that over time, when we get more towards the console release, I feel like we're going to have a sounder game. I can only hope that, because I love this game. It means a hell of a lot to me. And I personally don't feel that everyone is going to completely desert it. There's still loads of people streaming under the Elite Dangerous category right now. Some very popular people under the Elite Dangerous category. If it wasn't for Elite Dangerous, I'd never have got Partner. Not a chance in hell. Partner is the Elite Dangerous was my main game when I was doing that. We have plenty of other space games. There is no harm in people taking a break, like Shan has, for example, taking his break, taking his way off. The game's still going to be there when you come back. So
I'm not really going on holiday.
You took a little break before, though, didn't you? You were taking a break. You were wanting to find positive sections of it. So I think it's only fair that nobody is married to Elite Dangerous. You're not cheating on it by shagging a different game. You know, go and play a different game for a little bit of
what
time.
sort of space games do you play?
You're in Gretna Green. You can shut up right now. But it's you play a different game for a little bit. Come back to it. It'll still be here.
Yeah, I must admit, I think one of the things that really got me was the amount of other content creators who said, right, that's it. We're off to play No Man's Sky. We're off to play Star Citizen. That's it for Elite Dangerous for me, and flounced off as if that was going to hurt the game. And I just found that to be a little bit okay. You go and try those games, and you'll find that those games are still missing bits that Elite Dangerous has.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's no one perfect space game out there. Unless Star Citizen is a lot better than I remember it being, Ben. You see, he's shaking his head.
I think
he
there's
can't
a-
even bring himself to speak about that.
I had lovely bugs early in Star Citizen, but I'll let Shan keep going.
No, that's fine. So I do actually agree with saying it is all games have a finite lifespan with an individual, and how long that lifespan is, it can be for 30 minutes or it could be for 30 months, it can be whatever it is. So it's entirely natural, I think, for a game to have a lifespan with certain different people. I think the question I'm sort of asking myself, and hopefully other people as well, is in what way do you want the game to end? Do you want it to be on something you remember? Oh wow, I had this. It just naturally petered out. I had other things to do, and it went away. Or do you feel as though you've been amputated from it because of X, Y, and Z? So there's a slight difference. But yeah, I mean, I haven't got an issue with content creators going, do you know what? I can't get anything much out of Elite at the moment. I'm going to play X game. That's entirely fine, because in most cases they have to make a living, and they make their living from it, or it helps pay the bills. They're not doing it necessarily for fun, all of them. So therefore, they have to go where the viewers are. They have to go where the focus is. They have to go where the clicks are in order to generate that revenue. And if they if they flounce off and make a bit of a fuss about it, then actually it kind of helps them, because it's generating a buzz and a stir that gets people to view their channel. And I'm not saying that's why they're doing it, but I'm saying that is part of the equation of being.
I would say in some of those content creators, that's exactly why they're doing it. But yeah, that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, Commander Ventura has dropped in with an issue. I mean, he says he's got issues with WoW. I think a lot of people have issues with WoW at the moment. And he does think it's that bad that the CEO of Blizzard should actually apologize rather than making the person on support apologize for it all. Meanwhile, Psychit.
I would argue that a lot of content, some of the content creators that you're talking about, are flouncing off and all of that and going and playing a different game. However, there are situations, and I feel like I'm really guilty of it, as someone who can be a little, when I go super negative and I'm clearly not having fun, that my stream suffers for that very reason, because I think we have we have a fun police emote in my channel for a reason, because because sometimes I have too much fun, and if I'm not having fun in a game, it will show and it will affect all of those things, like making a revenue, trying to like help out pay the bills and all of that kind of thing. If people aren't having fun, they should be able to move on to a different game, because not having fun is going to affect just your stream in general, unless you are one of these people who just enjoy bashing the game. There is that, obviously.
I wonder how many content creators get their funding from that. I wonder, trying to think of a few names. Oh, I apologize. I got Commander Ventura's thing the wrong way round. He's with these issues, and sometimes the person on support just needs to apologize and he's happy, not the CEO himself. Right, well, moving on from the state of update 5, the development update. Obviously, the next day we got update 5. Now, update 5 came with literally hundreds of fixes, but the main 3 that came out were team missions being implemented properly, the UI overhaul being implemented properly, and also some notable FPS improvements. Now, obviously, I'm not going to ask Shan, because Shan hasn't played Odyssey for the last few weeks. Psychic, did you notice a difference once update 5 went in?
I first played it this morning from from being on holiday, because I was on holiday all last week. Hot tub, prosecco, all of that. But I played it today, and it seems brighter. I didn't feel like I was losing frames in the same way that I've been losing frames previously. Again, I've turned that FPS counter off because I find that it is literally all I'm looking at.
Yes.
So, but I really enjoyed this morning. It felt reasonably smooth and steady. Granted, that isn't the way that I was flying or using my SLV, because I'm terrible in it. But I couldn't blame the FPS on how bad I was at the video game today.
That's good. And Ben, have you tried Update 5 and have you had any improvements?
The only real chance I had with Update 5 was yesterday when we were taking our group photos at Lave Station. And that seemed okay. I was getting a nice solid 30 FPS or something like that, which, it's not 60 FPS, but it's better than before. I've not had a chance to investigate this. Maybe Psychit has. I heard that what they've done with the gamma is a bit of a quick fix rather than an actual fix. I've heard a lot
I've noticed. Granted, I literally just flew to Shimrata, flew to the Reenhaven, and then did some of the buckyballing stuff today.
Right.
But I hadn't really noticed.
I've not had a chance to check or anything like that. I think it was one of Obsidian Ant's videos where he was saying that it looks like they've basically taken where gamma is, and if your gamma was here, it's now all the way over there.
I hadn't noticed that. It felt more to me, being in the ship, just felt brighter in general, but it wasn't like a gamma shift or anything like that. It felt a little bit more like the cockpit of a Horizon ship.
Okay, well,
and it not like, I associate gamma changing with being like unnecessarily bright. It doesn't feel like you're not getting to a star or anything and going, oh my god, this is blinding.
It burns.
Yeah, exactly. It's much more it feels more akin to Horizons than the full darkness of Odyssey prior to Update 5.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't really think that Odyssey was particularly, or at least objectionably dark either, but I know a lot of people did, so...
Yeah, check out Obsidian's video. I did catch that. And I do get where he was coming from, but I couldn't explain it, if that makes sense.
I've not had a chance
go and check out Obsidian's video, because the case he makes for changing the gamma settings is fairly convincing. But then, of course, everyone has their own monitor, their own color settings, their own whatever, and your mileage may vary. So check out his video and tweak it yourself, I guess.
Yeah, but also always do the research yourself as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, on the subject of research, I mean, this was put in the notes for later, but Down to Earth Astronomy has gone into a deep dive into a lot of the graphic settings, and he's claiming that he can get between 50 and 75% improvement in FPS just by mucking about with all the new graphic sliders. So we'll put a link into the show notes for that. I must admit, I've gone and tried that, and I did see a noticeable increase in smoothness and detail, which I was quite happy with. I mean, I've been playing Odyssey extensively since Thursday, and those of you who saw the Top Shift stream on Friday will show that we'll see that not only did things seem to be vast improvement, I was actually able to do some FPS stuff, which I haven't been able to before. And by the way, that's first-person shooter. So I haven't been able to do massacre missions before because the frame rate's that bad. I can now. And I must admit, opening up those bases is another fantastic... I'm finding that this kind of stuff really enjoyable. So I think I've kind of found the bit that I need to.
I'm so glad that you're enjoying the murder, Colin. It's good fun. Welcome to the
it's,
dark side.
it's not really. I'm just cleaning out scavengers. I'm not going assassinating people just yet.
Oh well, and give it time. Give it time.
Assassination's where it's at, isn't it, Psychics?
Well, you'll get there. It's just a lot of fun. All
Yeah.
well, now you've got those ground missions open to you with the first person shooter aspect. I as soon as you start to delve into more, I would say settlement clearing is sort of your entry level drug, and then you can move on to some of the more nefarious kind of things.
Yeah, I haven't tried the stealth side yet.
I do love stealth assassination missions. They are bloody hard, but it is so rewarding as well, I think.
Yeah, it really is. There's definitely, they've got that. I feel like they've got that mechanic. It's almost right there. It really is. It's so much fun.
I mean, I think the one thing that I do wish they'd done is just basically added a little bit of space stuff on top of it. Say that basically if you're doing a mission, there's something spacey that you have to do as well. It just, I don't know, you're on your way to the base and some pirate decides, I've got to try and stop you from getting there. I think that would be a small improvement, but apart from that, yes.
So has anyone?
It's really.
Has anyone tried a shared mission yet?
Yes, I did a shared mission on on Friday night. It did not go well with Commander Pom, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's say if me, you, and Si were after a power regulator.
Yeah.
If I pick up the power regulator, does your mission update to say I've got the power regulator as well?
Yes. Yeah, it will do.
So what happens if I get killed? Do you all fail the power regulator?
No.
Or can you come across and find bits of Shan, pick the power regulator up and continue on?
You pick the power regulator up and continue on.
Okay.
Yeah. So effectively, unless I think it's unless you're the originator of the mission, other players can die and things can carry on.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
So what you could do is you could have one person pick the mission up, hide in the ship, and everyone else do the hard work, and then they can die as much as they like, just the mission won't fail.
Yep, effectively so.
That's right.
I think I found a new career. I'll just sit in the ship while you do the hard work.
Yeah, and so basically you've got now your own crew members. Right. Well, update 5 obviously has been out for a couple of days, literally about 4 or 5 days, and reactions to it have been mixed, to be honest. I think we'll come into that later in the show. So we're just basically going to move on to the in-game events of what's been happening this week. Well, there's been 2 notable events. First of all, 4 systems have decided to break away from the Federation, completely out of nowhere. According to this, the backstory is that they are completely disgusted with the new communications. How should I say, the communications oversight, and have decided to break away from the Federation. The Federation, of course, is not happy with that, and a combat community goal is now in progress there. The other notable
Didn't they have a referendum where they voted 52-48 to leave the Federation, and that's why it all kicked off?
And again, we will move away from real life just because he just had to. Right. The other notable thing is that the space dredgers have made an appearance again, suddenly turning up in Como again for no apparent reason. So yes, if you will have a second opportunity to go look at a space dredger, which I've always found great.
Which means that Stellar Screenshots this week is going to be full of dredgers.
Are they the same dredgers, Colin, or is it a different dredger from a different dredger clan?
It's a different dredger clan, but I haven't had a chance to fly over there to see if the dredger is different. As far as I'm aware, it's still the same megaship with a different front end on it. But yes.
So what would happen if if the two of them in the same system, would they kind of like try and eat each other?
Well, we don't know enough about dredger culture to work out.
I'm just seeing some kind of dredger Ouroboros or something like that. Shrek over on Twitch is saying apparently there's also a new mail from Salvation.
That is correct. Then Salvation was there. Salvation won the last community goal by, well, basically trouncing Aegis. Aegis didn't even reach the first community goal level. I must admit the levels on that, the response to those community goals were quite low, but that could have been because it's so far outside the bubble. It's 1,000 light years outside the bubble, and you had to do Guardian stuff, which that was very low volume.
Well, that's not that far, though, is it?
Well, it is to some people.
Light years as well.
It was difficult to get there as
15
well
jumps?
because it's one of those ones where it was kind of like in between two permit
Oh, it was
locked
not
areas.
permit locks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was tricky to get to. And then also there's because you're picking up Guardian stuff, you're gonna have to go in your SLV, go and transfer, pick up two items. You can scoop in your ship, but I was finding that to be kind of hit and miss. But getting out in your CV, pick up 2 items, turn around, come back, do that. It was a labor of love for me, at least. I only did it for a couple of hours. I was like, not doing that again.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the journey out there and the journey back that I had difficulty with. The actual getting hold of the Guardian stuff was actually quite fun, but yeah, we'll move on from that. But Salvation has put out a message as basically congratulating his followers or everybody that helped him win the CG, and keep an eye out for the next chapter, because apparently we've now just completed chapter 2 out of 6, which is ominous. Now, Grant, do you have access to the Store Alert song?
No.
Oh, that's a shame.
Grant, can you sing the Store Alert song?
I don't even know. Well, I do actually know, yes, but you know, I can't for the current second. Sing it. No, I'm not going to sing it. What I'll do is, what can we do? What can we do? I know. We'll do. I can sing. He's a lot of fun. I'm a lot of fun. He weighs half. Oh no! Hold on a minute. That's not good.
I think.
Does that help?
I think we'll thank Grant for his contribution and just discuss what's happening in the next newsletter. Well, basically, the Store Alert this week, we had Enforcer Dominator suits, which are available for your orcs, and also the Asp Explorer Snake Wrap skin. I have to be very careful saying that. So we would like to take some advert breaks at the moment, and then probably come back with our main discussion about Update 5. And have we gone?
This is what Grant says. You might like to take some advert breaks. You're not gonna.
You get the option. We'll have to see what happens.
Hold on a second. Let's see. What can I do? I can do this, and then I will do do this. Do you suffer from problems with incontinence? If you do, then our P-pads are for you! Yes, Commander, your very own P-pad while you're out there exploring in the universe. Then you can go whenever you feel the need. No need for a toilet pesking there back there and then having to wonder, how do they deal with the poop? No, you just go in the pad and discard it at your local station. Let them worry about the physics of disposing of sewage in space. That's not your problem, Commander. Hold on a second, let's go check in my ear. Is that long enough? Do you need a bit longer?
A chap from Frontier the other day, and I asked him about how the suits work. Are they like still suits in Dune that recycle your wee and your poo and your everything else into water so you can survive in the suit? You know, so you got nutrients and drink. And He wasn't sure about that, but he did say they had fans, which then caused my next question was, well, is the poo and then directed into the fan, into the suit?
So that's when you attack someone, it really does hit the fan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm just confused there. I mean, what? I mean, okay, you know, heat and thermals, I suppose, as a human being and an organism, you do require to have that ability to exchange gases. I'm not just farts, but you know, I mean, you've got the steam,
Yeah.
the heat, and to keep the body comfortable, to keep a pilot in peak fighting attention condition. But yeah, I mean, it's one thing that we know how it works in other games that have the traditional toilets. And I don't know, maybe we can put it to Frontier for next Lavecon. Frontier, if you're watching, is there any chance that we could get a proper spreadsheet, scientific fact-based presentation on how sewage is dealt with? One, with a Coriolis, I mean, that centrifugal action, surely that's going to get amplified by the more and more sewage that's in
slosh
the
around
pipes.
quite a bit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be. So prying minds have today discovered that how you deal with sewage in space hopefully would be very similar to how you would deal with it underwater when we all submerge and in the year 3000. Yeah, so that'll be quite a good presentation for next year. Was that long enough, Colin? I've stalled.
It was. Although I must admit, I am beginning to think that basically there is one hole in a Coriolis, which everything, all the rubbish comes out, and basically as it spins, is just this circle of.
Well, that's what the new panels
No.
are for,
There's
isn't
got
it, Colin?
to be some kind of sanitation for liquid recycling. There has to be. There has to be sanitation within a station. Why are we still talking about this? Can we?
Because it's interesting, because it's science. Because I was thinking about inside the suit, if it kind of sloshed around in layers in the suit, not only would it, you could use it for drinking purposes once it's been refined, it would also act as an insulator and also as cooling. So you have liquid cooled suits. So yeah, you see, it's got to happen. Got to happen. I've got
That means that if someone could, if you get mugged, they would steal your suit water. They would literally take the. Oh, never mind.
Exactly. Yeah. And see, we can get down in the gutter even without Ben's contribution.
Yeah, it's been very quiet. It's a bit worrying, really. Okay, well, we'll head back to reality at the moment. And the main discussion point is obviously going to be Update 5. The Update 5 and the development update, do you think that is, the main question we're asking is that enough to keep people happy at the moment? And, well, I must admit, I've seen some reviews, and obviously the forums is basically full of the same sewage that we've just been talking about, to be honest. So
and just as recycled.
Yeah, it's funny you should mention that. I'm going to bring Ben back in here and ask him the main question.
I'm expecting you to ask me the main question,
which was Update 5 and the development update. Was that enough to keep you playing?
Remembering this is a podcast, not a video thing. Honestly, probably not. It's certainly not going to bring me back to play more. I've not flounced off. I'm not going anywhere, and I'll still be playing it as much as I have been over the past year. But I don't think what we've gotten in Update 5, even the little percentage marks that we have next to our shields, is enough to make me think, oh my god, this is the best thing since sliced bread. It's improvements, it's stepping stones. As I said earlier, I was hoping for hope. We haven't received that hope. I think we now have to basically be resigned to see what we're going to get in the whatever you want to call the console patch, maybe after they get patched in, after all their bugs get fixed, maybe then we'll see what's down the road, and then I'll see how I feel.
Right. I mean, so none of the exploration mechanics, none of the running around, doing the missions around the bases, none of those appeal to you whatsoever.
I've already been enjoying running around the bases by myself, and we should have been able to pull in commanders to play with us from the beginning. That was always touted as a feature, and frankly, that should have been in. It was meant to be a feature like 6 weeks ago, and we're getting it now. Yay, we're getting it now, but we should have had it ages ago. So, yeah.
So, are you basically saying that because that particular feature is 6 weeks late, that's it?
No, of course not. But it's not an excuse to keep playing either.
Ben, what would give you hope?
What would give me hope? I would say a double down from Frontier on this is actually a game we want to long-term develop. We want to maintain long-term development. And that has to be concrete plans they've got, not an abstract, no, we've not stopped developing Elite Dangerous Honest Gov. It has to be, we have a vague idea that we will be working on flyable dredges, or we've got 5 or 6 different SOVs in the pipeline. These are things we're thinking about. I've written off the whole idea of having proper zero-G maneuverability. I think it's a shame. I think it's a missed opportunity. But I think, at least for the time being, that ain't going to happen.
Mm-hmm. Do you not think, though, from like previous experience and previous experience of Odyssey, of just Elite in general,
of Horizons and everything,
if they say this is what we have planned, and I am literally just playing devil's advocate here, I'm not saying I necessarily agree with this, but if they come out and they say we've got X, Y, and Z planned, these are the things that we are focusing on, if they then fail to deliver on those things, like essentially there are like for example the Kickstarter videos, things like that they haven't fully delivered on, and lots of people are citing that as being this is the end game for Odyssey. If they can't deliver some of the things that they're planning, will it not just feel more like more empty promises from Frontier, rather than it's hope that you're hoping for?
I'm not believing anything that comes from Frontier until we see it. So,
right. So then my question to you then is, what is the point in them showing you what they're going to do? Sorry to be
you're right, and I'm in many respects maybe there isn't any point. I don't want to sound defeatist there, but I've personally transitioned from going from a place where I believe pretty much anything that Frontier say they're going to do, to a sad position that I trust them almost as much as I trust RSI, and we're going to get it when we get it, if we get it.
So with that in mind, is it not more beneficial to just wait and see what they do bring out? And I'm not saying that this is the right thing to do. I'm just saying from a point of view of someone who also has a lot of hope, also then saying those are going to be empty promises. What's the point in them bringing that information out rather than giving you tangible information about what they are currently working on?
because I want to believe.
I know.
I know. I
me
can't.
too.
I can't justify it any better than that. I want Arf to promise me the world, and I go, "Yes, Arf, I love you. This is everything we want."
Yes, I will buy all of the arcs for that exact thing.
I want that. I really want that.
I think one of the issues that I think people have is that if they are holding stuff back, because they might be holding stuff back for for the console release, such as, I don't know, the Thargoids on foot, or the new SRV or new SRVs or that kind of thing. I think now is not really the time to hold back on that kind of content. Just mention something like that. We've got that in the pipeline. Just wait and see. That would probably be enough, wouldn't it, Ben?
You just stopped me having a drink there. Would that be? Yeah, I mean, it would probably be, yes. We are working on Thargoid FPS combat. We are working on a speeder bike for you to fly around in Elite Dangerous in. If they go off and say that to me, that would make me a very, very happy person.
But then when they turn around in 3 weeks and go, we can't do, or like 3 months
Yeah.
and go, I know we promised this, but we can't do that. We're going to be sat here having this exact same conversation, and you going, I just want to hope, Si. I really want to hope.
I know. Well, in that case, then they need to, going back to what Shan was saying earlier, they go off and promise a developer on a stream and they give us a forum post. Maybe they need to deliver.
What I was implying was that there might be hidden content that's already in that they're going to activate when the consoles come along. And I think at this point, maybe it might not be an idea to hold it back.
I agree with you.
Because
not necessarily like the whole introduce the content so that Odyssey players get it before console players and anything else, but show us some gameplay footage of that. Maybe this is actual sort of in the works gameplay footage of something that is actually happening in an engine that you can look forward to. That for me would be a lot better than, we're planning a speeder bike.
Yeah, very much.
This is what I was hoping from developer streams. I want to see behind the scenes. I want to see exactly what is on Kay or Adam's not working on it. Who's the designer working on it? I want to see what's on Pierce's desktop. Let me see Pierce's to-do list. That would make me delighted.
Do you remember back at Frexpo? They showed us renderings, in-game models with textures and stuff of the Guardian weapons, of some of the stuff coming out. And I think even if they haven't got the mechanics down, just show us an in-game rendering of a Thargoid, a new SRV, something that hasn't been nicked from the game files and surreptitiously saying this is coming. It may not happen for 6 months, but you knew when they showed that content at Frontier Expo, you knew at some point it was going to be in, because they showed images of it, they talked about it, and then you started speculating, what is that? Is that a beam? Is that a Guardian beam laser? Is that what is that? And that then drove that kind of expectation and hope back again, because you had something that could be seen. At the moment, we've seen supposed images of new SRVs, Thargoids, etc., but we don't know if they are officially Frontier sanctioned stuff or whether it's something just lifted from somewhere.
How about in the newsletter, instead of skins and things like that, they introduced, say, an extreme close-up of a Thargoid's eye, and just had little teasers.
Well, yeah, that goes back to the peak of the week thing that they used to have. My goodness, we managed to get a show and a half out of every peak of the week, didn't we?
Yeah, but that'd be great fun.
But it comes back to what I was saying at the start about reading the room. And in a normal situation, I think Si is correct, is that you want to keep your powder dry. You don't want to raise the expectations. You don't want to do too much hype. You need to keep something back But I think the mood has shifted to the point, as Ben was saying, people need to see something more tangible than "don't worry, we're still working on it." It's just reading the room.
But if they don't, if they don't return, they give us a hint of something, and then they don't meet that promise, or they don't satisfy that particular.
But then, how is that worse than now? How is that worse than now?
Because it's something else for some guy.
But there'll always be something else. Sorry.
So why bother? Why bother having them do that? Why would
why
they
bother release anything? Why not just not do anything and just say, well, you get when you get what you get when you're given
Historically,
it.
Frontier have been really the victims of creating hype super prematurely, and people get so excited about stuff that's coming, and then you hear lots of people, lots of other content creators and lots of creators, we hear it all the time, Frontier constantly fail to deliver on these promises. So for them to then go around and say, for them to start giving you more promises, it's more ammunition for us to continue saying, oh, there's something else that Frontier haven't.
Define. Give me an example of a Frontier promise, because they don't give dates with anything, and they have said
they promised us walking around our ships in the Kickstarter. Everyone has said this. They've promised us walking around our ships, and now everyone's like, oh well, there's not going to be walking around the ships. No, screw this. I'm out.
That's Frontier communications issue, isn't it? If they had someone say, actually, we know it was a Kickstarter promise. We know this and this and this, but for these reasons, it ain't going to happen.
That's
they've tried.
Be an awful kerfuffle.
They've tried to explain about the not walking around in ships. I mean, 3 years ago, we didn't even have walking around on planets, and everything was just speculating on basically what this next big update or the new era was supposed to be. So the main issue is that what Frontier have done is they have gone and done an analysis on what they can get the most gameplay from for the least amount of effort, and they have decided, for better or worse, that the best thing is on foot, planetary only gameplay. Anything else on that is probably going to be another update, and I think people need the reassurance that there will be another update. I mean, one of the problems, as Grant just pointed this out in one of the chat rooms, they haven't helped themselves by, in the past, saying that they were going to do something and not done it, say, offline. That was one of the ones that really stuck in a lot of people's claw.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to go and answer the question to get some sort of back on track, did it bring enough to get me playing? I mean, I will confess, and I'm in the Shan confession box at the moment, is I did spend a couple of weekends doing conflict zones in Odyssey, because I wanted to get my head around the mechanics of the game, because my problems currently with Odyssey aren't the performance issues, because I know they're fixable. It's not necessarily the planets, because it's just how they've done it. For me, it's some of the design decisions that are really fundamental. I mean, I'll give you, for some people it's completely trivial, but for me it's a huge elephant in the room, and that is the additional so-called elite ranks. Because for me, it is a huge issue. I mean, I won't go into detail, but what that has done is because they haven't retrospectively done it. So, it doesn't matter how many billions of credits you've earned, you have to earn another billion credits to get Elite 1, Elite 2, and whatever. Because they haven't done it retrospectively, it kind of means I don't want to see how I view things, I don't want to see my display panel with the abomination that is Elite 1, 2, 3. I don't want my screen. I don't want anything to do with it. So because of that, it has discouraged me not to earn another credit or shoot another ship or explore another star just in case I trip over. I flip over the mark. And it is just how I feel. So I'm not saying you're writing differently or anything like that. It's just what it's made me feel. And there are other parts as well in the way the game is designed where I again, my view is they've taken the decision or the view that repetition of the same thing again and again and again is content. And for my mind, it's just not. So what are they going to do? I don't know. I'll see. I mean, it's probably just my state of mind thing, because I did enjoy the conflict zones, even though the way to beat them was to go around in a huge zerg. So I did enjoy it, and it's not I'm dissing on everything they've done. It's just where my mind is at the moment.
I knew you were going to say the blooming elite ranks. I mean, I probably would have agreed with you if they'd actually renamed them. But as far as it being elite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm absolutely fine with that because the
What
top
does the
rank
word
is
elite
still
mean,
elite.
Colin?
What?
What does the word mean? The word elite means the most.
Well, you see, this is the thing. This is the
it.
thing where I have a difficulty with this, is because I've been used to some of the martial arts stuff. As far as I'm concerned, basically there is the black belt, and you know that I'm going to say this. As far as most people are happy that they see someone who is a black belt and they think, right, that's fine. That's an impressive achievement. However, when you get to that level, there are a lot more black belt levels to get through. But to your average punter, you're still a black belt, regardless whether you're a first dan or a 10th dan. 10th dan, jeez. I don't think there
Pilots
are any 10th dans at the
Federation
moment.
use the term elite.
Yeah, but you still
The
are
Pilots
elite to
Federation said
everybody
this is the
else.
highest, so but you're then not elite to the people inside the Pilots Federation. The dance, anyway, I'm not going down the rabbit hole, but this is just how I feel about it.
You see, and I don't understand why this is the hill that you want to die on.
Purposes.
I just don't understand why this is the hill.
It's just my mindset.
Anyway, moving on.
Well, it's a big thing, as I said. It's a big thing to
moving
me. So
on.
moving on. What have they got to do? Yeah, come on.
No, moving on. I'm allowing Colin
Sorry, I
to
thought you
finish
were
what
going to
he's
say
saying.
something, Ben.
Right,
I'm allowing
okay.
Colin to move on.
Right, okay, we will move on then. Psychic, what about you? Is update 5 got you enough to keep you playing, really?
It is. Of course, I'm going to keep playing. That's the stupidest question I've ever heard, Colin. Of course, I'm going to keep playing Elite Dangerous. I bloody love this game. Oh my god, it's for me. It's improved. It's absolutely improved. I'm not fussed about walking around a ship. Especially, I really like flying in large ships. So I'm going to spend 20 minutes getting lost in a Corvette trying to find the entrance. Yes, I'd enjoy an animation where I'm walking to the entrance of my ship and then it fade to black. That'd be great. Cheers, FDev. If you could work on that, that would be lovely. But grand scheme of things, am I still enjoying the game while I'm playing the game? 95% of the time, I absolutely am. Those 5% of the time when I'm not, I'll go and play something else. I'll take some time out. I'll go and make myself a cup of tea, or I'll take a quick break. Or there's lots of different things. No, Frank, I haven't been playing since the beta, but my opinion isn't changed because of how long I've been playing. I've been playing since 2016. So while I haven't been playing since the beta, I've got thousands of hours in this game, and that doesn't make my opinion any less valid. But yeah, I'm not going to stop playing the game.
Who's Frank? And I feel vaguely sorry for him now.
Sorry. I see a lot of people. I've seen people on Twitter nullify other people's opinions who have been playing for less time, and I don't think we should, because everyone should be is allowed to express their opinion in the same way. And I've just seen a lot of people do that. So yeah, it gets me, it grips me, me stuff when things like that get said.
Yeah, and well, unsurprisingly, I mean, I have been playing since beta. I've been playing since alpha, so there. And I must admit that now that the FPS issues have been resolved for me, I'm probably finding I'm playing it more. I was already enjoying the exploration side of things beforehand, which was always, which I always found it's sort of enjoyable in a old man fishing type way, as I keep on saying. But now that the actual the combat zones have opened up to me, and yeah, I will still be playing. I do wish that they do some more, a couple of extra tweaks that they've missed out on, but it's good enough. And even when I'm exploring this issue with the planetary tech that a lot of people are complaining about, it's not bothering me, because once I get down to the planet level, there is some absolutely stunning vistas that this engine's created, and that is a great motivator to keep on going. And I think the only problem I do have is that my FPS improvement and my performance hasn't improved enough to actually play in VR in Odyssey, and I don't think that is going to be fixed until at least the consoles come out. But apart from that, I'm okay with it on flat screen.
Didn't they mention something in the update that the future features and big updates are going to be after the console release?
No, you see, this is one thing that I have begun to think of, is that they're going to, pardon the expression here, that Odyssey is going to be basically what I call a one pump jump DLC. That's it. Once it's all released out on the consoles, they'll say, right, no, that's Odyssey done, and we're going to start work on. If they do carry on working, they'll work on something else, because they've said they're not doing seasons anymore. They're doing updates. What I'm concerned about is that it will go back to how it was after the Beyond update, which will be really small updates once every 6 months. And I'm hoping that we get more than that.
Just want to dive in with what you're saying about VR, because I think update 5 went off and removed the workaround that people had for basically placing the debug cam on top of your head.
Did it?
Yep. Malik VR was going on about that the other day. Again, this is something obviously I can't. It's something I can't experience. I can't give any confirmation of. But that was something Malik VR was saying. But there is potentially good news with that as well. If they've taken the effort of removing that as a feature, in inverted commas, that can only be for a reason. And maybe that reason is because they're actually working on it for reals. So I'm going for a silver, because I'm looking at a silver lining there.
What was that, Shan?
I'm just saying, why remove it and have nothing until the proper thing comes along? Why not just leave it in place and then replace it with a proper thing?
Because maybe they're having to experiment with different things, trying to get whatever they need right. Why are they playing in that area of code? We've no idea. I mean, I can't see them removing it.
They
just
wouldn't
for
do
the
that
sake
on a
of
live system, would they?
Well, I can't see them removing it just for the sake of being insert rude word here.
I know. We'll really cheese Ben off. We'll just remove it.
Well, it's not going to cheese me off, but might cheese Malik off and the other people who play all the time in VR.
No, I don't know. Maybe the actual that people using it was causing other engine issues or something like that. We don't know. I'm being
possible.
I'm looking for a silver lining as why they did it, but maybe it was causing other issues that removing it fixed.
So we have a tinfoil hat idea of why they removed it, because they showed that it could be done and they don't want that. Quite possibly.
Yes, heaven forbid, players, you're not allowed fun unless we say so.
Yeah,
It wasn't
unofficial fun.
It wasn't fun. You could probably do exploration in it.
Yeah.
But you couldn't do any of the FPS stuff in it because it wasn't. They hadn't aligned things up properly. I mean, it would be nice to have the option, I suppose, but
but why play around in that area unless it's something you're thinking about? So we can cross our fingers here, can't we?
yeah. Well, then you're getting back to this hope thing that you've not got anymore.
I want hope. I want hope. Damn it.
Right. Well, I think we've kind of exhausted that one, to be honest.
Well, actually, I hadn't finished yet. Sorry, Colin. We got hung up on the elite things.
I thought you had given up.
No, I haven't given up. As I said, I'm not. I'm not. I didn't grind me down that easily. I don't know. What do I want to see them happen? I want to see a more complex level of FPS gameplay. I think, because having done conflict zones, I mean, for example, there's no crowd control or stun. I don't mean like stun phases. I mean like flashbangs, disorientate. That sort of being able to interrupt another action. It does make every single part of combat a DPS race. So if they're doing balancing stuff, yeah, I think if they had a more in-depth way of using first-person shooter combat, I think I'll be definitely into that, because I'm into the complex systems, not just DPS races. But anyway.
Right. Well, we're going to bring that one to a close, I think. So the community corner this week. Well, obviously we've had the Buckybullers are doing a Lavecon run at the moment. Psyche, you did that this morning.
No, I didn't. I tried to do it.
Okay, you attempted it this morning.
I got explodificated. You'll definitely see it on Twitter. There's lots of tweets about the explosions, and Epiphus was sat in the bar with the explosions happening around him. So at least we put on a show. No, I'm going to give it another go in the week.
Yeah. You say something about updates.
Yeah, like with regard to the game being updated, what you were saying, previously, I feel like my I'm going to say on a lore side, when we're looking at stuff that's currently happening in game, and we're at part 2 of a 6-story arc with salvation and all of that nonsense. That to me is leading towards lots of other implementations and things that are going to happen in game. I feel like there's going to be more power play that might possibly happen going forward. More power play equipment in the same ilk of like on foot power play stuff like prismatics and things like that, but the Odyssey equivalent to those kind of things. I feel like there is those kind of bits that they would potentially be able to implement as part of the ongoing story and that sort of progression, especially when we go back to 4 Federation stations wanting to be separate or wanting to go independent. Could they be now looking to form maybe more other different superpowers? And that's where we would get our new power play factions and our new people to get our different guns and stuff, or different guns with special power play modifications. I don't know. I'm just excited about being able to live out my Starship for fantasy and shoot an alien in the face at some point. I think that would be nice. But anyway, about Buckyball, yeah, it's a lot of fun. I recommend that you go and check it out. It's a good time. Highly recommend.
Yeah. Right. I think at this point, shall we open up the Zoom chat to see whether or not anybody would like to have a say about Update 5?
Grant, have you got your finger on the beeper? Oh man, you wanted a beeper as well? God. Jeez.
So, generally, if you want to have a chat, just put a little dot in the chat window and we'll bring you in. We do have Grant.
Bring yourself in.
Yeah, I just want to say, I have been sat back from Elite for 2 years, not for any particular issue with the game at all. Real life changes and all those kind of things where you don't have the same time and things. The group games that we used to play, so I still would come back in for the odd thing when it was like the 80 days around the verse and stuff, where I want to be part of that collective because the multiplayer aspect was more of a draw than just doing the game. But prior to that, core mining was a draw for a while to play on my own, and then there was deep space expansion now. So I haven't, and I did the beta for Odyssey, and I haven't logged in at all since. Not for again, it's not for any negative reason. Odyssey's not a particular FPS stuff. It's not of particular interest to me, although I am quite liking when I watch Psychic streaming and seeing all the group play and how it looks like it could be a bit of a giggle. So again, the multiplayer aspect dragging me back in. However, what I'll say is for yesterday's photo routine, I had to update Odyssey and I had to log in and get my ship to Lave. Obviously, I wanted to bring the Cowskin Type 9 to Lave and get it all docked up and ready, and then we all met in the bar and I thought, well, what was the point of that? But when I logged in and thought I'll get to Lave, I did it before Lavecon weekend because I figured they'd probably be set up to be done. And it puts you through the introductory mission where you have to break into the plant and steal the power
Yeah, that's
core
right.
and all that kind of stuff. That was genuinely from an experience for me of not having seen that in the sort of alpha part that I'd been involved in at all. I thought that was bloody well put together. And okay, it had voice acting and stuff like that to kind of make it feel atmospheric, but if they can maintain that kind of feel in those missions, that would be great. And I know that the obviously issue is it's a game, and therefore doing that same kind of mission 74 times in a row is going to get old soon. But I was genuinely, and I just wanted to put a bit of positivity out there from somebody who's not been engaged with the game in that level for a long time. It genuinely, that little spark of movie-esque feel and the sort of emptiness of the outpost, it really gave me a wee bit of excitement back in the game. And then, of course, I met Ben on the station and realised, oh yeah, I don't play it because Ben's here.
I was just about to ask,
That's just because I was kneeling down in front of you, isn't it, Grant?
Yeah.
Oh no. Grant, is it actually good enough to entice you back then?
No, because I'm not absent from a distinct. I mean, Lava Planets, and again, so I can tell you that I'll be as blatantly honest as I can be with myself. It's my favourite space game, and if I ever feel the need to go and do deep space exploration or going and looking at stunning distant space representations, planets, asteroid fields, then it is the game that I would go to. If I want to get a screenshot for something that I'm working with, that I really want that kind of nice backdrop, it's the game I'm going to go to. And I just love that kind of togetherness feel of it. I would probably, as I say, I'm quite keen on getting in, trying some group for a first-person shooter on the bases to see how that feels. Like doing the old base raids that we used to do in Hutton with the ships and the SRVs going in, and now ships, SRVs, and people on foot could be quite spectacular to experience. But I don't see myself engaging with the sort of core mechanics and the repetition and the grind anymore than I would to achieve an objective. And the problem is I don't have any personal goals to achieve in the game, so there's not that burning pool. That's what's missing. It's not that I'm not interested in. I've got elite. I'm not interested in getting elite in combat either, particularly. But it'd be a nice thing to do. But it's not a pool for me. I'm getting the enjoyment and the sort of excitement from other games at the moment and different experiences. So I don't really have that brilliant unlimited amount of time that I used to, where I could spend a lot of time just enjoying the slowness of playing Elite, which is actually a bit of a pull factor for it. Is something quite nice to chill out when you're doing.
Right, thanks for that. We'll bring in Commander Flossie, otherwise Helen.
Hi.
Hiya, Helen. How are you?
All right, fine, thanks. I don't know. I just feel that all this negativity towards the developers and etc. It's just, it must be awful for them to actually read everything on the forums, all these negative comments, and hear things where people are having a go at them. I actually love the game. I've always loved it from the alpha days, and each expansion just brings more exciting things, and I've no issue with it at all. And I do feel sorry for Frontier. They really work hard, and yet they get all this flack. And I'd just like to say I think they do a great job.
Well, Commander Flossie has spoken. There you go. Thanks, Helen. Norm Mack, Commander, what would you like to say?
All I was going to say was that I always remember you mentioned that because of COVID and everything else, they were only doing certain parts we were going to be shown. And that was basically what they've done so far because of COVID and because of everything else going on and people work from home. So it has to be given time to basically get things sorted out and all that sort of thing. But also, if they start releasing stuff or showing more features within the game, that'll then leave anyone outside, it's in the consoles, etc., behind. So there's no point new stuff coming out rather than just basically, and then the consoles going, I've missed that, because they're already missing quite a lot for actually being able to go on planets, etc. So there's no point bringing any more stuff out. As for, as Helen was saying, negative Frontier, they are working on it, and I still believe that they will actually come through with everything that they're doing. It's just due to restrictions and everything else that's been going on. It's basically put that to it's made that bit harder actually to put in place. So yeah, no, I still say that give Frontier some time. And that's basically it.
Okay, thanks for that, Norm. We'll go to King of Retro, Stephen Usher, next.
Yeah, well, basically, I feel that they really have released this too early. However, I also think that some of the design decisions show that the current team, which I have a feeling was brought in by the new director for the game director who came from Borderlands and the other FPS. I think he brought a whole load of FPS people in, and they have very little idea about the rest of the spaceship elite. And I think that shows a lot in some of the details, such as where you got 0G stations. There's no even decoration changes to reflect it being 0G.
We've got little lying on the floor in 0G stations.
And plants, and you've got nice tumblers and drinks on the tables. Even if they just change the drinks tumblers to being squeezy bottles.
I have a solution for the drinks tumblers. They're all drinking iron brew, and it's magnetic.
But it's those little that sort of detail, and also the multiplicity of user interfaces. Each individual part seems to have its own balkanized user interface that they didn't seem to talk to each other, and that's a managerial problem. It's not the developers themselves; it's a managerial problem, and yeah, I feel that's the problem that Frontier have got at the moment. It's a managerial one rather than anything else. Also, thinking outside the box. Why can't you have things where pick things up, throw them? That would help with the first person shooter stuff, but it also help with other immersion gameplay, being able to sit down in the pub even, that sort of thing. It's the little things that, yes, it does need developer time, but if you thought about it from the beginning in a holistic manner, it would have been less developer time. It's a lost opportunity, and that's what's so galling. It's so close. The vistas are brilliant. yeah, and we're also the release is actually beta. I think everyone agrees with that. That's really well. It's a disappointing missed opportunity. That's it. What we have, what are some of the things in there? Brilliant. And I can see that there's lots of technical things that are so nearly there. I'm not bothered by the FPS, the frames per second being low. That's fixable. Some of the rendering stuff, it's bugs, it's fixable. As Shannon was saying, it's the design decisions that I'm worried about, and what is obviously a managerial problem within the project, and that's all I want to say, really.
Okay, we'll move to Steve Giller.
Hi there. I'd like to echo Floss's sentiments on not the fact that there are negative things to say, but the level of attack, not specifically here, but for the developers, is way excessive. And the other thing is, the more you post things like that, the more time they've got to spend answering your questions rather than just fixing it. So reporting the problems rather than ranting about them is far more productive. I mean, I'm not going to deny there's things wrong with the game. I do agree it's effectively a beta. But again, the amount of vitriol that came out with any slight delay has probably pushed them into that decision as well. So a lot of this is of our own making as a community. But fundamentally, what they've done is they've given us FPS, and we've suddenly expected it to be like the very best COD game straight away, which isn't what it's designed to be, and isn't mature enough for that. And for me, I wasn't in any way attracted by going on foot. It didn't bother me at all. But having jumped into the beta just because we do, and then being able to interact with people on foot, the combat zones, the mission runs, running into bases with people, it's been so much fun. And for all its flaws, it's a massive improvement and a great addition to the game. And I think we need, as a community, to focus on helping them fix it and not ranting about the things that annoy us. Just be assistive rather than negative about it, frankly.
Okay, thanks for that. I'll bring in Astro now. Astro Phoenix.
Yeah, guys. So I myself have not been playing Elite for too many years. So have I got a bad echo?
No, you sound fine to us. No. Keep on going.
Sorry, I'm on Discord with one of the guys as well, so I'll mute that. So yeah, I'm quite a new player in relative to most people. In the fact, I've only been actually playing a couple of years. I've only been playing since Horizons has come out. So compared to a lot of you players, a baby in the world of Elite. Odyssey, having only played a small amount of it, but having looked at it as well, it looks brilliant. The downside is it shouldn't have been released as it is. It just seems really unpolished. As you do the tutorial, as Grant was saying earlier, the tutorial is brilliant, and it really feels really complete, and it feels like a really good experience, and it does invigorate you to play more. It just doesn't have any relation to the rest of the world of Elite. It feels like it's its own game. It feels like it's not connected to what exists already. And then in relation to what people are saying about, obviously, it takes a lot of development time. We all love the fact that that Frontier put the time and effort into Odyssey. And to go from what we have with Elite to have something like Odyssey in the game is a massive amount of development and a lot of effort. And we all love Frontier for at least attempting to do it. It would just be nice if they listened more and actually implemented even small changes that we were asking for. It seems as though they're just completely disregarding what most people are actually asking for. They made lots of comments about what might happen and then turn around and say that's not going to be happening for years. But they gave the they gave the idea that it would be coming up sooner than it did. Yeah, I don't think it was ready to come out as it did. But yeah.
Yeah, I think everybody has agreed with that one. It was certainly not ready when it came out. Right. Oh, Alan.
Got me.
Yep.
As hopefully the camera will flick on in just a second. The light's gone on, and then hopefully there we go. There we are. I think there's just a point to be made here about picking up on what Flossie said and what some of you guys were actually saying when you were going through the stuff is that spare a thought for the human beings, and I think you've touched on that, and it's hard. Being in a games company, when a games company makes a decision that a player base then starts to not like and starts to give difficult feedback on and criticism on, is quite hard, particularly as often the people who are facing some of that, it is their job, but they don't necessarily have the decision-making power to be able to affect any change. And I've seen that. I've seen that from the inside. I've been many years ago, not in the computer games industry, but in another industry. I've been set out as the stalking horse to take the flak, and that was, and there are people who I will occasionally, meet in life 20 or 30 years later, and I will go, yeah, you gave me crap, and you had no idea you were giving me crap. You were basically not happy with this, not happy with that, and of course, all I was there to do is to listen to you and report what you had back. But you gave me personal crap. You basically ad hominem to make my life very stressful, and I lost sleep over the fact that I couldn't respond to you in a way that didn't make the situation worse. And that's hard, incredibly hard, and it's stressful for people to deal with. And I think that that's important for people to get around. And I think we're in a situation where maybe there's a consensus that there's things that need to be worked on, and if there is consensus that things need to be worked on, then there also needs to be space to allow that to happen. And actually, it would probably be good if the community kind of got together around the idea of saying, not offering ultimatums, that's the wrong way of thinking about it in any way, shape or form, but got around the idea of saying, okay, right, we've been heard, we think we've been heard now we're going to give you time to work on things, and then we'll ask for a report back or something like that, because I think actually a lot of the communication of sort of saying judge us by our actions and and it's not quite happening the right way, because I don't think anybody really knows how they're supposed to manage this at the moment. Certainly that seems to be the impression I get.
Well, thanks for that, Alan. We'll bring in Shouty, shall we? Mr. Shouty Man. Who's incredibly quiet. There we go.
Yeah, it doesn't really help that I'm watching on the Twitch channel, so I'm a little bit behind. But what I was going to say is, when it comes to Elite, my thing has always been making content for the game. So, big things like delivering mugs to every station, going around the universe, and all the various little bits that come in between that, So I always look at what can I do with the tool that I've been given. And when I look at Odyssey and my creative juices start flowing, I think there is so much we can do with that as it is, that makes the update worthwhile in the first place. Just for an example, you could have a marathon race across a planet, just stupid little things like that. There's also, when it comes down to all the bugs and the things and everything with Elite, and I've been part of Elite since the alpha, I've seen how bugs have really affected the gameplay and promises that they've made over the time. But they've always eventually sorted that problem out, and it might take a lot longer than you want it to. The functionality might be the game is functional, but not functional in the way you want it to be. But I always feel that down the line, that problem gets solved out. Just going back to Alpha, everyone remembers the spinning Sidewinder of Doom, where we just couldn't get into the game if you were part of that. Or you remember the first Gamma bit where there was no instancing in Wings, or you tried to wing up. It's all a process, and I think we just need to give them time to sort it out. I think Alan's quite right. Giving them all this vitriol is bad for the game in a way, because at some point there's only so much salt you can throw into a machine before the machine stops working. And that's all I have to say on that, really.
Okay, thanks for that, Simon. Raven.
Hi there, guys. Hopefully you can hear me all right.
Absolutely fine. Go on.
Fantastic. Just a very quick one, really. A lot of ways to echo some of the sentiments that Alan and Co are just saying there. That, as far as the game that I played for a couple of years and the experience I've had, the content that we've seen put out, the audio acting, the graphic side of things we're seeing, the actual developers, the work that they're turning out has been nothing less than breathtaking, across the board. And I do think that any vitriol or any negativity that's been directed towards them is deeply unfair. As Alan says, it all falls on the project managers and the people who are managing where they're directing that dev time into the game. Certainly, there are some frustrations where you have quality of life issues that have been hanging around for years and years that are just not being given the dev time to be fixed or to be resolved or to be acknowledged and say, well, actually, no, we decided, in our game, we're not going to do it that way. So there does, I think, need to be a better channeling of that feedback. And I'm thinking back to, it was 2017, we had the Frontier Expo, when you did have a direct access to Frontier on their own terms. You could speak to the right people, you could speak to the right situation, you had that opportunity into the event. And I wonder if a lot of this vitriol of sort of the keyboard warriors who are just out to make a noise and who are not, what should we say, core parts of the community, would be dissuaded from, that sort of engagement if there was more appropriate ways to officially get through and officially sort of have that one-to-one with the people who need to hear these things, because the developers can only do what they're allowed to do, and everything we see them turn out is fantastic. I hope somebody there's watching and passes along the sentiment from everybody who's really happy with the way that the work they turn out.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Raven. And we'll end tonight with Commander Ventura.
No, it was actually something, a great comment on what Shan was talking about somebody coming up to actually say, oh, this is all my fault. That'll never happen. First of all, because if anyone does admit that, then they'd end up getting a lot of people suing that person. And I don't see that ever happening. And as a company, they would actually, who represents the company is the games and everything else. They basically, the company are claiming responsibility for any problems that people are having, because that's what they're doing. They're working on, and it won't go any further than that. It was great that David actually put some stuff in the forums and basically said, apologise for all the problems that everyone's having, and that's it. As Colin was talking about earlier, I had issues with WoW after the patch they put out on Wednesday, and I've spent 2 hours talking to Blizzard, and a support guy who said, "Oh, apologies for the problems you're having," and he was working really, really hard trying to get it sorted out for us. But I've ended up at the end of the day, my Lavecon rebuilding my daughter's machine, and it's part of the course of anything to do with computers is that anything can go wrong with them. They're so can be, things can be not work or something like that, but that's it. And it's just having to accept that and say, well, okay, they're going to sort it out. They've sorted out a whole the problems that were happening with Horizons. That's why fleet carriers were delayed as well. And it was basically, that's it. So they are working on the issues. It's just having to give them time to work on it under the current conditions, as I said earlier. Anyway, thank you for that.
Oh, cheers, Norman. Shan, did you want to reply to that?
Yeah, it's been a really interesting conversation from chats actually. So yeah, it's quite a lot of food for thought. I think that people's brought up. So that's really good. A couple of things I just want to sort of like pick up on. I completely concur with what John was saying. I think we mentioned it earlier. Is I really feel sorry for the developers and stuff like that. They put their heart and their soul and everything into, and long hours into trying to bring us the best expansion they can possibly come up with. And you do sympathize with them when it comes back like that. And some of the vitriol that's been directed personally against them, it's just out of order. You just don't do it. It's not constructive, etc. Just on the responsibility bit about Ventura, I didn't actually stand up and say this is all my fault, because there's a difference between admitting blame and taking responsibility for fixing it. Personally, things go. Me personally, I accept things going wrong. What is telling is how they're dealt with after they've gone wrong, and are you learning the lessons from previous failures? So, yeah, I just want to sort of really say that it's a difficult time for everyone, I think, and I'm on holiday for another week, so I'm not around. So just take it, if you're struggling, take a step back and come back to it, because as I said, the game will be there. Will will be here, annoying you on Tuesday night. So yeah, just take a chill out, give it some time, and see what happens, I guess.
Excellent. Well, thanks for that. So hopefully that brings us to the end of this discussion for the for update 5, and to be honest, it does bring us really to the end of this episode. So I'm feeding back for some reason there. So I'll just give out our usual shout outs, unless anybody has any other business they'd like to highlight. Ben, Psychic? No?
No, just like it's game. Hi, it's still a game, and it'll still be there if you take a little break. It absolutely will. Don't think that this is the be all and end all of everything. Yes, Elite is really special, but it will still be special when you get back.
And also, I think 2 things from me. One, are we going to have a show on Tuesday? I think the answer is no.
No.
So Tuesday we're going to be recovering from today. So don't expect a show on Tuesday. And secondly, as Psychic just said, this is still a game. We all still love it. Even if we are negative about it, it's a negativity that's coming out of wanting to be constructive and out of passion and out of love for the game.
It is testament to how much we adore Elite, is how passionate we all are about it. Absolutely, 100%. And while we will have like full raging disagreements sometimes, we still have a proper love for this game, and we wouldn't have these disagreements if we weren't as passionate as we are.
Indeed. Even Shan.
Yes. Yes, we weren't able to get the negativity meter out today.
There's my opinion, which is no. I enjoy when people push back and say shout on this one. It's kind of why I am like I am, because I want people to push back and say I think that's not quite right, or challenge me in my preconceptions in a grown up and reasoned fashion. And I enjoy that. I enjoy that much. People are saying, yeah.
Right. Well, I'd just like to say thanks to everybody who's actually turned up. Great thanks, of course, to Grant, Psycho Cow, Simoof, and Alan and Karen for actually organising and having to reorganize a virtual Lavecon at short notice. It's always fun to do these. It's just, I'm hoping that next year, fingers crossed, we'll be able to all talk to each other physically again.
Oh yeah, beers at the Sedgebrook this time next year.
definitely. Let's hope so. We're going to end the show with the usual shout outs. So, of course, we'll give a shout out to our sister station, Hutton Orbital Radio. It broadcasts on a Thursday at 8:30 British Summertime. You can tune in at twitch.tv Hutton Orbital Truckers, or if you just want the audio, go to radio.forthemug.com. For the discerning commanders that like a bit of CQC action, check out the CQC Discord at discord.me/Elite Dangerous CQC. We'll give shout outs to the following Elite Dangerous podcasts. So, hi to Loose Screws, Elite Week, Flight Assist, Elite Cast for the Spanish speakers, the Canon Podcast, the Fatherhood Postcards, Squeaking Fuel, System Chat, and of course the Guard Frequency, who do other space sims as well, and Alagrab AM. For those that want a sci-fi and fantasy book literary discussion, you can subscribe to the Data Slate podcast, which is created by Station Commander Alan Stroud. And following this, we have the latest Galnet News Digest as provided by Commander Witherspoon and Commander Beetlejude. So I'll just like to say thank you to everybody who's chipped into this game from both the Zoom chat and on Twitch. And also special thanks go to Commander Tokuso, who created the music for the introduction of the show. So that is it for this special episode of Lave Radio from Lavecon. If you'd like to get in touch with the show, you can email info@laveradio.com, hit us up at facebook.com/laveradio, tweet us at laveradio, or you can join the Discord server by going discord.io/laveradio. You can even go to the TeamSpeak server, which is teamspeak.laveradio.com. But do get in touch if you have any questions or if there's anything you'd like us to discuss in a future episode. Lave Radio is recorded normally live on a Tuesday at 8:30 British Summertime and streamed out at laveradio.com.live. So thanks to Shan from his car, thanks to Ben Moss Woodward, thanks to Psychit, and special thanks goes to today's tech specialist, that's Commander Psycho Cow, even though he couldn't find the right music. So until next time, Commander, fly safe. But if you can't do that, fly dangerous.
By a vending machine technician, it's Lave Radio.
Attention. Would you like to reorder? Rate your rate. Would you like to do so?
Space can be lonely.
What now?
Galnet News Digest, 4th of July, 3307.
With Lavecon once again pivoted successfully to an online Hollow Me event, Galnet News Digest is proud this month to enter its 6th year of reading the galactic news so you don't have to.
And in this week's news, Hudson in trouble as Commander's back breakaway faction.
Salvation says thank you for all the relics.
Dredging up the past.
Save our bark mounds.
It could so easily have been Jupiter Rochester's corporatist movement that caused schism in the Federation. But following the comprehensive defeat of the Jupiter Division, first by the Federal Navy, then by the Core Dynamics Corporation, and with Jupiter Rochester locked away without trial in the darkest dungeon the Federation could find, it fell to President Hudson himself and to Vice President Archer to set the ball rolling for the secessionists and for what has the potential to be a significant diminution in the real estate held by the Federation.
The Domestic Counter-Terrorism Act and the Proactive Detection Bureau that it established have proved so unpopular that whole factions are on the verge of declaring their independence, leaving the Federation and taking their star systems with them. It's their fiery balls of plasma, and they're going home.
The first faction to declare its independence is the Azaladju Free, and it is being seen as a litmus paper to judge whether the independence movement will snowball, because that's what litmus paper does. It snowballs. The Federation Navy is in attendance in Azaladju and in 3 other systems run by the Azaladju Free. If it quelled the rebellion, then that would be an end to it. If the Azaladju Free demonstrates that the Federal Navy is a spent force, then more factions, including the Coalition of Uteran, the LP 726-6 Free, and even Gluscap Labour, are likely to declare their independence to be free of the Snoopers Charter that Hudson and his Vice President have put in place.
And the war is going disastrously badly for Hudson. There seems to be little support for the federal forces, and the Azaladju Free, with nearly 5 times as many supporters and more than 10 times the number of kills, is well on the way to guaranteeing its independent status. The question now is how much further that litmus paper snowballs, and just how small the rump of the Federation turns out to be. Nesh Incorporated, the faction hosting the Federal Navy and signally failing to make inroads into the rebel forces, seems unlikely to be the President's favourite faction on Thursday, when the conflict will finish, and at least 4, possibly many more systems, leave the Federation forever.
They found what may have been the first recorded surface contact with Sargoids in the Coalsack Nebula, with still active barnacle refueling stations and a 200-year-old historical geological settlement. They found the sister ship to the Adamastor, the Hesperus, with its story of corporate rivalry and piracy, and the dredger that had been plundering the wreck. They found the Anaconda Proteus, with information left behind by the escaped science crew of the Hesperus, and they found the site of an ancient Guardian Thargoid battle with ruins and crashed ships, far from any other known Guardian sites. They did all this in the time since the discovery of the ancient ship Adamastor in October last year, with our help. And now the mysterious figure known only as Salvation wants to use knowledge gathered by the long-dead crew of the Hesperus to develop new deadly weapons to assist in the fight against the Thargoids.
With our help, Salvation has massively surpassed the feeble attempts of tri-superpower anti-Thargoid agency Aegis to gather research samples to develop new weapons. A message received by those who assisted Salvation in this effort makes it clear that Salvation sees Aegis as a rival, and that someone in the shadows, perhaps the fabled Club, might be manipulating events. Here's that message in full.
Commander, this is Salvation. You have performed excellent work delivering Guardian artifacts to my associates at Taurus Mining Ventures, and I hope you are satisfied with the payment. I urge you not to trust Aegis. That organization is a hollow sham built by those in power to distract the masses. They will never have the capabilities to deal with the xenological threat that I have. To that end, you must remain alert for the next phase of my project. I will have need of pilots of your caliber because the work I am undertaking is of huge importance. Our governments have failed to protect us. Our corporations have become corrupt. Our weapons are insufficient. Our defenses are unreliable. I will change everything, with your help. I remain, very truly yours, Salvation.
Salvation doesn't seem to be in any rush to continue their research. The smart money is on some sort of weaponry or other anti-xeno technology being ready in about 6 months. But that can only happen with our continued support for this mysterious character who's being treated as a villain by Aegis, by the Empire, the Federation and the Alliance, and whom the Pirates Federation has declared as untrustworthy. Can we trust him? Is salvation really our only hope? Only time will tell if we were right to trust them.
The unexpected arrival of a space dredger at Kumo City has caused surprise and consternation. But Archon Delane's Kumo Council seems suspiciously comfortable with their new neighbours. Kumo City was opened recently on the 30th of April, following a campaign to establish Archon Delane as a power to be reckoned with in the galaxy, a campaign that saw significant support from the Sirius Corporation.
The dredger, which arrived on Thursday, is one of several operated by the criminal clan known as the Blue Viper Club. While most dredger clans spend their time in deep space, the Blue Viper ships are known to be drug smugglers and raiders, with several outposts devastated by their attacks, despite the claim by the Wallglass Detective Agency that none of their dredgers had ever before entered an inhabited system. The concern must be that with the crew of the dredger establishing contact with the Kumo Council, the Blue Viper Club may have stolen or salvaged something in deep space that may or may not be vital to the future of humanity. Perhaps something that will set Archon Delane up as a rival to salvation. Perhaps something that will set him up as a major superpower.
But at this stage, we simply do not know. Attempts to interrogate the comms beacons on the dredger have succeeded only in extracting the message, "Bugger off, or we'll feed your ship to the dredger."
The tourist beacon at Mick Turner Base in the California sector BA-A East 6 system reads, "This Barkmound population is popular with scientists and sightseers alike. Its close proximity to an Alliance base has caused much speculation." Well, now it's the cause of quite a bit more speculation because the Barkmounds had vanished, not only from here, but from all around the galaxy. The scientists of the Canon have launched an appeal to find and restore Barkmounds to the galaxy. The appeal is presented by eminent research scientist, philanthropist, and pedant, Commander LCU, No Fool Like One.
It was once said that the bark mounds were so abundant that you could walk across the galaxy on the back of them. But sadly, these majestic organisms are now endangered. We first noticed they'd started to disappear on the 19th of May 3307. Once upon a time, the landscapes of many worlds were littered with these cone-shaped wonders, like a particularly persistent pimply rash. But now, those landscapes are barren wastelands, devoid of all organic life. If you can find any bark mounds at all, they'll just be a few lonely, isolated specimens instead of the joyous herds like traffic cones on a 20th century motorway. Throughout the airwaves, Canon researchers would be regularly heard announcing their bark mound discoveries.
Ooh, how exciting. There's some biological sites on this planet. I do hope it's crystalline Oh, it's bark mounds.
For fuck's sake, it's more of those fucking orange, pointy barking bastards. Fuck off, will ya?
Bark mounds? Really? Again?
It's bark mounds! Bark mounds! Bark mounds!
Oops, old bark mounds again. It's bark mounds, man. Why don't we just take off and nuke the site from orbit?
For fuck's sake, not more fucking bark mounds. But now, the airwaves are silent, and we mourn the loss of these fascinating organisms. Canon Research extensively studied the sounds made by the bark mounds, and what we found out may astonish you. Absolutely nothing. We found out nothing. At best, there's a vague similarity to Braintree noises, but frankly, that's quite a stretch. Tourists used to flock to Mick Turner Base, where there was an extensive field of bark mounds just outside. The bark mounds are now gone, and the tourist beacons dumped unceremoniously on a hillside. Independent pilots would joyously frolic around the fields of bark mounds, carefully harvesting the growths that would drop valuable materials, or sometimes using more intensive methods. But now the bark mounds are gone, and those that remain are only yielding inferior materials. Nobody knows why they're gone. Perhaps it's habitat change, or the human settlements springing up everywhere, or people harvesting them for who knows what purpose. We need you to help save the bark mounds. Please, put pressure on the Pilots Federation to preserve these organisms. We need them reintroduced at McTurner Base, where they can be protected against poachers by the no-fire zone. Do your bit. Save the bark mounds. Stop doing that.
If you'd like to make a donation to that appeal, please send your ARCs to Galnet News Digest, care of Alvin DeFeer, Hutton Orbital Proxima Centauri, near Alpha Centauri, the Milky Way galaxy. And don't forget to mark your envelopes. I'm crazy for bark mounds.
And that's this year's Lavecon Galnet News.
Galnet News, we read the news, so you don't have to.
Crystal shards, no, it's about mound. Oh, poison planet E6, volcanism maybe? Oh no, it's about mound.
Oh, there's biology down there. Oh, for fuck's sake, it's just bark mounds again.
Hello, Commanders. My name is P.A. Groove / Blurred Vision. You are listening to my track, Planet V. If you like to listen more of my work, please visit soundcloud.com/P-A-Groove. Fly safe and enjoy the show here on Lave Radio.
afternoon, Lavecon! I just thought I'd try and do that, wake everyone up a little bit. So it is time for that part, what happens at this part. It says so on the planner. 1650, it says, I know we're a wee bit early, but I only changed that so it would stop saying that we're closing because people were having heart attacks and they thought the raffle wasn't going to happen. Let's have a look and see. Ooh. I know it's a bit orange, which I think Bright Spark will like, but we'll get rid of that annoying, frustrating reverb. I am here and I am in the wonderful Zoom call with all of our virtual attendees that are in here. Feel free to say hi. None of them?
Hi.
It's just,
Hello.
It's just me and my
Hello.
guys.
Hi, Fidelity. Hi. Look.
Yep.
Hello.
So we have a lot of people here, and this, of course, is the it's the sad bit before I hand back to Alan to close the event down, which is really sad. And I've got Karen to remind me because there's things that I don't actually even have even slightly in my brain when they were talking about awards. The only one I've got is a message I had, and then I can see Wishblend here. So Wishblend, of course, has been running things over the weekend. So we've got a wee final reveal from Wishblend, which I think we'll do right now. So I'm going to hand over to Wishblend to talk about what we would call the sort of successes of having choices and the general people working at home and not taking those choices. But there's more to be revealed, isn't there, Alison?
Yeah, basically, I did have a few things set up for this weekend. They didn't quite happen as well as we thought. But one of them was the cryptic location search treasure hunt. It would have been better taking part in person. But unfortunately, nobody come back to us this year with any submissions. So the cryptic location search was not solved this year. But I did say I'll reveal what the treasure was.
Ooh, drum roll. Oh no, I made the screen go away. We'll never know. We'll never know. Oh, I'll bring it back. There you go, Alison. Oh, wow.
24 karat gold dice.
Very nice.
So you get to keep them.
Yep, I get to keep them because nobody won.
Haha, fools! You're all fools!
Wishland needed this on purpose.
I did say there was a prize in this real treasure.
That is a lovely prize, and I actually think you deserve to keep that.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
So, 24 karat gold dice.
I mean, I'm not.
Gold, just plated.
I'm not suggesting that you might have created a rod for your own back, but next year they're going to be expecting a Lamborghini.
Well, the thing is, you never know what's going to be in the treasure. It could be good, could be bad.
This is true. It could be a trap. Lots of people impressed.
It could even be a mug.
Yeah. Oh no! Don't start that. So if you do get to come along next year and join us in a physical Lavecon, then please do take advantage of these things. I know it's an awful lot easier to do these things when you are captive and there are no real life things taking you in other directions. And also you've got that wonderful amount of time over lunch and drinks and things where you can sit down and work as a group as well. So do take advantage. I think you'll be running, probably there'll be another Battle Cards tournament at the physical one.
Yeah. The tournament would have been perfect at the physical location at Lavecon physically but it also set up to run, group tables, cars running alongside while doing EDRPG adventures, and it'd have been, people taking part of it, people coming in and watching it, and it'd been a good atmosphere. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work online. I mean, I was going to try to do it like myself, having my own table with a camera down for two sides, but it's a bit awkward to do to get the whole feed in one camera shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is something Colin found out yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do take advantage of it next year and then go and try these things. I know that the ED Battle Cards is an awful lot of fun. I've not actually had an opportunity to play it myself yet, but I will get
Next year then.
Yeah, no. Well, again, it tends to be I'll be in my cupboard. So, but I would thought maybe we can do it evening at the bar or something. But again, we end up doing very bizarre games at the bar, and I think we're missing that this year.
Yeah.
I know Moof is missing my favourite moment from Lavecon was I went to bed early because I wasn't feeling great. He arrived, and I don't know when, but he woke me up, and he lay down on the pull-out bed. A spring went patang, which made me laugh and woke me completely up. But not as much laughter as when 15 minutes later the alarm went for us to get up. Anyway, we are here to do the awards now. I've got one other particular competition, which of course was John Stabler. But can anyone?
He's here.
He is
I
here.
am here.
Do you want to announce your winner as well and let them know
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm fortunate I'm here to announce it.
I've got my speech written.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, so the participation trophy goes to Simon, who tried really hard and failed. Well done, Simon. Just a reminder to people that the game is actually free to try. Well, it's just free. So you can, there's nothing stopping you from downloading it from the website and having a go. It's at spinduel.online. But the winner who actually completed the game and with a reasonable time was Entarius Fusion with a time of 1 hour 32 minutes and 50 seconds. So well done. I don't know what the prize is, but I'm sure it'll be awesome.
So we've got some ship skins and possibly, if I've got the right size, a t-shirt.
Okay, so congratulations to you. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who played the game. One person found a bug, so thanks for that. And sorry to everybody else who struggled to get to the end.
Yeah, John, just one wee question. Have you got a USB pen drive there?
No.
Oh, it's a shame. I was going to ask you to put your game on it and shove it.
I am aware that some people find it frustrating, but
really?
I put that down to skill level rather than anything else. So, thank you very much.
6 hours this morning!
You should have slept.
You might have done it better. Oh, okay, right. So that is the two that I can think of. Was there any other events or competitions running over the weekend, Karen?
So the other competition that was running this weekend and is still running, so we don't have a winner yet, is the Buckyball Challenge. It is going to run over the coming week. So if you want more information on that, get over to Discord or over to the Frontier forums, as Alec has put all the details and what have you up there. So yeah, you've got a whole week to do that one. So go, make it work.
Well, that's right. The Buckyball Challenge is always something that might take a number of attempts. I don't know if they have any sort of adjudications, but I'm sure Alec will have thought of it all. From all the events in the past, they'll be extremely slick, and yeah, good luck. Has anyone had a go at it yet in here? Nope. Anyone in the Twitch chat? Just let us know if you have.
I have.
You have? Oh, Psychic, that's right. Yeah, how'd you go on?
I did it for 2 hours. I didn't do it. It wasn't fun. I mean, it was fun, but I wasn't very good at it.
Well, I do seem to remember flicking to your stream during a Truckers Up Tidy event to just in time to catch you making your way back down the hill, but not by choice.
I'd completed that one, and it was by choice on the Truckers Up Tidy. I'd actually completed it. But no, this one, unfortunately, a time sub 10 minutes has thus far eluded me, so we'll keep up on that.
Brilliant, thank you very much. All right, so you can get details of that on the Elite Dangerous forums, or if you go over, in fact, I think we'll get Ben or someone, will probably be a link on the Lave Radio website, laveradio.com, if you're new to the community or you're just coming around to seeing and thinking, what is this Elite Dangerous stuff they've talked about all weekend? I was here to watch Simoof shove a USB stick up. No, yeah. If you want to check it out, then the Elite Dangerous forums are where you can go to find Buckyball stuff. Or do they have a website, Ben?
I don't think the Buckyball is. No, they just use the Frontier forums.
Okay.
I
They're
think.
quite active on Discord as well, on the Lave Radio Discord server. So
Yep. So they're on
I usually just poke Alec and assume he'll answer.
Yeah, he's a gent.
Oh,
they do.
hang on. Osric is saying they do.
Do you want to put a wee link out there? Oh, buckyballracing.org.uk. Honestly, it's just they make this so difficult. I can even see Psychics put Grant, see when you set up your screens and you've got your chat windows up there for vital information, how about you look at it once in a while? What do you mean kick my potato? No, that's what I usually see when I look up there. Okay, so I think then that only leaves the raffle. Now, if you're thinking, but where are my tickets? I don't know where my tickets are. Then this is the opportunity for you to go and check your emails. You should have a order completed email, and in that will be a little link that will take you directly to your tickets, or you can go to raffle.laveradio.com and just type your order number in, which will be on any of those particular emails that you had. It will not be your PayPal reference number. That will take you forever to type in. It is the Lave Radio, the Lavecon raffle order number, which will be about 7 digits.
8.
8. There we go. That's not bad for a complete guess. So
that's about 7.
It is about. Is it? Or is it about 9? It depends which direction you're going. But we are going to get on with the raffle. Now you can see here this wonderful display over here. This orange. In fact, the people in the Twitch chat can't. The Zoom call can't see this, but they can see it on Twitch. This beautiful orange ticket here has details of what lot is coming up, and we can see that our first pile of prizes is the Lavecon ship skin bundle, and we've got some details there about Anaconda, an Asp, Cobra Mark III, Eagle Type 10, Chieftain, Python, Type 9, Cutter, Flight Suit, good, Crate Mark II, Crate Phantom and Mamba, and that is the Lavecon skin for all of those. And if you saw the meetup photographs, you'll see that a lot of us were wearing that Lavecon skin on the flight suit. Anaconda. Babster? I don't know where you live, but I have a particular set of skills. Unfortunately, none of those are locating people, so I probably won't find you. And I'm also not very good at hide and seek either, to be honest, so frankly, you can just keep my daughter. Right, we are going to... I don't know, do I just press one button? Is that it, Moof? Is he here? Yes, he is. He's just...
Yeah.
Just that one button.
Yeah, but yeah, it'll ask you questions you have to be able to read.
Oh, why do things have to be so complicated?
Well, it's in case you accidentally click that with the FFF, which is for fat fingers.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. the FFF buttons, I am familiar. Alright, okay, well, let's give this a go. This will be my first time pressing these buttons. Normally we rope in somebody else. Where's Steph when we near? I don't actually know where Steph is, but I'm sure she's having a really, really enjoyable time wherever she is, and with all our love, and we do miss her. But frankly, you're stuck with me, so suck it up. Because if you, in fact, right. So this first ticket is what are Mindwipe's tickets? Can we have them removed, please? Can we have him killed? Thank you. That'll be great. Anytime now. Boom, boom. Right, we are going to draw our first ticket right now, and this is again, as I say, for the Lavecon shipskin bundle, and it's a good one to test it on. Here we go. I'm going to press the button and we're going to pull the ticket. Oh, there's Flossie. It's a blue raffle ticket and it's a ticket number 225. 225. Now, I think there may be claims of this being a fix because this happens to be a certain Commander Edelweiss who's won a wonderful Lavecon shipskins. Now, what I would suggest, Ben, is that I know you've got these, but I'm sure you'll have someone that you'll be able to use it for, or multiple accounts.
Both.
Perfect.
I might actually. My son's just getting into Elite, actually, so I might even give it to my son.
Brilliant, fantastic. Right. In which case, I get to now click this green button.
Ooh, what's the green button?
It just says that it has got some FFS protection in place. It's got a confirm. I've got to press it twice before I break it. Okay, I'm just going to check and wait for Moof and see. Are you happy with that? We don't have the next list of interesting.
So, as I say, it was a good point to check it. These things always are tricky to perfect, especially when we installed the shopping system, about a week ago. Yep, can't hear you, Move.
Click draw.
Click draw, okay. It's for 3D printed miniatures, and the ticket who has won is 237, and this is Commander Wheeler Towers. So congratulations, Commander Wheeler Towers. You have won the 3D printed miniatures, and
Just to clarify which 3D miniatures, these are the ones donated by Commander Pom and painted by Beetlejude. So they are fantastic coloured ones. We have a variety of miniatures in the raffle. So
well, I think the next two ships are the next 3D printed, or they're new ones as well. Okay, I didn't know about them. Hold on a second. Well, I bring up. I shall do something that will help this immensely. He said. So if you give me a second, I will get up the pictures of the prizes, and then we will show them on the screen as well. And then you will all know exactly what we're dealing with. Okay. Right, give me just a brief second while I add this in so that we're all good. I want to do that one. Perfect. By all means, you're welcome to talk among yourselves while I just quickly grab this information out.
Moof, I must say that's a lovely looking hotel you're staying in now.
Thank you, Ben. The rooms are a little bit shiny.
They're a wee bit shiny. Yeah. Do they have any I don't know, red rum coats or anything like that?
I had a glass of red rum last night.
I do like a glass. I had a glass of black rum last night, actually.
Okay, let's see how this looks. Let me know if you can see it. That is the miniatures. There you can see the first one up. And that has gone to Wheeler Towers. So let's confirm that for you. Congratulations. Has he been in the chat and said hello? Doesn't matter, we've got your details. It's all good. We'll just confirm them.
We know where you live.
Yeah, we will send that to the address that you provided. Or you can get in touch with us. The details are in your emails. Let's have another look. Okay, our next item up, we will find out in a second as we draw this next ticket, is for the Odyssey Razor earbuds. Custom Elite Danger Odyssey Razor Hammerhead True Wireless earbuds. And the winner of that prize, let's see if I can get a picture of them. That's them there. Is a green raffle ticket 138. Green raffle ticket 138. And this is SOV. S-O-V. Congratulations, S-O-V. Not sure if you're in the chat or not, but we shall lock that in for you. And again, that's an amazing prize. Those are awesome. And they will get sent to the address that you sent in your form. Click on that. Okay, we're up for our next one. Who knows what it will be? Will it be this? Is it going to go in order, Move? Spectrum Gaming Bundle?
Yeah, of course it's going to go in order.
Just a slight squeak in the voice that it just suggests that everything's good. All is fine. Everything's fine. There's nothing to see here. I'm just, we'll cover up this part of the screen as well a little bit more. There we go. Press the button and see who might be winning the Spectrum Gaming Bundle. Oh, it's a pink. No, it's a blue Cobra for this one. So let me just go and find that. There is the blue Cobra. You can see it on the screen.
So the blue Cobra was donated by the Hatton Orbital Shipyard, courtesy of Carl Colleton.
Fantastic. They do an awful lot of these models, and they are stunning.
And they're beautiful.
Pink ticket 378. Blue Cobra Mark III, yep, model, donated by Hunt Orbital Shipper, they just say it at the top there, which is quite cool. And I can tell you that the Commander Griff Star is the proud owner and winner of that particular wonderful Blue Cobra. Congratulations, Commander Griff Star. Right. So we've got no idea what's going to be next. This is going to be fun. Let's find out, and then I'll get the picture up. Let's draw the next one. It is the EDBC poster. That's the Elite Dangerous Battle Card poster. That will have been donated from Spider-Man Games. Is that correct, Karen?
That is indeed from Spider-Man Games, our fabulous sponsor.
The amazing Spider-Man Games. I don't know if I've got a picture. Let's have a quick scroll down and see.
You should have a picture.
It might be. I know, but it'll be down here. There, it's there. That's the one. That's the one right there. That wonderful, massive poster, and it is huge. Was it A0? I'm not sure if John's in.
John is in.
Yeah, it's about 1.5 meters.
There we go. We have seen it in person once, and it is a stunning poster. So, congratulations to the ticket holder 0030, and I can confirm that is Commander Puppy.
If you could refresh the prizes list page, it will be in the correct order now.
Thank you. We'll go back
I
up.
can say it's in the correct order I'm looking at.
It's okay. There we go. All right, so we know what's coming up next is going to be the Gravity update and Elite Dangerous voice packs from HCS voice packs is going to be our next prize. Right. Let me just finish off claiming this one for Puppy. Right. There we go. Puppy. That EDBC poster will be on its way to you. Right, so our next item is the Elite Dangerous Odyssey Command Pack Gravity from HCS Voice Packs. I think we played a video from HCS as well yesterday, and I know that our very good friend Vanti Un is working very hard on some of these voice packs with Paul to make them special and work really well with Odyssey, so it's a great prize if you are a voice user. And your winning ticket for this one is yellow, number 268. Yellow 0268. Now, I can see that our Commander Nocti is the proud winner of this one. Congratulations, Nocti. That is on its way to you. Our next one up is going to be another Lavecon Shipskin bundle. Another one. Oh, LCU was close. Zulu Romeo. It's rigged. No, it's not. Now you wish you brought more than 2 tickets. You know, Volt. So do the poor starving children. I was going to say. Let's just move on. No, I was going to try and guilt people into buying raffle tickets. What people have bought has been ridiculous, and in fact, we'll go to Karen at the end of this to confirm how generous you people are out there. Not just our prize donors. It's amazing. Okay. Our next prize draw should be for the Lavecon Shipskins. Let's have a look and see. It's pink, and it is ticket 83. Ticket 0083. So you win all those wonderful Lavecon skins for your ship so that you can go away proud as punch, dressed in a rather garish yellow flamey outfit, and jump into your flamey yellow garish anaconda and fly off into the sun. That is making its way over to Commander Count Nugget. And Count Nugget, I think he was in chat earlier on as well. Count Nugget, I hope you have got a good use for those. I'm pretty sure that they will end up in a very, very, very receptive hand. I know that Count Nugget's got an awful lot of these skins as well, so I think, like Ben, it'll go to a good home. Let's lock those in. I think I'm doing a quiz again. Alright, next up we have the Spectrum Gaming Bundle. I think this is a prize. It was donated by, was it Stephen Usher?
No, Brett Pritchard.
Brett Pritchard. See, whenever I see something that says Spectrum or Retro, I always think it's Stephen Usher. Stephen Usher is just everything.
Not mine. No, not mine.
All right,
no, they're totally a double act when it comes to retro games. I'm afraid.
Fantastic. All right, Brett, thank you very much for this. And I am willing the gods of the random chance to generate, to return these home straight back at you. Here we go. I hope I haven't just cursed them. I really do. It's green 0227. A quick look across there to make sure that it's not going to say your name.
And it's Stephen Usher.
It's not. It's not. It's actually Commander Yorkie Lad. Congratulations. Oh, yeah, now it says donated by Bet Pritchard. Yeah, so
Yorkie Lad's actually my brother-in-law.
Oh, fantastic! There we go.
I'll let him know.
That's
Does he
brilliant.
have a Spectrum to play it on?
Not that I'm aware of.
Clearly, he's going to have to get a Spectrum to play it on.
Well, I think the sort of the Spectrum's had a complete relaunch as well with the Spectrum Next and its new second design.
Yeah,
and
the Kickstarter on the way. Yeah. Well, the Kickstarter's finished, but they're doing the production.
So yeah,
And then there's the Engo as well, though.
Oh, okay, the Engo.
Yeah, which is basically a clone of the Spectrum Next, which is just a board.
Ah, so you can make your own. Excellent. So there you go.
Yeah.
He's going to have something to do then, Ben. And it is all locked in, so it's going that way now. There's no choice. Our next lot up is the EDRPG box set, and we know where that comes from. That's the fantastically generous Spider-Man Games again. Thank you very much to them, and let's find out who this will be going to. That looks like that is, and I will speak on behalf of John on this one, it looks like it is the game with all the expansions as well. Yep, the full box set. Yellow 0210. What are you laughing at?
Yay! I won my own box set.
That's what he's laughing at.
That's fantastic. I don't have one of those. That'd be great. Alternatively, you can always roll it again.
To be fair, it will save you on postage. All right, we can re-roll that one, I believe. I'm going to try the other button that I've not pressed yet. Ooh, okay. Let's see who will be the proud owner of the EDRPG. See if we can get Spider-Mind again. It's yellow. Oh, 279. A good friend of ours, LCU, as opposed to John, who's not a good friend of ours. I was just going to stop saying stupid things like that from this point forward. I'm going to try to, but frankly, I don't hold up my chances high. LCU, no fool like one. Congratulations. That ED RPG box set coming right at you. Well done. He's in the chat as well. Fantastic. Okay, our next wonderful prize is another HES Voice Packs Gravity update from the fantastic HES Voice Packs. We are going to see who is the proud winner of this one. There's a red raffle ticket this time. 0084. 0084. Oh, it's gone to somebody. Somebody. I think they might even be in the Zoom call. And I can actually quite confidently say that this is a good friend. This is we know this person. It's a Galactic Midden. Congratulations! Oh, he's used to it. We've spent far too much time in a van together. 13.
Did he ever find his pants?
I have no idea where his pants went. They wish to be in the raffle, but
Sean's got them.
Who has?
I think Sean Pond has got his pants.
Sean Pond. Well, there's a scandal. There's a scandal. Okay. We have the spectacular, stunning, massively, technically free for whoever is going to win this, and it's all the way from the Hutton shipyard as well. It is the Purple Anaconda, and it comes with its own large pad. Oh, is this you, Flossie? Is this the one that you're after?
Yeah, Flossie says it's pink, not purple.
Yeah.
Sorry, I decided it was purple.
Okay, it's pink. It's pink for the official purposes of this. And is it a pink ticket too that we need to draw? Is it? Actually, I shouldn't. We can't fix this even if we wanted. We can barely get it to work. Here we go. It's pink.
Surely this should be.
Three.
Surely this should be for Sally.
9, 2. Is that too high? Oh, I can tell by the look on Flossie's face that I'm going to be getting some soggy biscuits in the post. It is Commander Griffstar. Congratulations, well done. That will be making its way to you. Flossie, we'll have to see what we can do. Is there anything else? I'm not sure that's how raffles work, but right, okay. Let's get that in for you, Griffstar. That will make its way to you. And do send us a picture once you've got it. Just stick it into the Lave Radio one so we can put it up on in the Lavecon group and share that with everyone because it looks stunning. Okay.
There's a slight typo on the next one, sorry.
Canon prize pile.
Yeah, so the Canon prize pile is one of their fabulous branded flasks.
Yep.
Some, apparently a lifetime supply of Gnosis avian cheese. Apparently on the basis that if you don't actually eat it, it will just last you a lifetime. And a fridge magnet from the very lovely Canon group.
Yes, fantastic.
If somebody outside of the UK wins it, sadly we cannot post you cheese because rules.
Rules and probably if we did post that cheese, it would last your lifetime because if you ate it, it would kill you.
Well, we can post it, but only in the UK.
I think that the avian cheese is actually just a piece of plastic.
Well, just in case. It looked very cheese-like.
I'm pretty sure it isn't. Yeah,
it's been confirmed in the chat.
It's not real.
Okay. Oh, I'm really disappointed, LCU. Honestly,
It
right.
looks very, very good. It does.
Fantastic. So you can get your cheese internationally. Hey, great news! Let's see how far in the world we can send this cheese.
Okay then.
I wanted to go to the Antarctic now.
It is a brown ticket. That's kind of suitable for 0120. This is going to Commander Sov again. Sov, well done. SOV, congratulations. That wonderful prize pile is on its way. American cheese is plastic, but it's meant. See, that's the opposite. That's meant to be edible, but it's plastic. This is plastic, so it's not meant to be edible.
It's a hard cheese.
Yes, that's it. It's going to be hard to swallow. Please do not eat the plastic cheese. Okay. Our wonderful next one up is the fantastic Lavecon 2021 polo shirt. I did have one on.
With the next line.
I can't see it.
It's with a second-hand Dockers mug.
Ah! It's the one with the second-hand Dockers mug. Okay, fantastic. I can't see that line, so thank you. That's why we've got you here, Karen, to keep us right. Okay, so a mug.
Mug!
Just a delay. Yeah, there we go, just a slight delay. It is a wonderful Lavecon polo shirt with a Dockers mug. Let's have a look and see who's going to be the proud owner of this. It's a brown raffle ticket. Ticket number 317. That will be making its way to Commander Stephen Usher. Congratulations.
Hi. Mug!
Mug for the mug. Excellent. Right, next up, it is another of the ED RPG box sets. These are actually stunning books. If you haven't seen them or had an opportunity to see them and you win them, then you are in for a treat. Beautifully produced, and I really might just spark you to get involved in one of the sessions with Wishblend at the next physical Lavecon as well, and you'll have a bit of experience and knowledge. So this will be making its wonderful way to Blue Raffle Ticket 529. Blue 529. And this is going to be, apparently, it's going to be going to Angel Special Operations Group Archangel 5. Commander Archadder. Okay, Commander Archadder, you have congratulations from us for winning this prize. Well done. Thank you, Stephen, for confirming that if you now check your web page, it should tell you if you have won a prize, and it will flash up with the ticket that's won. And tell you what it has. Does it tell you what it has won? I've never won in a raffle to be able to know. But yeah, okay, let's get on to our next item. Where are we going to now? Another HCS Gravity updated voice pack from HCS Voice Packs. Dave's going to be busy when we send him a pile of email addresses. Let's see who's getting this one too. Boom, Blue 507. A voice pack and gravity add-in. That's what it is. 0507. This is going to. Yep, there he is. You've already identified yourself in the chat there. Oh gosh, Marx Antheus. There we go. I can speak. Yeah. Congratulations.
If you can refresh your prize list again.
Thank you. Oh gosh. And you know, Moof loves raffles. These are his favouriteest things in the world. Right, we're going to draw our next one, which is going to be for Odyssey Razer earbuds. I tell you what, it is one I would not particularly. I would love to have. According to our tech monkey and sound expert, these are a very good quality pair of earbuds. So I think he's secretly hoping to win them as well. So we'll see who is going to be the lucky winner. Red 0342. Oh, he's not getting them. Eddie Girdler, congratulations, Eddie, and thank you so much again for supporting the raffle. With your buying tickets, everyone who bought tickets, has been amazing. Right, so yep, Eddie will be chuffed, I think, actually. Is he in chat?
Yeah. He's got a new doggy.
Oh. Does that excuse him?
I think so.
Moof does own a lot of pairs of headphones. Now, this one, I think I'll probably need Karen to explain a little bit. This next ticket is the Cowper and Newton Museum Pass.
Yeah, so there is a historical museum in Olney in Buckinghamshire yeah. I can't say I've ever been to it, but it looks fascinating on the website. So this is 2 annual passes to visit there whenever you like. So hopefully it goes to somebody not in Scotland who could maybe make use of them.
You've just cursed us, haven't you?
Yeah, you're going to win this one.
Yeah. Actually, I'd probably go. Definitely. I mean, it looks interesting, and museums can be fascinating and a real wonderful day out. So yeah, let's find out. It's going to be a green ticket. 0272. That is going to go to LCU No Fool Like One. Congratulations. And I know he's in the chat, so congratulations. And that's done. Right, okay. Well done. Oh, we're going to move on to our... Oh, okay. Another Spider-Mind special here. We have the classic level up. Now, that looks like it is a 2x3 tabletop for your table. A tabletop for your tabletop. That's what it is, I believe. Although I don't know if Amelia is still around to be able to give us that rundown. But essentially it is to be able to raise your game aboard above Pillbox ruining level. I think is the official title.
Yeah, Grant, you basically put a small table on top of your normal table to raise it up, so you put your board games on top of it, put your paperwork, drinks and everything underneath that on a normal table.
Yep, it is amazing. I have got one on its way, and
it can support from the promotional video. I remember it can support the weight of a very fat cat.
Yeah.
2 cats, in fact, in one of the promotional videos.
2 cats, there we go, an update. So if you have 2 cats and you're sick of them sitting on your table, then why not get this and let them sit in that? No, it's for games. It's so you can put the game board and raise it above it and then have all your stuff below it, or drinks so that they can't be
telling a cat that. It's for games. Yeah.
I think that's trying to convince a cat that you're doing a promotional video. Would they mind leaving the room? So let's have a look and see who our lucky winner is. Pink 110. Oh my goodness, this is going to SOV. S-O-V. I think that is number 3. You have got your hat trick of prizes. Congratulations. Let's lock that one in for you, and we will get that on its way to you as soon as is possible. Well done. So if you haven't got cats, I don't believe it comes with cats. The cats
Probably
will.
not, no.
Yeah, cats do love empty boxes, they do. Right, our next prize up is the HCS Voice Packs Gravity pack with the various update as well. Let's go and see who our winner is. Vantian was about, you could give us a nice rundown of what's involved in that. But let's have a look and see. It's green 415. Green 415. That goes to Fists of Snake. Congratulations, Fists of Snake. Now, if you know these people who are not here in chat or aren't aware, you can always send them a message that they can log in to the second link from this point forward, and it will be able to show them what they've won and what ticket won it, and their details that have been provided already will be used. So, oh, he's there. Congratulations. That one will be on its way to you. Fantastic. Right. Oh. Now, this is donated by Anthony Hunt. So we had that wonderful Remlock display, and this is one of those 3D modelled ships that he was showing in that video on Saturday morning. The Imperial Cutter, and a special cutter designed blueprint mouse mat as well to go with it. That looks stunning. And our lucky winner for this, thank you very much again, Anthony, for all your donations, is Green 0065. And we know who this is. This is going to Commander Ed Hunter. Congratulations. One of the contributors to raffles quite frequently as well, and if you've ever been at an ECM and had one of those little badges, that is usually one of the barkers. So let's lock that one in. There we go. They are wonderful people, the barkers, if you get the opportunity to meet them. Oh, okay. We've got the cannons piles too. This again comes with the flasks, the avian cheese, which you've got a little bit of a picture of there that you can see. I can say that we are definitely not okay with the knife will not be included for safety reasons, even if it is plastic. Unless the knife is made out of cheese. We'll just have to wait for LCU to confirm. Is the knife included and it's made out of cheese? I shouted, that one's definitely not on the menu.
Yeah, so this is the second pack of the same, as it were. So you've got a flask, the cheese, and a magnet, I believe is the plan.
Right, okay, yeah, the knife is not included. Well, I didn't know that. I was just giving you an opportunity for a bit of fun. Right, let's go and see who's going to be the lucky winner of this second prize pile. It's blue 103. 103. And I believe this will be going to a Commander Palantir. Congratulations. And I've not seen him about today, but I'm sure he will be more than happy. And again, thank you for supporting the raffle. Right.
Nobody tell him it's plastic. Just to tell him it's an extra hard cheese that you can use in his cooking.
Live on Hutton News.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is a book that I have read and enjoyed. It is Alan Stroud's Fearless, a hardback copy of this. I know that if it was the sequel that Moof would be currently biting our hands off to get his hands on it as well. So let's find out. Will Alan sign it for them?
Yeah, he'll sign it. He'll dedicate it if they want it dedicated, or he'll just sign it if they're planning to sell it on eBay. I mean, if they just want it, signed, that's fine too.
No problem, I'll tell you. Okay. Right, let's find out who's the lucky winner. It's a blue ticket. 126. Oh, that's going to our very own Sean Bond. Yep, Commander Palantir again. Oh, he'll be chuffed. He likes a good book, he does. And he can read it while
He
he's
won
eating the
books
cheese.
last year as well. He's done really well.
This library is entirely one of raffle prizes. That'd be quite epic. So congratulations, Palantir. That is awesome. Right. Okay. We have.
Do I have to throw in a pair of underpants?
No, I think he's already. I think he's got them. I think he's already got
right.
them.
Oh, he's got mine. All right. Okay.
I don't know, but he does seem
No,
to
I think
collect
I
them.
think he's got middens underpants. I think you're okay.
Okay. He doesn't want signed underpants. Okay. Fine.
Well, now if we have to add a new prize to this raffle prize, we could put it on at the end.
I was going to put it in between the pages. You see, I thought that was it was probably a good place. But,
This is an unusual bookmark. Okay, let's find out who's going to win this wonderful HCS voice packs with the Gravity update donated by HCS. Let's see, we've got a green ticket this time. It is 291. That is going to Commander Pom. Wherever you are, Pom. That'll be making its way to you. Congratulations. Excellent. Right. We're down to... this time is another 3D print. This time a special gold edition Anaconda from Anthony Hunt, including the stunning little mouse mat. A very special one for this event. So let's see. Who's up for this one? That prize would be Pants Midden. You are correct. There are other ways to personalise them. No, Frank, no, not when you're going to post them. Think of the poor postal sniffer dogs. Let's find out who's going to be the winner of this amazing little gold Anaconda. Green raffle ticket. 3, 3, 4. That's green. 3, 3, 4. And that's going to go to Commander Osric. Congratulations. There we are. Yep, and in chat, fantastic.
Sorry, could you refresh your prize list again, Grant?
Sure.
This is updated
Thank you.
artwork.
I can see that. Yeah, it's coming up next. Let's confirm that one for you. Right, next up we have this wonderful level up from Spider-Minds. This one is the classic 2x3, and as you can see on the box, I'm not sure if you can quite make that out on the box, but
I think it's the classic level up. The 2 was to indicate it's the second one of the same thing.
yeah, what's that tagline there? Raise your cat. That's what it is. Yeah, I think you've had a bit of a redesign there, John.
Yes, I think we're making all of our games now cat themed.
Okay, right, well, let's go and find out who's going to be the lucky owner of this wonderful level up. It's a red ticket. 0025. This is Commander Puppy. Commander Puppy, congratulations.
So I do save on postage because I think Puppy's getting a EDRPG box set as well.
Commander Puppy gets a cat raising device.
X.
Well, it's not really a cat raising device. That's just the confusion added by the fact that, there's been some jiggery-pokery. I wouldn't be surprised, Alan, if your pants appear. Right, so let's move on down to our next prize, which is... Now, this is something I've not seen before, but look at that. Dragon Eye Dice, donated from Spider-Man Games, not due until the Kickstarter, which is, it's a $70 entry to the Kickstarter, which is due to be in late August. So when the Kickstarter goes live, you will be given a $70 backing pledge. I think that's what that means. John, do you want to confirm?
Yep, that's exactly right. We'll be in touch with them, sign them up, join them up as a backer, add that money to their pledge so they can then choose at the end of the Kickstarter exactly what colour and style of dice they want.
And that's them sort of on the picture behind you, what they kind of look like.
Yes, exactly. It's these, my friends.
Ooh, they do look special. They do look special. Right, well, let's find out who is the lucky backer. Pink 172. Pink 172. Commander Gimme. who was in chat and spent a lot of time in the Zoom call with us. Congratulations to you. I don't know if it's probably away. Oh, you're there. You're there. Congratulations. They look super special. I love the packaging you've got. Is that obviously prototype packaging, or have you decided that that's what you're aiming for?
That's kind of what we've given to our packaging company and said, listen, can you make it like that? Basically, if I'm allowed to do a very unashamedly quick plug, these dice are a new way of manufacturing dice because we've found a way of placing, in this case, a dragon eye right in the center of the dice and have it pointing out through the top number. So in the set, you'll get a full role-playing game set of 7 dice, and we've given you 2 d20s and 2 d6s because they're the most common. But behind it, you can see in the box there is going to be a nice egg, same colour as the dice. It's the dragon egg to store them in, and they'll also come with a little felt bag for you to carry them around in. But yeah, hopefully it'll look pretty similar to that box.
Fantastic. They look like they will be something very special. I cannot wait till your Kickstarter's up and I get an opportunity to back it. In fact, I've got a whole Lavecon tankard up there full of EDRPG dice. So I'll just add some more to that. It'll be awesome. Although those ones look super special. Although, I mean, do you guarantee that they won't screw me over like normal dice?
Yeah, I think these ones will roll the top number often.
That's good.
Probably just as often as it will roll the other numbers. So the more you roll, the more chance you get of getting the top numbers. So that's a good thing.
Oh, right. Okay, your chances
That
go
a new
up.
feature, that's good.
I've been hearing rumours about certain dragon attacks if you roll a natural 1.
Yeah, the dragon comes alive and bites your head off.
Awesome. No wonder you need a Kickstarter for that. Maybe not, and just a bit of advice, and maybe not mention that in the campaign.
You don't think? Okay, all right. I'll hang on. Let me run that down.
It might be a detraction to it. All right, our next prize up is the Lavecon 2021 VIP merchandise pack, including, but not exclusively, but not in arm's reach way, including. Right, there we go. A wonderful Lavecon backpack. It has got the face cover, which is just here. I've buried it in all the stuff I've been. Yeah, there we go. Face cover. So if you are particularly pungent to look at, you can wear it in a number of ways to cover the particular affected parts of your face. And that'll make it all better for everybody else in your near vicinity, because masks are all about other people and you showing kindness to them. Also, wireless headphones, the badge and polo shirt size, subject to availability, so you will need to send information so that we can get the right size or that you desire if possible. And the winner of this wonderful VIP pack is Blue 520 520. That is a commander, or just the word online insider. So they could be a commander, but they might not be. I won't assume. Online insider. Congratulations. That VIP pack will be making its way to you. You can let your relatives and people in your close proximity know that they will no longer have to look at the entirety of your face. But congratulations. Fantastic. Right. You alright, Flossie? Oh!
I was just laughing at Ben.
What's he doing? Has he got his mask on? Oh, goodness me.
Covering
I'm
his
doing
face.
this. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. See? Instant improvement, isn't it? Hasn't the tone
It works.
of the surrounding area gone up considerably? The valuations of property on that beach that he's sitting have gone up tenfold.
Wildlife has returned.
Okay, our next prize up is the stunning again, and I will cast your minds back that if you have any of that negativity about Frontier. You're concerned about what kind of a company they are. That they still are so kind that you have no foundations for that. You can let it go. They are a wonderful company, and we are absolutely honoured to have them support this event and be part of it. And prizes like this that they give are just an absolute capital sign of 28, sorry, not 28, but that's the number. Odyssey Razer earbuds. It's only 2. You've only got 2 years. You only need 2 of them. Goodness help you if you need 28. It's a custom Elite Dangerous Odyssey Razer Hammerhead 2 wireless earbuds. And as I said before, these are a cracking quality set. Coming to you right now to which commander? Brown 413. Okay, this is going to Camel. What about your Frontier? Yeah, you just have to plug that with your finger. Camel number 1. Congratulations. I'm not sure if people are taking the mickey out. If you've changed your name so that I say something stupid on air, then you've clearly not watched me on air before. Camel number 1. Congratulations. 413. Those beautiful headphones will be making their way to you. Damn it, I think, God, there's not a chance for me to get them gone.
No, that was the last pair, I'm afraid.
Well, let's go on to, I think this is our final prize, and it is the biggie. If you have seen, I did, and I cannot remember, I think it was it Psychit or Psyche on the stream who showed off that they had received one of these Elite Dangerous Odyssey Biosphere kits. These things are stunning. Now, there is a particular note: if it is an overseas winner, they will send it, but they will not be able to send the plants due to customs and restrictions. So there are plants in these, like little cactuses, to create a little scape inside the door.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was going to say I can show mine off on air. Let me just. I need to turn my.
Can you show mine
back.
off?
Hey, look at that!
There we go.
It's a stunning, beautiful.
They're amazing. I love them.
Yeah, and again, another sign of just how much Frontier do care about the community, and I'd just like to take the opportunity to remind us all that we do get passionate about these things, but sometimes our anger is probably misdirected, and this. It's a stunning prize. Who wants it? Is anyone? The Fishbowl Zulu Romeo. Does the haddock come with it? You can put your own haddock in it if you wish. That's not a problem. I would recommend.
It's coming to Scotland.
Is
you
it?
can fry it.
Me.
Lots of people looking for it. It is a stunning thing. So.
And you get that as well. Yeah, come here.
Put it in front of your face. No reason we can't see it any better, but it at least hides you. Okay, what's that plant mist spray, is it?
Plant hydration toolkit or something like that.
Yeah.
Basically, it's a squirty bottle.
A wee squirty bottle that allows you to put it on the cactus and keep it alive. That's the challenge. It's a new game by Frontier. It's called Being an Adult. Right, so if you think you're up to that, no cats included, let's find out who the winner is of this stunning, stunning last grand prize for today. And it's going to be a blue raffle ticket. 415. Not Flossie, darn it, Flossie. 415.
Darn it.
This one is going to Flintlock Engineering. Flintlock Engineering, congratulations. If you are actually and you just happen to work at your own business and that's the name of the business, Flintlock Engineering, or you have a virtual thing, this will look amazing in an office place. This will look stunning in your lobby. So congratulations, Flint, and all the best. And thank you again to everybody who bought tickets today and over the weekend and who donated prizes. I'll pass over to Karen. And again, you can check your tickets from this point onwards by going to raffle.laveradio.com. So if you bump into someone that was in the raffle and they didn't know if they won or not, they can obviously watch the on-demand stream, or they can go and check it on their page with their order number. Karen?
Yeah, so a couple of things. Firstly, if you have won a raffle ticket, I can totally say that, If you have won something, then do perhaps drop us an email, because it might be coming direct from us, in which case we've got your details, we will do that. It might be posted by a third party, in which case I need your permission to pass them your address or email address, depending on what you've won and therefore how they need to get it to you. So I will be emailing the winners, but if you want to skip that step, you can always just email me with admin@hwsevents.co.uk. But as I said, I will email you, so don't panic. So we support two fabulous charities. Oh, wait a minute, there's a message, Grant, on the chat.
Yeah, SOB, words of evil.
I think the Cricky will have a problem re-rolling it now, but which one was that, Crowley? Nope, sorry. That's Shouty saying it.
We could do. I could get into it if I know what the number was of it.
There were two canon packages, so it's a
Solve.
question of all.
SOV.
One.
SOV.
So I think that was that the first one or the second one.
I think that was
so.
the
The
second.
Canon number 1 is lot 12. Canon number 2 is lot 21. You see, when you've got a box of raffle tickets, it's much easier to redraw it.
Well, if the people are all there physically, it's a lot quicker. So we do
That
have
too.
some more cheese coming around then, and a cannon flask. Can you confirm that that's the SOV one that you've got there, Moof, before you...
I can't, because we don't capture any data we don't need, so it's all numbers to me. Do they know what number it is that they won? What?
Okay.
What ticket won it?
Yeah.
even?
Well, normally, what we do, Mia, if SOV is try and say English things and words. SOV already has a cannon bundle. Do you find out what the raffle ticket number was? And yeah, well done, Flint. It's going to be amazing. It looks stunning. It really does look stunning. Otherwise, it would be probably easier if they pick someone rather than redraw it. But we can redraw it. But we'll need to know. I could probably look back, but then again, that
Go
takes
episode
effort.
and redraw it there.
Say that again.
I was suggesting you might wait for the next Lave Radio episode and do a live draw on online.
Yeah, no, that doesn't fix it anymore. That'll drag the problem out and make it another issue for Move to have to try and
LTU
fix it
says
another
draw
day.
another one and they'll fix it, but I don't know if that'll help.
No.
Hold on, just. If I add another one, we'll know that one of these doesn't go away. Lot 12, is it?
Lot 12 was one. But I think it was the later
lot
one.
21 or lot 12.
You know, Sean won the second one. I think SOV won the first one. Sean Pond won the second one.
The Sean Palm won the second one.
Thank you, Shouty.
Thank you so much, Shouty. That's all the information I need.
So it'd be lot 12.
Let me just add a new prize, and let's hope they re-win it.
We go into infinite loops. It'll be awesome.
We'll do this one without a picture, if that's okay.
I think we can cope.
You're not kicking this, are you?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
We got it sorted. Yeah, we go.
Right, you should be able to do a draw again.
I see it. Here we go. We have the Canon Prize Pie redraw. That is the flasks and the fridge magnet and the special Genosis, or is it Gnosis? Gnosis.
One flask, but yeah, I put plural. That's my fault.
Okay, that's the title. Flask. We got a flask and some cheese, a fridge magnet, and that's your amazing prize. Here we go. Let's find out who it is. Please be Sov. Please be Sov.
There's too many people out there that are praying for that.
Yeah, 299. The gods of the internet have heard you speak. No, it's not. It's not you, LCU. No, Brown Raffle 99 belongs to Sov. Sov, congratulations.
I was praying for that.
It was meant to be. Yeah, we know you were all praying for it. Right, it's okay. This time we've got a button I can press. Let's try this again. Stop praying. Stop it. Oh, it's Brown again. Oh no, 278. I think this one's different. This one has gone to Flintlock Engineering. Congratulations. This will go lovely sitting next to your. You can have a nice cheese sitting next to your beautiful Odyssey biosphere. So there we go. I'll just double check that Flintlock was in. So well done, Flint. That's another thing on its way to you. Congratulations. And I think we're good on this one. So I'm waiting. I'm just waiting before I click green, before I click it and say that there, we're done. Going once, going twice. We've got a wow. I'm taking that as a confirmation. It's done. Congratulations, Flint. You have got that, and we will sort out and make sure we don't send one to Sov. That's just a mental note, and we'll figure that one out. Thank you so much, everybody. Right, I think I can pass back to you, Karen, then.
Excellent. Well, so before PayPal fees, we have raised £2,695. So thank you so much to everybody who donated prizes, but also who bought raffle tickets. That's an amazing total, and it means.
I don't know. Where's that coming from?
I don't know. Not me. So that's £2,585 after PayPal fees, which is 1,366 for each of the charities. Now we support two charities, you probably all know, but I'll remind you anyway of where your fabulous pennies are going to. We support Special Effect, who enable gamers with disabilities to access games and specialist equipment and those kind of things to make sure that gaming really is for everybody, and supporting that. So they are an amazing charity, and their work they do is absolutely awesome. So we are very glad to support them. The other charity that we support is Ehlers-Danlos Support UK. And the reason we support that is that Ehlers-Danlos is a connective tissue disorder that causes pain, dislocation, can result in an inability to walk or do things, but pain and fatigue tend to be the primary symptoms. And the reason why we particularly pick that condition or that organisation that supports people with that condition is because I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. So I very biasedly influenced the raffle. But having said that, I am incredibly grateful for the support that the community shows for both charities, even though one of them might be slightly more new to you. So thank you so much. We really, really do appreciate it. While I'm on the thank yous, I do have a bit of a list of people to ensure that I thank. I'm sure Alan has some as well, but I'm just going to run through my list if that's okay. Massive thank yous to Flossie for her Second Life activities. That's fantastic. For everybody who's taken part in the program, so Kev, who did some talks, and so many activities going on. We've got streamers, Brett with the Baptista Arcade, Colin with his Top Shift, Chris Jarvis was streaming, Psychic was streaming, Alison was streaming, Wishblend Alison, which fantastic. Beetlejude and Oregon Phoenix did a fantastic session on art. Alison has been running EDRPG as well as organising the battle cards and the treasure hunt, which is amazing. Alec and the Buckyballs guys for their challenge in game. John for Spindle, thank you so much. That seems to have been both fun and frustrating for people, which is always nice. For raffle prizes, thank you to everybody who donated, but especially Frontier, Spidermind, and HCS. And of course, massive thank you to Spidermind who sponsor our events, which we really appreciate, and we love their support and what they do. So they are absolutely fantastic. Also to Hutton, for their late night thing, and for everybody who was on panels, we really appreciate all of your input, but huge thank you to the two people who absolutely make this event work. In that Alan and I do a lot of the sort of run up and the sort of practical things behind the scenes, but I always say that I am the least technical member of the Lavecon team, and I absolutely could not do this event without Grant and Simoof. They are absolutely awesome and do all the technical wizardry that allows this event to happen. So huge thank yous. I think Alan has a few words to say as well, if I haven't stolen too much of his thunder. So yeah, thank you so much.
I don't generally have any thunder. I'm not going to comment on on my thunder in any further form. But yeah, no, I managed to just quickly reboot Zoom and get back in. The technology appears to have just started to die on me right at the end of the weekend, which if it's going to die, then obviously then that's the time to die. Yeah, Karen appears to be pinned at the moment.
Could you spotlight Alan now? Thank you.
Hooray, there we go. All right. Hi, folks. Okay, so yeah, we've had an amazing weekend. There's been some incredible stuff going on, and it's been wonderful to see. It's been wonderful to participate in. It's not in person, and I think we all feel that. We feel the fact that one of the things that made all of us come together over a long period of time has been the fact that we all share an interest in something that we've come to in different respects. Some of us came to it early in our lives. Some of us have come to it later through Frontier Elite 2, through Frontier First Encounters, or through Elite Dangerous. And I don't think it really matters, frankly, which of those things that they came to this community from. I also don't think it matters if they play or they don't play anymore, really, in that regard. It is something that we've all been able and had the privilege of being able to share, which is an experience of a wonderful community around a computer game. And that community gets a chance once a year in this event to meet up and spend time with each other. And really, that is the thing that I miss. And this weekend has been as near as a way to not missing that as possible. To be able to have time with people, to see that people are doing things, to get a few moments to see them on a screen and find out that they're up to stuff in their lives is incredibly important, incredibly special. And the more we can do that, the better. But yeah, it's not in person. It's not at the Sedgebrook. It's not wandering down the hall to see all the computers in the room and people playing the game. It's not wandering the bar and picking up a board game and having a memorable time with a few friends. It's not running a writing workshop. It's not playing Artemis. There's 100 things that makes Lavecon great, and those things are the contributions of all the different people who put something into it. This weekend we've had some amazing contributions, though. I have utterly loved, and people probably realized, I utterly loved sitting in the attic today and sharing a little bit of music, composition and practice stuff. I thought that was, it was really a wonderful moment to be able to do that. And if you took the time for 10 or 20 minutes to listen to me drone on and then to listen to all the wonderful people we got on the audio panel. It was very, very special indeed. It was lovely to share old games. Goodness, we need to do more old games features and more old games podcasts. You know, what a wonderful thing to be able to just chat about. It was lovely to talk about writing stuff. It was lovely to talk about all sorts of other things with different people at different times, to socialize. To hear the art panel late last night was fantastic. And my personal thanks to all those people that keep this going. I think that Lavecon really doesn't exist without Lave Radio. I think the guys who run Lave Radio do an amazing job, and the fact that they've kept that moving and continued to break new ground with the podcast all this time. Since then, my thanks to Ben, Colin, Shan, Psychit, and everyone else who's involved with that. It's been special and tremendous, and you have taken things to new heights from where we were in terms of what we did in the first place. So yeah, keep plugging away, keep flying those ships. I think it's incredibly special that you do. And I'm gonna just finish with a little bit of what I started with, really. We're at times of adversity in many respects. There are things where people are upset. They are upset because they're not getting the answers that they want. They're perhaps not getting the communication that they want, or the upgrades that they want for a game. But it's a game, and if it's enjoyable, it's enjoyable. And so if people are having fun, they're having fun. And I think those things are incredibly special. And at the same time, when people have got to do a job, they've got to do a job, and they're human beings who are trying their very best to make sure that people have the opportunity to play a wonderful game. So, let's let them play a wonderful game in terms of what they do. My final thank you to Karen. She's been special. She's been amazing. She has managed to run the weekend as always. She has put her foot to the floor and kept the engine going. The power steering on this particular project seemed to last the weekend, rather than one of our other projects, which is sat outside, which had to get fixed the other week. But yeah, Karen's been amazing. And I sit here day after day, week after week in the lead up, and watch all the work that she does to make Lavecon happen. And other people don't see it in terms of what she does. Keith has already sent her a bottle of gin, which is fantastic of him. And she has the post arrived this morning. She was incredibly excited. I got nails, not from you, Keith, but I got nails. So, I was happy, just as happy. No, maybe not just as happy, but, I got nails, 2.5 kilos of nails. But yeah, it's been a special time, and it's been wonderful to see so many friends. And, well, I guess I best go give something to John. We are hoping, actually, in the next few weeks at some point, and I have already spoken to John about this, we're going to try and get down to him. We have another project outside, which is our new camper van, which we're able to go get across the country in. And one of our destinations en route is hopefully to get to John. Maybe I'll give him a hard drive in person this time. You never know. Might even have sound effects on it. That was, the idea in the first place. So yeah. The closing thing I should say to everybody here: take care of yourselves. Said that last year, and it's lovely to see so many people again who obviously have taken that pledge to heart and have made sure that they've done. Take care of yourselves. Take the time. Hopefully, the world is now going to go back to something that is a semblance of what it was before, but it's never going to be quite the same. If you struggle with being around people for a little bit of time whilst you've adjusted, to the fact that you're spending an awful lot of time on your own, and suddenly you're able to see lots of people, give yourself some space. It's okay. If you if you find yourself sort of adjusting and getting back into life, spare a thought for one or two who are taking a bit more time to struggle, and they're finding their feet in terms of what they're doing. A community picks up its people, and it looks after its people, and the Elite Dangerous community has been an incredibly profound thing for a long period of time, for 9 years now. And hopefully year 10, the 10th Lavecon will be at the Sedgebrook. We're already booked. So, you know your dates already. First weekend in July. See you then. Take care.
Are you ready?